other event is going to be hosted by Sentinel-1. It's a threat ops challenge, so it's just using their tool to kind of find threats in an environment. And that is it, so I'll wrap things up and hand it back to Thomas.
You mentioned something about asking you to get a Wi-Fi password. I'm pretty sure there's lots of people here who already have the Wi-Fi password or have a means to get the Wi-Fi password, if you know what I mean. All right, so just, I don't know where he went. Where did Robert go? He was sitting right there. We're going to introduce our keynote speaker. So Robert Martin is the Chief Information Security Officer of Alberta Health Services. And as the CISO, Robert is responsible for all aspects of the information and cybersecurity program for AHS, the largest healthcare delivery organization in Canada. AHS provides healthcare to the entire province of Alberta and is fueled by over 120,000 staff, physicians, and volunteers. He is the co-chair of the AHS Enterprise Risk Management Executive Committee and leads the security operations, policy, governance, compliance, architecture, awareness, service management. Is there anything you don't do? Service management teams with a focus on identifying and managing risk. Previously, Robert was a trusted advisor and consultant in information security and risk management for a large and public and private sector clients in retail, healthcare, energy, and government. So with his talk entitled Trust, Stupidity, and You, please welcome to the BSides stage, Robert Martin.
I gotta get a little shorter bio. Okay, now I gotta figure out how to put the microphone in the thing. Okay, good? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Thomas. Before I get too carried away, I would just want to say that I'd really like to say thanks to Harvinder and Thomas and the entire organizing group for this. Thomas and I were talking about the wonderful tight community that we have in Edmonton here, and you really see this when everybody's coming together and shaking hands and hugging each other, and I know many of you, and I have a very supportive crowd in the front couple rows, right? No heckling from the team. But anyway, so thank you very much to the organizing committee. It's very nice to be back here. I'm wondering if I'm getting a bit too much of an echo. Is it bad or good? Okay, just tell me if it gets worse. I think we have the hardest job in the world. I think we have probably at this point in time the most important job in the world. And I don't think that it just has to be the people that are doing the Security Operations Center or the red team. If you're working on a privacy impact assessment or a threat and risk assessment, you're doing a security awareness, you're doing any of those things that Thomas said that I have under my team, or some of the things that we don't have under my team, it's really important to understand how much impact we have on the world. If we don't do our job, or if we do our job poorly, there's massive impacts. And I want to relate the massive impacts and the reason that I wanted to talk about trust, because I think trust is the most important commodity that we can deal with as security professionals. If we do things to lose trust or to erode trust, then all of the things that we've been trying to do as a society for the last 25 years to empower people to operate digitally just go away. So like Thomas said, the themes I'm going to talk about are trust, stupidity, and you. And I don't want you to form a sentence out of that. I don't trust that you're stupid. There's nothing like that. But really what I want to do is give you some reflections on my career over the last 25 or so years and look at some of the things that I see as we've evolved from an information and cybersecurity perspective and really have that focus on the trust. So back 26 years ago, 1996, a good friend of mine who was still in engineering at the University of Alberta was in the Eng 400 class. I had graduated 3 years before him, and he said, you remember that class that you go to? It's everybody that's going to get out of engineering. And back in those days, at least, it was a bunch of old white men give you speeches about the importance of professional accountability and trust and dealing with the public. And the dean of the school at the time, Fred Otto, stood in front of the class when my friend was in and said, if you're working with computers, whatever working with computers means in 1996, you'll never be a professional engineer in the province of Alberta. And half the electrical engineering students stood up and walked away, and all of the computer engineering class stood up and walked away. When my friend told me this later that evening, I was insulted. I was 3 years from university. I was 1 year from getting my professional engineering designation. And of course my stuff is important. And you know, why would he say something like that? The guy's obviously doesn't understand. But when I went through the process of thinking about the difference in the opinion between somebody like Dr. Otto and what he perceived us doing with computers, there wasn't that connection there. There wasn't that impact. Let's give a traditional engineering example. You build a bridge, rush hour traffic, there's 50 cars on there. Let's pretend that it's 2 people per car, even though we know in Edmonton it's only going to be 1 person per car, but it's 100 people on this bridge, the bridge collapses, falls into the river, a bunch of people die. Absolutely tragic situation. There's a huge impact to the people, to the families that are impacted. The city's disrupted because there's no bridge. The city has to spend a couple $100 million to build a new bridge. It's going to take many, many years. And somebody like Fred Otto would look at this and go, that is why you have engineering. Because if you screw up, that's the kind of impact that you had. So park that for a second. A couple years later, there was a big push by KIPS. Some of us would remember KIPS, the Canadian Information Processing Society. Brent, maybe? Anybody? Oh, there we go. At least 3 people know KIPS. Back up until probably 2005, KIPS was the thing when it comes to IT across Canada. There was a couple thousand members in the KIPS Edmonton chapter alone. And they did a lot of work to get an information security professional designation where they were trying to have the same argument that the engineers or the accountants would have with regards to public impact. You make a mistake, you do something wrong from an IT perspective, and there's big consequences. A good friend of mine was leading the initiative in Alberta, and he asked me to sign up and get that designation, but I was still struggling to figure out how I was going to be a professional engineer, and I didn't want to go down the path of this other designation. Because again, I couldn't understand the issue of impact. Was the things that I was doing actually going to have the same impact? So with those two as sort of background information, fast forward to 2017. Fast forward to the Russian invasion, cyber invasion and attack on Ukraine. If you haven't read the book Sandworm by Andy Greenberg, I highly suggest that you buy that and read it. I highly suggest that you give that book to people that you're trying to communicate about cybersecurity issues. If you know anybody like that writes for Wired or The Atlantic or whatever, they can take these complex things and put them in a context that makes it interesting and readable. So I took this book, I read it last fall, and then bought a dozen copies and gave it to executives in our firm and peers in IT, and asked them to read this to understand the impact that happens if we don't do our job correctly. So come full circle from 1996 to 2017, and I think it's obvious now that the things that we do have great impact on the organization, have a great impact on society. I think it's important to understand that if we don't do our jobs, or if we don't do our jobs well, we're going to get into a situation where we're going to be impacting people potentially like the bridge example, right? Maybe the bridge doesn't collapse if we don't do our job, but maybe multiple people lose their personal information. Maybe an organization has a major breach and loss of shareholder value. I know it's not exactly cybersecurity, but what happened 2 weeks ago with Twitter and the new verified blue checkmark process and Eli Lilly, right? Somebody creates an account, they're verified as Eli Lilly, they post a tweet to say that insulin's now free, and Eli Lilly's stock price tanked, right? And it's not a hard stretch from what we do from a compliance perspective, from a controls perspective, to something like that. And understanding that, you know, the mistakes that we make could have that same sort of consequence. There's a lot of other issues, of course. Breaches are something that come to mind. A few of us were involved in a breach about 9 years ago. where we didn't actually know for sure if the people's information was compromised. But we took, in due caution, we alerted 11,500 people of the issue. In today's standards, 11,000 people is nothing, right? From a breach perspective, there's always in the hundreds of thousands of people are now compromised. But I think it's really important for us to understand that 11,000 people received a letter, and 11,000 people went, what does this mean to me, right? Even if it wasn't a mistake that we made, even if we didn't know for sure that there was that breach, we took that initiative to make sure that people understood that. And in effect, trying to do the right thing, we still cause those people grief. And so what happens now if it's 100,000 people? What happens if it's everybody in the province of Alberta? What happens if it's like what happened in Newfoundland just over a year ago? And, well, I mean, officially, we still don't know what happened with their health system in Newfoundland, but the rumored price tag for the recovery from their outage in the health system in Newfoundland is around $40 million, right? So if we don't do our job correctly, not only are we potentially breaching people's health information, but we're actually causing a great deal of cost and impact to the organizations that we're working for. So I guess the point really is, if you want to be able to communicate what you do, if you want to be able to understand the impact that you have, I think it's important for us to be able to communicate the potential impact. I'm going to get back to this in a little bit when we start talking about some of the quote-unquote stupid things that have happened over the years in my career. And I want to make sure that people understand that I'm not pointing fingers at anybody in this crowd. I'm actually pointing fingers towards me when I talk about being stupid. But in the last 25 years, we've decided to move towards online services. We've decided to move towards digital personas and digital activities, and the underpinning of all that is the trust that builds from security. So please don't lose sight of that. So that's a little bit about trust. We're going to come back to that in a few minutes. I want to talk about stupidity now, and there's a lot of people here from a security perspective. I would imagine that some of us are thinking that stupidity, and then the first thing they think of starts with a U, users, right? I mean, how many times have you said in your career, or at least I've said in my career, that my job would be a whole lot easier if I didn't have to deal with users, right? You can say there's a bunch of problems with users. Users click the link, right? Well, a user, maybe there's a problem with a system, or a problem with regards to a lack of knowledge, and the individual does something that we would think is stupid. There's a great cartoon, you've probably seen it, it's the boxing ring, and the microphone's hanging down from the ceiling, and in the middle of the boxing ring is the referee, and he's holding the microphone to his hand. He said, in this corner we have multi-factor authentication and encryption and firewalls and anti-malware software. And in this corner we have Dave, or Dave. And if your name is Dave, I apologize, I'm not picking on Dave's. I'm not picking on anybody, because really, Dave is just the average user, right? Dave clicks on the link in his personal email, and it encrypts his work computer, that then encrypts a file share and causes a bunch of grief on a system. You know, maybe Dave didn't understand what Dave was doing. Maybe Dave's just trying to get his job done and builds a server, sticks it under his desk, and doesn't understand that he needs to patch that system. Maybe Dave is responsible for some workflow and is thwarted by security or thwarted by IT, and says, you know what, I'm just going to go sign up for $100 a month on my credit card and buy some cloud-based service online, because I just need to get my job done. And we can shake our heads and roll our eyes, and we can say, you know, how many times do we have to tell Dave that you can't just do this? You got to not click the link. You got to not have the server under your desk at work. That you can't just go off and buy some cloud service. The problem with it is that they're just trying to do their job. Right? What's Dave's job? Maybe Dave pays vendors, cuts checks for vendors. Maybe Dave runs a dispatch team to deliver, gravel to your house. Maybe Dave is in customer service. Dave is not in information and cybersecurity. We are. It's our job to do those things. It's his job to go do whatever it is his job is. And I think it's really important to understand that people are going to do quote unquote stupid things because people make mistakes, because we all make mistakes. So I don't want to pick on users anymore. I want to talk about the things that we do that are stupid. And to the point I made earlier, I'm going to talk about some of the things from my career that make me kind of shake my head, and I want us to think about so that we can learn from that and maybe change the way we do things going forward. So the first thing is around the perimeter. So for those of you that know me for a lot of years, I taught many courses, 40 courses in about a 5-year period, largely focused on information and cybersecurity principles. There's probably a couple of my former clients in this room as well, where I had a lot of time back in the early 2000s trying to get people to understand how they could use the internet for their business. And I had this diagram, this Visio diagram with this wonderful little brick wall in isometric form, and that was the firewall. And I had a little dotted line that I would draw through the firewall. And on the left-hand side of the diagram, there'd be this like Ethernet network and a couple computers. And I'd write trusted. And on the right-hand side of this dotted line in the firewall, there'd be a big bulbous cloud to represent the internet, and I would say untrusted. And in 1998, when I first did a diagram like that, or even 2003 or 4 when I'm teaching those courses, I think it's okay to be talking about a trusted and an untrusted network. But if you really think back on that, think of the damage that does, thinking about the fact that we can actually build an entire network that we trust, right? That means there's no computers on your network that you don't manage. There's no computers that have been compromised on your network. There's no insiders that are doing something against you on your network. And so it's problematic to think that we actually would have ever created a trusted network. But as a consultant, as an instructor, even as a manager, I was trying to communicate a very complex and complicated topic, and I was trying to get a way for people to understand that it's important to have this firewall. But the problem is that over the years, when you sell that story, people then go, oh, Robert's here, he's going to put in a firewall to secure us. We all know, especially now, that there is no such thing as a firewall that's going to secure us. It is one of those things that we need, but it is absolutely not the only thing that we need. And I think it's the insidious thing here, the thing that's really been problematic over the years, is that it took a long time for people to understand that we're going to need to buy more controls. The first time I went forward and said, well, now we need to go do this, people said, well, you told me I needed a firewall. I thought that was going to be all I needed to do, right? So we dumbed down the conversation. We got it to the point where we could communicate a very complex and complicated topic into a single icon in an isometric form on a Visio diagram, and people thought that was, quote unquote, all you have to do. It took a long time to get over that, and it was really not until John Kindervag from Forrester came out with the whole concept of zero trust when people now have to understand that it's not that you have a single device or a single control that's going to take care of this for you. You actually have to understand that there's nothing on there that you should implicitly trust. So that's the first thing from my career that I think should cause us to reflect back on some of the decisions that we've made in the past. The second one I want to go into is the Dave cartoon again, right? He listed all these controls. The referee talked about encryption and multi-factor authentication and anti-malware. He basically talked about defense in depth. And I think defense in depth is something that we should not talk about anymore. It was one of those concepts where there were some of us that were looking at every layer of the OSI protocol stack and thinking we needed a control at each one of those points. We needed to have a control at every single intersection point on our architecture diagrams. And what's the purpose of those controls? The purpose is that we need to understand how to protect things. My second day at one job, I had a physician come up to me and he pointed his finger in my chest and says, "The problem is if you do your job, I can't do my job." And I think maybe somewhat to my credit, I replied very quickly. I said, "No, if I do my job correctly, you don't know I exist." And I think that's what we need to do. We need to not say that defense in depth is what we need to do, and not need to say, here's all the controls that we need to have, and need to have overload of controls and have a different firewall on the outside than on the inside, and a different malware on our servers than on our desktops. Because that just causes burden. That just causes people to slow down their work. It just causes people to bypass us and go around. And I'm not saying that we need to get rid of controls, although that might very well be the case. I think we need to be smarter about the controls that we have. And I think defense in depth is one of those things where 15, 20 years ago, when we're coming into this industry and trying to figure out how to communicate this, we tried to find a topic that made sense to people. Well, we need to have coverage of the controls. And I think we need to be much more judicious in our control selection now, and much more focused on the actual implementation of controls that will do what we need to do. The last example that I'll give is around a situation about the same time as the Dean of Engineering made that comment. And I was working for a consulting firm. We were trying to build, I was trying to build a burgeoning internet practice. Management at the company wasn't sure that the internet was going to be a thing. Is this just a flash in the pan? Should we invest in this? And of course, I had that sort of like, oh, a bunch of dinosaurs, and they blah blah blah. Looking back at it, though, I can see now that they never saw the value in the internet. There was their world was a mainframe behind a glass wall, and data went into the mainframe, and reports came out of the mainframe, and the business ran themselves on the reports that came out of the mainframe. There was a direct connection between the business and the mainframe, and therefore the mainframe had value. And as a consulting firm, if we support the thing that provides the business value, we can make money. The first job that I did on our burgeoning internet practice was to essentially take, well, it was probably WordPerfect 5.1 in those days, probably wasn't Word, a document that the Department of Environment had made, and publish it on the internet on a bunch of static web pages. And management looked at me and said, is that a business model that is actually going to make sense? Is somebody going to pay, 1996 or whatever it was, $75 an hour for a consultant to copy HTML pages onto a website? There's no value in that. But about that same time, our Victoria office called and said, yeah, I think we might have something. Might have something that gives us some value. So management sent me to Victoria for a couple of days. And I remember sitting in the boardroom in Victoria, and there was just this screen. Imagine what a web browser looked like in 1996. And there's an input field and a submit button. And on another monitor, they show us this database, and there's a bunch of dummy data in some Oracle database. And the guy types into the input field and types in a date range, hits submit, and a second later, all this data wonderfully appears on this screen. And so I take over the keyboard and I type in a couple different date ranges, and I can see that this is an actual live connection into to the database, and change the database and rerun the query, and this is wonderful. And instantly, I looked at this and went, this is fantastic. This is how we're going to have value. This is a connection between all of our data and the internet. This is not just static HTML pages. Now, reflecting back on what we did in that boardroom in 1996 is we basically invented SQL injection attacks, right? We basically had the ability for us to put code directly into a query against a database. And I think we can probably give ourselves a pass again to say, we didn't really think of the problems of creating SQL injection back at that point in time. But I think it's important for us to reflect now and think about the things that we are doing today that could be tomorrow's SQL injection. What are the things that we're doing that are stupid, that we haven't put in place, or have put in place but don't manage properly, that could be causing problems? What are the things that we do? It's like, I can't believe we haven't rolled out some control to whatever system. Maybe there's no multi-factor authentication. Maybe we still have a critical system on a server underneath somebody's desk. Why haven't we dealt with that? What are the things that we know about that we should be fixing, that we should be raising up for attention and getting changed? But also, what are the things that are new technologies that we're enamored with that could be causing us problems? What is the next connecting web browser to a SQL database going to be? Is it something on the cloud? Is it something with regards to the fact that we all have smart devices on our phones and apps and ability to carry around large amounts of data? What is the thing that we're doing right now that you're going to turn back on in the future and go, I can't believe we did that, right? Users will always click the link. Users will always do the thing to do their job. We have to anticipate that. That's part of our jobs. If we're not anticipating those things, we're not doing our jobs. But the point is there's a bunch of things that we do that need to be challenged. And this isn't easy. I mean, I look at this with my team and my own personal experience, and I go, well, what is this? And what is the thing that we're missing? And how do we get time to do those things and the money to fix those things? And I really think that one of the lessons that I want to impart is that we need to explain to people how complex and complicated these things are that we're doing. And if you think back to the firewall with the trusted and untrusted, right, trying to dumb things down to make a complex and complicated thing simple, or if you think about the just even the wording around some of the ways that we've deployed controls and allowing people to think that, well, Robert's going to install a firewall and we'll be secure. Allowing that sort of language to happen is actually detrimental to us. And I think I'm going to go back to the plug, and I think if you haven't already got the Sandworm book and haven't given it to all of the people that you work for that don't understand what you do, and go to Audrey's, buy that from your local bookstore, thank you very much. I think it's a really good opportunity for you to find a way to communicate a very complex, a very dangerous and impactful thing to people. Because if we can do that, if we can say, without using fear, uncertainty, and doubt, that here's a problem, and actually show that there are consequences for the decisions that we're making or the decisions that we're not making, and show the real world impacts to that, we can then help build the trust around our systems. We can help maintain the trust around our systems. We're not trying to say the sky is falling. We're not trying to say that everything is wonderful. We're actually going to communicate that there are major problems here. There's major investment required, and it's not just, Robert's firewall that's going to solve the problem. It's a multidisciplinary team. It's a multidisciplinary skill set that's required. And that's why I said at the start, it's not just about the people in the operations center. It's not just the red team people that I'm talking about here. It's everybody that's involved in information and cybersecurity. So I want to challenge you to think about what it is you need to do, what it is you can do better in your world, what it is that you're maybe potentially embarrassed about now that you're doing or not doing. What is it that in a few years you'll be embarrassed that oh man, I can't believe we actually did that thing. And work to find a way to address those issues. Work to find a way to make those things better. Because I think the bridge example is important. The bridge has a very impactful issue if it falls down and people die as a result. There's obviously societal impacts. There's issues with regards to the families. There's the capital cost. But what we're talking about here isn't just a single bridge. It could be talking about all the bridges in Alberta. It could be about the fact that the bridge is going to collapse because of somebody from outside of Alberta. And if you really want to circle back to that 1996 conversation with the Dean of Engineering, hopefully we can now explain to those people, the old people, that there actually is impact to what we do, and that we actually do have to think about things in a much more comprehensive sense. I have no idea what time it is. How much time do I have, Thomas? 5 minutes. So that's good. There's no clock here, and my phone's in my pocket. I would like to give time for some questions or some comments. No heckling from the team, please. But if anybody has anything to ask, I would be happy to do that. And otherwise, I'm going to be around for the morning, and so if there's questions or people want to talk without having to be in this sort of forum, I'd be happy to do so as well. But anyways, thank you very much. Reflect on the importance of your job, whatever your job happens to be in information and cybersecurity. Think about the trust and the impact of your job on the trust that people have in our systems and our institutions. And then think about all the stupid things that I've done and don't be like me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Are there any questions? If so, please just raise your hand and I'll come walk over with a mic. Any questions for Robert? How's your solitaire game going?
Yeah, very good, thanks.
For those who don't know, can I tell this story? So Robert is a live streamer solitaire player. Yeah.
I tried to learn how to do things on Twitch, and so the only thing I could figure out that I could play that I could do would be solitaire, because I have no high Twitch reflexes. So
it was actually very entertaining. Any questions? Yeah, over here. Perfect. You can just stand up, please.
Sort of.
See if I get feedback. No feedback. All right. Okay, so engineers love rules. Cybersecurity people love breaking rules. How do you strike a balance between the two?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a bunch of people in information and cybersecurity roles that love rules and compliance and making sure that the things that are done follow policies and procedures and standards. So I would think that there's a number of people on my team and in related teams that are rule followers versus a bunch of people on my team that are rule breakers, because they're trying to find the ways to making the system fail so that we can secure it, whereas the other parts of my team are like, here's how you have to do things so that things don't fail. And I think you're probably never going to have an individual that plays both roles, but I think you have to have a team that you have both roles on it, right? Because I think it's really important to understand that those people need to work together really well, because we're all doing the same thing, we're just doing it from a different perspective. Thanks for the question, that was great. Anybody else?
Any other questions?
One more.
Oh yeah, we got one right here, Robert.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Just a quick question, if you had any lessons learned or lessons observed about the Newfoundland healthcare attack, maybe specifically about inability to act on red flags. I know they had a 2015, 2017, and then 2019 external audits that raised multiple issues. None of the issues were fixed, and suddenly they had suspected ransomware.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Newfoundland, boy, this is a tough question to answer. Newfoundland, from their own admission, doesn't seem like they knew how to respond to those audits. And it's not that they were purposely not doing anything. It was just they were paralyzed in doing something. They didn't know where to start. I would say that they learned the hard way about having to start sooner, right? What I do know in my conversations with some of the people from Newfoundland and you know, with the federal government for the amount of information that the feds can release, is that the red flags were there and they needed to be acted upon. Absolutely, to your point. I think it was just one of those problems that was just too big to comprehend, and they just didn't know where to start. And I think Newfoundland's done a great job of saying, let's not have this happen again. How do we build the infrastructure and the support processes so that it doesn't happen again? Not that we haven't had breaches. I mean, I talked about one of them. As I like to say, I know we have a good incident response process because we use it so often, but we have, I think in Alberta, what we've been able to do that they weren't able to do in Newfoundland is have the critical mass to actually tackle the problems in parallel instead of serial. I think because they were so small, they weren't able to say, well, let's do some policy work and some compliance work and some infrastructure work and some technical controls. And I think they just couldn't get going. And so I think that's I'm not sure if that answers the question, but I think that's what I can say. Thanks.
Thanks. One of the things that I always, try to define our role as is identifying risk to the organization, just like you said. So, what a good way to, add on or complement what you said is to turn that lens on ourselves as a risk to the organizations that we are trying to protect, and really like, what are we doing and why? Yeah, that's really great. I mean. I wish I would have talked to you before I gave my speech because that would have been a great ad. So thank you. I think that's exactly what I was trying to say, right? It's not just the user that causes the problems in our environment. It's our own action or inaction sometimes. It's our own inability to get things done. It's our own desire to chase the shiny, right, or the new. That potentially causes some problems for us. So absolutely, I think that self-reflection, if you want to call it that, and turning that risk view on ourselves to see what we're doing wrong, I think is absolutely what I would suggest we all do. Absolutely, yeah. Thanks.
This guy over here has got a question.
Not him, no.
Good morning, Robert. Definitely a very good talk, very thought-provoking. In terms of trust, stupidity, and use, so on the zero trust side of things, you mentioned John Kinderwag and the philosophy of zero trust. So in your opinion, is zero trust, trust but verify, how do you build that philosophy in an organization, or even from an infrastructure perspective or a process perspective, that we ingrain it in the psyche of people, or even the industry, and move that needle forward in terms of I'll trust you, but I'll verify what your identity is or whatnot, right?
Yeah. So great question. So I think there's two things I would say. So first of all, once some business area goes through an issue. Breach, they're much more receptive to understanding the trust but verify. So you have to be very opportunistic when there's a problem, even if it's a small problem. Start having the conversation about, well, this is why we do these things. This is why we have these controls. This is why I said we needed this thing that you said we don't have the money for. I think that's the first thing. Never let a good crisis go to waste. The second thing I would say, though, is in an organization, especially in healthcare, to say that we don't trust our people is a very dangerous conversation and a very problematic conversation to be having with the various groups. I'm not even talking about the unions. I'm just talking about human resources. So I think it's more important to focus on the devices, right? Yeah, sure, Dave's a great person, but Dave's device, do we trust Dave's device to be on our network? Well, no. Well, of course, let's just go have that conversation. I think that's the way that we're getting some success. If we talk about zero trust at work, people go, oh, well, that's, what does that mean? And you talk to the vendors, and all the vendors have a different implementation of what zero trust means. But if you go and say, let's make sure that we know what's on our network, we're finding that nobody's really arguing about that. That whole concept of the fact that it's not a trusted network and that we're allowing people on our network, people then are fairly quick to make the jump to the fact that we need to make sure that those devices aren't causing us problems. And so we don't say zero trust because it's a very emotional phrase, if you will. But we talk about the fact that we have to know what's on our network. And if we can have that conversation, if we can start getting into certificates for all of our devices and partitioning off to different networks for the non-AHS devices, then we're building zero trust without having to say the words, right? But I really and maybe it's different in your industry, but to say to the executives that you don't trust your people is a great way to get ignored, absolutely.
Awesome. Any other questions? We do have time for one more. Oh, yeah. Oh, is that Adam again? Oh, no.
It's the 2-for-1 special.
Lots of industries have gone through various stages of legislation for safety and security. OH&S, industrial safety is an example. Where do you see us over the next decade going from the beginning of some of the mandatory rules to a much more strict, structured, maybe legislation, mandatory policies you have to do that before we would have said, oh, well, I have multi-factor except for half of my users, but I can check it off to I have to do it or our company can't operate legally?
There's two things I would say. So first of all, you can typically take a look at what happens in the States and then add 15 years onto that and say that's probably going to happen in Canada. Where from that sort of industry imposed regulations, the Americans do a much better job at that than we do in Canada, which is funny, seeing how disjointed their privacy legislation is, right? But their legislation or the regulation around device security or health information, tying that to economics and getting paid is a very effective model. I was in a Canada Health Infoway conference, and one of the conversations we had was with the Office of the National Coordinator for Health and Human Services, and talking about that exact issue. How do you get that level of regulation that they have in the States up here in Canada to actually define things? I don't think we're going to see comprehensive legislation to do that across the across Canada. But in the Infoway meeting last week, we were starting to talk about what are the minimum requirements. How do you enforce the ISO standards and the NIST cybersecurity framework? How do you build those controls in an agreement so that people actually are forced to comply with these things? So there's that level of trust. I really wish we could have that sort of national regulation here. I don't foresee it happening. At least not in the next several years. But like I said, in a lot of these cases, if you follow what the Americans do, 15 years later, we sort of do that in Canada. And I think there's some opportunity and some conversations happening right now. And honestly, back to the Newfoundland thing, Newfoundland is driving a lot of that because there is a certain amount of interconnectivity and interdependence on those things. What happened in Newfoundland impacted Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia and New Brunswick because of patient maneuvering. And so maybe there's a reliance or a requirement to have those extra regulations. But again, it's going to be a while before we get that, unfortunately.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. Great questions. Another round of applause, please. Are you all here all day, Robert, for people to chat with you? Are you here all day?
Yeah, I'm here for the morning till morning.
So please feel free to connect with Robert. We're right on time, so we might as well just head right into the next talk. So our next speaker is Dr. Vincent Chu. Dr. Chu is a founder and past president of ISC Squared Alberta. His company Axis CogniSolve is an ISC Squared official training provider, and Vincent is an ISC Squared official trainer. He enjoys empowering students, new immigrants, career changers, career advancement, and those who are interested in fast-tracking their security careers by providing boot camps, courses, workshops, and sharing career advice and presentations. So with his talk entitled, The Right Security Career for Me is ... Please welcome to the BSides stage, Dr. Vincent Chu.
Oh, welcome. So, I'm hoping you guys can hear me. And so this presentation is very passionate to me, very personal. Yes, we do. The reason I want to give this talk, because I have a lot of requests to give talk to students, new immigrants, the last 25 years, okay? And people who want to change careers and so on. So I have to tell them some of the reality of it, right? When I teach computer hacking courses and people would think that, wow, this is really great, I'm going to get paid a lot. I say, no, you're going to get paid when you write the report, okay? Not all the things that you hacked, okay? And they say, what do you mean, I have to write? I say, yes, right? How many, unless there are companies that you go to or services industry that you actually do the work and somebody else write it, okay? But in reality, you want to make the big bucks at $30,000 in engagement, yes, you have to write that report, right? So I want to let you know, I'm not here to, this is not a quick Gary scheme. But I would like to know in general, why do you guys do security? Like, is it because the money? If you have all the money in the world, what actually do you want to do? Like, why are you doing this thing? Anybody want to volunteer? Tell me why are you guys doing this job? Besides money. Yes?
I think it makes an actual difference.
Make an actual difference. That's good. I like that, right? Yeah, contribute, giving back, and all that stuff. That's what I do it, because to give back to the community. If you look at my career, everything I do is to give back to the public, right? So the last 6 to 8 years, I spent time working. I went through all the critical infrastructure sectors, and I work in them so that I truly understand what's the need, how they are interdependent, how they're supposed to be harmonized, right? So what else? What do you guys want to know? Like, I mean, in terms of security career, like, what do you guys want? I'll give you some example, okay? I have veterans who come to me, Vincent, I just finished my service, okay? But I still want to give back to the community, right? I'm an ex-military, I do a C4, whatever. What can I do? So those are the kind of people I'd help, right? And I have new immigrants who come here and say, this is my background, what can I do, right? I have people who are in philosophy or, psychology ask me, what can I do? I say, do you know that the last couple of companies I went to, all the AI departments or whatever, they are all PhD in psychology, right? They are not computer scientists. I'm not saying there's no computer science there, they do. But most of them, because you need to, it's not so much just writing a machine learning algorithm, but you need to know, okay, where do you draw the line in terms of ethics? Where do you draw the lines in terms of biases, right? So I have to show them, depending on your background, what kind of job they are, right? I have a lot of people who are, like, I'll tell you honestly, there's this law enforcement. On their website, they say, if you're over 50, you can, do apply. But when I see them at a career fair, you tell them you're over 50, they say, don't apply, right? So that kind of contradicts their website. Obviously, they will not put it in writing, okay? So I like to tell people the reality of what's going on out there. So I have a lot of those kind of things. That's why I want to ask you. Like, I have people who are, like new immigrant who comes here, and they would like to, they don't have a piece of paper, the Canadian paper, the Canadian experience. So they take a course. Sure, they can go learn this stuff, and then they learn the technical, so they get. Then I ask them, do you really want to configure firewall like every day? They say, no, Vincent, I don't want to do that, right? So then I have to guide them maybe to, depending on what they want to do, right? Whether they want to do business analyst or project manager. There's an opportunity there. You go to most companies, they will have a project manager that specializes in security. Why I don't hear anyone talk about that as a career, right? So then I have, like these days, data analytics is a big thing. I have a lot of students come to me, Vincent, I hear a lot about security, but my major is in business analytics. How do I apply that to security, right? Is there a job for me? I say, yeah, we do analytics all the time, right? I'm sure most of you can tell me, you guys do analyze data, correct? Yes or no? Just laugh, giggle, okay, see? So I told them there's a lot of opportunities, depending on your background. Like some people think that computer science, how many of you are computer scientists here? Okay, a few of you, good. Like if you look at the history, right? If you look at history of things like syntax, grammar, binary tree, they are from the linguists, they are from philosophy, they are not from computer science, right? If you trace it back, we have a lot of cross-discipline here, right? So no specific domain owns everything, right? We have to work together, okay? And anything else, like anything you guys are interested in terms of jobs or whatever interests you? Any question at all? Then I'll just keep telling stories then. So I'll tell you at the end what was my, what I wanted to be when I grew up right now. Okay, I'll tell you at the end. So, I mean, one of the fun stuff is, like I said, as a career, how many of you are employee in security? Right. Okay. How many of you are contractors? How many of you are consultant? There's a difference. Okay. Good. How many of you are business owner? You run a security business. How many of you are partners? How many of you are investor? How many are venture or philanthropists? See, there's a lot more, okay? There's a lot of career that you can do, right? You just have to, I'm not going to tell you where to go find because that's not my job. I'd rather teach you how to fish. I'm not going to give you the fish, okay? If you know what I'm talking about. So really, I like to, I have venture capitalists who want to invest in security technology. So if you work with them, that's really nice because they got lots of money, right? Wherever they fly you to, they send a limo for you, and you go there, and then you check out all the technology around the place, and then you can decide, well, yeah or nay. You tell them, you advise them, right? So those kind of jobs are really nice, really good. And some of my friends who tell me I want to travel, I like to show off stuff. Then I say, yeah, you can become sales, you can become application. I do know there's some challenges. It's not an easy life, to go travel, but there are versions of traveling that is nice too, right? I have people who want to say, I just like to build stuff. Have you considered working like university, NATES, University of Alberta, even Calgary? There's lots of opportunity for you to set up labs, right? And you can keep setting up all this environment, and there's no harm, right? It's not like you go to work and you set up a lab environment and then you crash and burn. There's consequences, right? But when you do in the lab, in the education environment, it's very different. So there's a lot of jobs out there. You have to go look, you have to go find out what you want to do. Another thing I told them that there's a lot of interpretation jobs out there right now. But they don't have the name security inside, right? You guys heard of IT, OT, everyone? No? Yeah, I see some head goes up. So that's basically IT security and the other side of security, whatever that is, right? So we need someone to do that translation, okay? I have a lot of people who work out in the field, whether they are instrumentation, journeyman, electrician. You work at Fort Mac, and how many of you work at Fort McMurray? Right? It's either very dusty in the summertime or very cold in the wintertime. There's no in between, right? So if you ever work there, so they all want to come into the office. So I told them, you can take one of those jobs, right? If you want accountability, become a PM. If you want an easy life, come 8 to 5, become a business analyst. So I tell them which side to go, which department to go, the kind of lifestyle you're going to get. Then they come into the office, and most of them are really enjoying it. Okay, and you guys can decide. I mean, if you want, you can grab me later on. We can discuss this. So that's where give me gratification, right? I came in yesterday. My student phoned me up. Let's go. They buy me lunch or they buy me supper. That's where I see the win, right? I mean, I cannot save the world, right? But at least I can, encourage one student at a time, right? That's what gave me satisfaction. So there's a lot of opportunity, right? So that translation work is really nice because, especially when you have an expertise in another domain, right? Doesn't matter whether mathematics, engineering, even science, any science, right? Or philosophy, kinesiology, and all that. You can actually take that and then translate security into that domain, right? Or whatever industry you're in, right? How many of you know what are the security required for agriculture? I'm pretty sure we have some agrologists in here, maybe not, right? Some of you may have worked in transportation. We have health, right? Canada has 10 critical infrastructure sectors. I'm pretty sure we work in one of them, right? So help the IT, help do that translation. Nothing worse than having an IT person or security person. Sometimes security person is not a domain expert. They know security, right? I have all the logs in my briefcase, but I don't know which one to use, right, for your specific context. So there's a lot of opportunity. You have to know where to look for so you can find the job that you want, right? So I don't want to go talk into money because money is different, right? So depending to like consultant, contractings. Most people who do contracting, consulting, they don't want to go back to full-time. Because when you see the money, it's hard to go back, right? So I told them, what do you want? You want to balance work-life balance, right? So I took the opportunity to do contract consulting, the same payment as a full-time employee, but I have more time now to spend, to travel, right? So depending on what you want to do with your life, you can do that. And even project management, I have people who want to do software security, but they just want to control. I'm not saying they're control freak, but they like to be in charge. So I said, why don't you become a project manager, right? He said, that's not a bad idea, right? So I want to make sure everyone do the right thing, right? Instead of the technical stuff, every little thing, so you can just oversee, right? And then some of them, they told me, Vincent, I really want to become a security. I want to become a pen tester. How many of you are pen tester? Raise your hand a little bit. So how many of you actually do pen tests like you did in school? Where everything you touch, there's holes in almost everything you touch, and you can hack almost everything. No, when you go to the real world, everything is fully patched, right? Almost fully patched. So you're not going to see that kind of stuff. From my experience, most of my pen testers, after 1 or 2 years, they get really sick because they don't really do pen testing. They just schedule all the scans, right? And there's no holes there, right? So I told them, unless you want to become on the red team or you want to become one of those, you have to join a consulting team. You don't join a owner-operator company, right? I don't know where they teach this kind of stuff. I don't see it. Over 30 years, no one tells me. I have to suffer join all the wrong job to learn all this stuff. So now I help my students. I help the new immigrants, right? I help people who want to change career, people who have physical limitation. I teach everyone. I have students who are, drugs, just recovery from spousal abuse and all that. They like security. So try to help them transition into a better life. So that's one of those things, right? So hopefully, and I tell you, first of all, they just say, oh, look, there's a big company. Let me apply. There's another big company. Let me apply for a job there. I say, first of all, do you know all those companies you talk about, they're all outsourced, right? So who do you think is working on that side? Probably a project manager or account manager, because the job is outsourced to someone else. So if you want to do the technical work, you have to find the service provider, not the owner-operator, right? So they could look, I said, do you know those big companies, even they have 10, 15, 20,000 people, maybe only like hundreds, depending if your security team is a very small team, right? You guys work in big company. How big is your security team? How many hundreds of people? Not a few hundreds, definitely, right? Not even 1,000. Even engineering. I work for companies who are 10,000. Their core engineer maybe 50, maybe 100 if you're lucky, right? Everyone is outsourced, right? They get EPC, Engineering Procurement Construction Company. That's where all the 700, 800, 1,000 engineers are working, not in the owner-operator, right? How do I know? I go there and ask the engineers, do you know what protocol you're using? They don't know. I say, where do I get the information? Ask the EPC, right? That's where they know that's where it is, right? So these are the kind of things you need to, even for security, right? So nowadays, they take accountability now because of a lot of regulation, like BSides 23, is it 23, 24, or 26? It's for security, one is for privacy. So now they have more and more, one of every type of roles and discipline in the company, because you cannot delegate, you cannot outsource accountability. Okay, so that's what's happening right now. So you have to keep track with what's going on and what's changing right now in the industry. So how do you find out this kind of stuff? So you join a professional association, right? Any professional association, they are in tune with all the really boring stuff like legislation, bylaws, rules, right? And the other stuff is join the, another way you want to become an expert, recognized officially expert by Canada, go join the Canadian Standard Council of Canada Association, or SEC, Standard Council of Canada. SEC, basically outward facing, look at the standards that's outside, and then CSA inside Canada. How many of you have participated in CSA and SEC? Raise your hand, anyone? You guys did not do any, you guys did not participate? You know 27,000? Anyone know what ISO 27,000 families are? Yeah? Well, guess what? I just screw you guys up, right? Because I was on the board. I vote for Canada. Nobody tell me what to do. I just arbitrarily vote. No, I'm just kidding. And there's about 5 to 10 of us. We decide that we speak on behalf of Canada, right? Can you guys do that? Sure, you can. Just go there, go to the website, and then just apply. Submit your resume in there, or CV, whatever they ask for. Once they look at, they review it, then they have to send you an official paper. They say you're officially an expert. Then you can represent Canada, right? Arm length, okay? Then you represent Canada as expert. You know, you guys did not know for 10 years I've been making decisions on behalf of Canada, all the security stuff, right? On all your behalf. Oh, I'm not on there anymore. I got tired of it. So, because any standard takes about 5 years to change, 5 to 10 years. So I do give up. I do get sick of it. So just to let you know. Yeah, so there's a lot of opportunity. If you want to become expert, some of you want to become famous globally, go to those. And then you can participate in any of ISO activity. You guys know what ISO stands for? Oh, someone says Standard Association. When I joined them, you know what they told me? International Sightseeing Organization. So they have meeting everywhere around the world, and government pay for it, and you go travel, right? You guys are laughing. Yes, it's true, right? You guys don't know how to enjoy life? And like the previous speaker, talk about kids, talk about engineering. Yeah, there was one case where they found someone doing control system, and then it went to court, right? Well, we know what happened. Those two always butting head. And just so happened on that year, I was the expert for both, for KEEPS and for engineering. So that was interesting, right? I had to fill out affidavit, had to go stand before judge and explain why, who's right, who's wrong. Those are interesting stuff. If you really want to get involved to that level, then you have to join them, and they have to give you a piece of paper. They have to certify that you are an expert, so you can go testify in front of the judge, right? So that's why you don't see any title that say expert, because it's legal, right? So everything that come out of your mouth, someone follow and say it, they can get, and then someone died or places exploded, someone has to go to jail, right? Not right away, okay? Because all these professional associations doesn't have the right. First of all, they take away your designation, then they can try to punish you, give you a slap. Then you don't listen, they pass it over to the law enforcement. Under the Criminal Act, you go to jail, you get fined, okay? So those are the kind of things, in reality, that's what you do, right? To me, I take security very seriously, right? To me, it's not a game. So that's why I try to tell my students too. I tell them the reality of it. Everything you learn, the hacking that you do, normally has lots of holes. We do it on purpose, so you learn. So you have to write the report. A lot of people think security, you don't have to write. You don't have to know how to write. You don't have to know how to read. You don't have to do research, right? Follow rules, follow policy, right? I have students who say, what do you mean I have to put a title page? What do you mean I have to provide references? I think, plagiarism is stealing, right? Academic integrity is violating, is basically like, breaking the rules, right? Part of security, you enforce that, correct? That's what you guys do, right? Then I say, when I told them you have to read, they say, what do you mean reading? I say, how many contracts I have to read? Any one of you read contract as part of your job? Yeah, right? I mean, it's not a fun thing, but you have to do, right? Before you do penetration testing, you have to read the thing, right? Read the rules, policy. Before you do any work, you have to read your contract, what you can and cannot do. So I told my student, that's the reality of work. And another thing too is that background, right? So I keep telling people, it doesn't matter what your background is. Like I say, who's the most important person on a security team? What kind of role? What do you think the background is for security team? What occupation, what kind of domain, subject that you need on your security team? Who's the most important? Anyone want to take a guess? So it's mathematics, right? think about it, information security. What's the fundamental of information security? It's math, right? So you need a mathematician who can tell you exactly why math. First of all, they got the proof mechanism. They have the formalization mechanism. They know how to analyze equation and algorithm, right? I'm not a mathematician. I cannot compete with them, right? I know people will say that, oh, I know company who say, yeah, don't worry, we just translate all the encryption, we write our own code, we use a library and all that. But all of you will know that if you were to implement it, right? Those of you who know hardware, depending on your CPU, depending on your how many digits, depending on how your information, all the bits and bytes or nibbles that's arranged in your computer, the running errors, all that, you can cause potentially vulnerability in your system. That's where a mathematician will come in, can help you out, right? So one of the best person I ever had was a mathematician on my team. So they can analyze to see whether whatever we do, they can do all the calculation, probability, and stuff like that, right? All these years I've been doing security engineering. I never have to use engineering. Only one time I have to use engineering. And that was because they told me, Vincent, you have 10 milliseconds. That's all the time I give you, 10 milliseconds, you put your security inside that time frame. That's the only time I do engineering. Other than that, I never have to do engineering. Everywhere I just throw a firewall, normally that will solve the problem. Okay, so just let me make sure you got the time. What's the time now? 10:20, okay. Yeah, any other questions? Any question at all you want to ask? I'll be more than happy to answer anything you want. And also another thing I told my students, I said, yes.
I'll come over with a mic.
Another thing I tell my students too, if you want to really do all out, test, use everything you know, join the law enforcement, right? They can do things that regular people cannot do, right? They can do counterintelligence, they can do counterattack. If you do military, I remember when I do military work, I asked a very stupid questions, okay? I asked the radio engineer, I said, what frequency you want me to build the stuff for? He said, what do you mean, what frequency? All of them, Vincent. So it's not like just 2.4, 5.0, 6 for IoT. It's the whole spectrum. So that's what I found fun. Yes?
Yeah, well, that's a little loud. The question I had was, you talk a lot about professional associations and standards, education, et cetera, and I didn't hear anything about open source. And kind of what would your recommendation be, I guess maybe to your students, with respect to involvement in open source as a proven ground for skills, learning cutting edge technology, using open source, or is your opinion that it's pretty much constrained to classrooms, security organizations, standards bodies, et cetera? I'm just curious as to your view on open source there.
Yeah, so open source or open like Moodle or whatever, open courses, normally I ask the student first, right? For my own courses, I will ask, I don't want just to teach you the course because it makes no sense if it's not the right course for you, right? I have students who are 50, 60 years old. I ask, what's your objective? When do you plan to retire, right? I said, you want to spend $20,000 for a course you're only going to use for like 3 years and you're going to pay student loan after you retire, right? So I want to make sure it's the right course for you, right? I have a student who told me she took security. Then I said, here, there's a good job for you over here. He said, you want to do it? He said, no, Vincent, I just want to stay home. I got 2 kids. I want to stay home for the next 10 years. I have to respect that, right? So I have to guide her towards what she needs to achieve, which is take care of her kids for the next 10 years, right? So I say, would you like to do maybe operation center, do some research that you can do from home, okay? So I cannot really tell you, you should do this, you should do that, right? My philosophy is take the one that you want, aim for whatever you want to do, and then go for the gold standard that you want. That's how I practice, and that's it. And then you try to. Do I fail? Yeah, I fail quite a few times, right? I mean, I failed my courses before, right? So I guess that's part of life, right? Then you learn, fail fast, then you recover. So in terms of open source, there are open source that's good, there are open courses that's good. A lot of places are good, they teach you the good stuff. So you have to decide which one is right for you. You can talk to people and make sure that's right for you. As you know, the in thing right now, I'll tell you, the latest stuff is something called stackable credential. You guys heard of stackable credential? You guys know what that is? It's like CompTIA, right? When you take four exams, you ended up with 8 destinations, right? So you take exam 1, exam 2, exam 3, exam 4, you got 4 destinations. Then because you took 1 and 2, you get another destination. 3 and 4 is another one. So you ended up with 6 to 8 destinations very quickly. Those are called stackable credential, right? They used to have big one, you get a certificate or diploma. Then they found people don't have the time. Now they go into micro-credential. Now they have stackable credential, right? Now you can actually, behind your name, you can put A, B, C, D, all the way up to Z, right? You just have to have a really long business card, that's all. Or flip it to the other side, say, PLO, please look over. That's the in thing right now in terms of school-wise, right? In the industry-wide, there is still, different companies have different needs, right? Some company doesn't believe in professional destination. Now, personally, I'm not favoring anything, any destination. I just respect the law of the land that we live in, right? If the law changes and say that from now on, anyone can call themselves professional security, I respect the law, okay? Yes, I do have background in engineering, I have background in IT and security, but I want to respect the law, okay? I just don't say that I'm favoring one over the other, all right? So hopefully I'm not sure I answered. You did put in a lot of variables there for me to answer. Yeah, and then school too, right? All depending on what you want to do, right? Do you want to pay off or whatever? I teach for many different universities and colleges. I see a lot of my students, it's tough. When you teach a more vocational level, it's really tough. When you have students, they have to decide whether they pay for the next course or they pay for their food or they pay for the rent, right? So just teaching itself for me is not the thing. I have to actually help students, right? During pandemic, I have 5 students trying to commit suicide, right? So it's not easy. I have one was out in France, right? He phoned me, he just emailed me, said, Vincent, I really feel bad. I think I'm gonna go kill myself. What are you gonna do, right? It doesn't matter what you teach, whether if it's non-security or security courses. So some of my students in security courses actually feel the stress. I don't know whether you like to hear this kind of stuff, but I'm giving you the reality of, or what I'm facing right now in the world, right? So those are some of the, and then another thing too, like you can decide too whether you want to work in the private or public sector, right? So a lot of this stuff too, I ask, what's your objective in life? Most of the time, I don't ask about the job, right? Those of you who take capstone with me, mentoring program with me, I never ask about what kind of job because I want to know what's your objective in life, and that will help decide on the courses. Right? Even if you're 40 years old, you say, Vincent, I want to go take a course or take a program, a degree or something. There's a lot of degree, trust me, okay? Or diploma or certificate. They all cost money. So then, what's your return? What do you want to be? Do you want to be a tech forever, or you want to have a career path to go up? So I have a lot of students who ask me, what's the best way to stack my experience, to stack what I need to do next, so that I can achieve what I want to be. I want to be head of security. I want to become famous. Most people in the academia just want to become famous. Most people in the industry wants to make money. That seems to be the general things, right? So you can leverage both too. I tell the professor, I say, the moment you publish your paper, I'm going to take your idea, I'm going to go make money, right? So you have to leverage all this stuff. So that way you can, decide what you want in life. And so another thing was investment, right? Well, you heard about people who just do investment. If you guys are all security experts, why don't you invest in technology? I get phone calls all the time, email. They say, hey, Vincent, this new up-and-coming company, they have this brand new security technology. Should I invest in it while it's still penny stock, or, should we invest in it, right? So if you guys are really good in your technology, why don't you do that? You don't have to work for anyone. You can just do investment. So there's a lot of different opportunity you can do, not just go work for someone. Because I do a lot of presentation for technical school like Nate and Said. The first thing the HR tell me, Vincent, don't tell the student to go get a degree. Because you can get a diploma, you can get a certificate, right? I tell you, most people who graduate from university, they are trained to become an employee, right? Most people from technical school, they train to run a business. And who do you think they're going to hire? They're going to hire those people with the degrees, right? Don't get me wrong, I have both degrees and certificates, so I can talk about both. So you guys all can decide what you guys want out of life, right? So think about carefully. All I want to do is just share with you some of the information so that you don't think, so you know where to go look for that kind of job that you want, right? I've seen all kinds. That's why I ask if you have any questions, let me know, or certain areas, certain aspects, certain industry. I can tell you what is it like. So the only places that I enjoy, the military is nice. The only thing I don't like is that you cannot talk about it. And then they got this thing called reliability, that after you quit the company, you cannot travel, you cannot go to certain places, do certain things. I say, I want to travel, I don't care, so I don't want that clearance. So I went to industrial because you can talk about it more, right? You can show off a little bit more, right? And you can contribute too, right? So so those are some of the stuff that you can decide. I mean, OT is a big space, but it's getting to be a little bit more crowded now, right? But I do want to advise that if you do, learn a little bit more technical detail, because we reached the point now, saturate now, where you need to know a little bit more in terms of, what do you do? What's actually is happening with that technical-wise, right? I'm not saying go to too much level, but go to the next level. Because right now, every year I graduate, say for the university, I have anywhere from like 400 students graduate with data analytics expertise, okay? And some of them are push button. Anyone use Power BI? Anyone use Tableau? Anyone use those kind of stuff here? Do you guys actually know what happened when you push that button? See, what's happening after you push the button, that's where the money is, right? We reach a stage now where we need to know what happened when we push that button, right? You know how many companies I went through, they say, you have an industrial firewall? They say, yes. I said, what protocol are you filtering? They say, what do you mean filtering? So that's really funny. They filter the IT part, but they don't filter the OT side, right? So, and then you go to different, like, keep in mind, the world we have is not just not OT, IT, right? So you go to building. Building has backnet, you have LawnWorks, they have protocol that OT doesn't use, right? When you start to deal with satellite, you have another 4 protocols. You deal with telecom, you have another 3 or 4 more protocols. Base station to base station to head office, to front end, and then to their cell. Those are protocols that you don't have a firewall for, right? So that's why when I look at security, I don't look at just very domain specific. So I want you guys, because we reached the point now, we'll go beyond IT. Now we go beyond OT, right? So I just want you guys to protect. Well, you guys heard about Vegas, how they hack into the, casino through hacking the aquarium, right? Because somehow they want to connect the aquarium to the building management system. I believe most firewall have LawnWorks and backnet now. You can technically filter check the rules for your building protocol. But there's still a lot of protocols out there for systems that you may never even heard of. Most of them doesn't even run on IP, right? Like fast Ethernet, H1, Profibus, those all doesn't really run on IP, right? So they run on a different version of Ethernet. They run on maybe 420 milliamps. They run on things that you just don't. You can still write you can still write rules. The whole concept of having a firewall, having rules, You can still implement that in everything, in the SCADA, in the PLC, in your RTU, in your IED, in your PCS, in your DCS. You can implement all those in those systems. How many of you actually implement that? You can also implement in your devices, instrumentation. If you have something like field bus, foundation field bus, things like that, right? So those devices actually have redundancy. They have memory, they have CPU right at the instrumentation side, right on the instrument. So you have 5 instruments, sensor, thermal, ultrasonic. They can actually computer system that back up redundant each other. Even if you lose, you can operating blind. Right? We learn about business continuity. We learn about disaster recovery. You have to include all those as part of your operating system. I work in the water sectors. I know security people say, Vincent, you have to secure this thing. You have to secure that. You have to put a firewall here. You have to have password authentication here and there. See, that's when you have to talk to the domain expert. I talk to the technician. I talk to the process people that say, Vincent, so what if someone hacked into that system? You know we have 4 hours window to fix the process, right? So if someone hacked into that, unless they hack the whole thing, in the worst case, we're down for 3 days. Okay? Because in Calgary, we don't use chemical, we use bacteria, right? BNR, bionutrient removal technology. So in the worst case, we have to regrow the bacteria again. So you have a firewall that's down, we just swap it out, change it again, refresh it. We can refresh all our system in less than 1 hour. That's our requirement in 45 minutes. So 4 hours is a lot of time. So I don't have to invest a lot in security in the water sector. Unless I do linear asset outside the fence, like aqueducts, check gate, pumping station, then I have to put a bit more because they are very far away. Like when I secure the water from Arizona, right, 300 miles, then I have to do that because helicopter would take, so we're trying to figure out how long does it take a helicopter to fly out there to Havasu and things like that. So we have to do those calculations. Those are, return to time objective and all those points. So those are the kind of thing the world out there. It's not just, security, let's put a firewall everywhere, right? So think about, understand the business. Do we really need it? Okay? And a lot of time we think security is just IT, but there's a lot of things that business can help to secure the business itself, right? Understand the process. Oil and gas is 1 hour, right? Roughly 1 hour. It can skew, round up, round down to half a second. It's not that bad. The tough one would be utilities, right? In half a second, a trip in Edmonton will hit the breaker in Red Deer very quickly, right? Time yet? Okay, so basically, so let you guys guess. So what is my priority now in life? What kind of job am I doing? What do you think I'm doing now these days? Yes, I'm over 50, so so the job I'm doing right now is basically around my family. I teach at the university because my kids at university. When my kids get internship downtown, I get a job right across the street. I know my kids don't like that, but they like it because I give them free ride, right? If they want food, I'm right there for them. I spend a lot of time with my kids, right? So I do security job, whatever they want, I'll do it as long as it's close to my kid. So that's my objective in life. So you can decide whatever your objective and your security career. So fill up, decide now what you want to be as your security career. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chu. All right, we could just roll into the next presentation, so just get going here. I know this one is going to be more technical, I'm guessing.
That's a good guess.
All right, so we've got our next talk, Scott Taylor. Scott is a senior manager of cybersecurity for MNP Digital, one of our sponsors today, but not a sponsored talk. It's a personal talk. He leads offensive, industrial, risk, and audit engagements across Canada. With over 15 years of experience in IT and cybersecurity, Scott holds the CISSP, OSCP, the shield, the sword, CISA, PCI, QSA certifications, and has graduated from SAIT and York University. So with his talk entitled Chaining Hacking Techniques Together, please welcome to the B-side stage, Scott Taylor.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Nate. Welcome to B-Sides 2022. At least I think it's 2022. I don't know if I got my time machine here, but anyway, my talk today is called Chaining Hacking Techniques Together. And as it was introduced, it is a fairly technical talk. But I do think anyone can get something out of this. So as my introduction, I am Scott Taylor. I'm a senior manager for MNP. My Twitter handle is shootforroot, and please find me on LinkedIn. I always love networking with everyone in this industry. So we're going to start with the obligatory don't do bad things. I'm going to show you some in-depth hacking techniques today. So a lot of stuff that you're not supposed to do. So don't do this if you don't have permission to, and certainly don't say Scott showed me how. So a little hacking 101, like our friend Juggernaut here. We need an attack vector to breach the perimeter. So how do we do that? If you follow the MITRE attack framework, there's generally 9 accepted ways of getting that initial access. There's a few more if you include the ICS one. So if we briefly want to go by these, so drive-by compromise, that's not driving your car by, that's a website that you go by. External remote services, if you opened up RDP to the world, that's on you. Phishing, that's always going to be the most common way to breach a perimeter, get in a network. Exploit public-facing applications, that's your OWASP stuff, your OWASP Top 10 web application things. Hardware additions, someone breaks into your business, they stick in a Raspberry Pi, that gives them a connection. Valid accounts, someone, maybe a malicious insider has an account, they get in that way. Removable media, that's a USB stick, it's got some malware in it, that's no good. Supply chain, you get a computer from China, they've put a chip in, that's malicious, that's no good either. Trusted relationship, that's your third-party service providers, they get popped, you could get popped. Now the closest one to the one I'm going to show you comes in wireless compromise. Now it's not truly wireless. The spirit of that one is more Wi-Fi. What I'm going to show you falls a little bit outside of that. But the point and the takeaway on this is the MITRE attack framework is a comprehensive framework. It's not necessarily an exhaustive one. There's a few other ways you can get in. So, we're enter mousejacking. This is my all-time most favorite vulnerability of all time. It's now 6 years old, and I still see it a lot today. This was discovered by Mark Newlin and Bastille Research in 2016. They debuted it at DEF CON 24. This affects all wireless keyboards, and we're talking the 2.4 gigahertz variety, not Bluetooth. All major vendors are affected. Logitech, Dell, Microsoft, literally all of them. What it does is it sends intercepts and then sends unencrypted keystrokes into the keyboard. It's going to be the same as if you're just typing right on the keyboard. So unencrypted is bad. You can inject keystrokes into these vulnerable keyboards up to 100 meters away. So just to put that in perspective, that's about a football field. There's a lot of stuff within a football field radius here. And as I pointed out, it's very much still a problem today. We see this on a lot of engagements we do. So have you patched your keyboards? We're talking a little dongle that you put in. Anybody? Do you guys patch your keyboards? No, of course you don't. No one ever thinks to do that. So what do we need to do this attack? This is called a Crazy Radio PA dongle. You get it for $50. That's it. Little guy you plug in, you can run some tools with it, do your attack. So
demo visual 1 of what I'm going to show you. That little box on the left is me, shoot for root, and I'm at my bus stop outside my house. The little box on the right, that's symbolic of either, in this case, my house, or it could be your corporate network. It could be really anything. Now, that little firewall there is irrelevant because we're going to go right around it. So the first step is we're going to probe, and we're going to see if that keyboard is vulnerable. It's going to come back and it says, yes, it is. And then we're going to inject the keystrokes, and in the first demo, we're going to pop Notepad and put a little message on the screen. So tools and prep work. The little tool we're going to use inside Kali is called Jacket, and this was written by fellows named Fiction and Infini. And what it does when you run it, that's what we're doing to probe to see if the keyboard is vulnerable. If it is, it's going to come back, it's going to give you an address, and it's going to allow you to inject those keystrokes. To do that, is there anybody familiar with Ducky Script? So if you have a rubber ducky, it's the exact same language that's used for those. So we're going to utilize the Jacket tool, and we're going to write a little ducky script for it. Now, if you see here, it says GUI R. That's the same as if you hit Windows key R, which is going to give you the little run dialog box, right? I put a little delay in there because you don't want everything to happen at once. You want to sequentially pause things a little bit. We're going to open the run box, and then we're going to do stuff. String Notepad. I'm going to open Notepad. Another little delay, and then put in the string, follow the White Rabbit Neo, or at least follow Shoot for Root on Twitter. Okay, so if we follow along on the demo here, you're going to see a couple screens. Let me just pause here. The screen on the left is my attacking laptop. The screen on the right I am blind to. That is my desktop inside my house. The bottom here is footage from my Ring camera outside of my house. You can pardon my, my shoveling job there is a little icy. So we start the scan from the Jacket tool. I have my vulnerable keyboard plugged in inside the house as I'm walking to the bus stop. Now this scan can take anywhere from about 30 seconds to about 5 minutes. I've found no real rhyme or reason why sometimes it takes longer than another. We'll wait a few seconds. There it is. It's detected the vulnerable keyboard. And then I'm going to inject that ducky script attack. And right as I do that, pops Notepad, follow the White Rabbit Neo, or at least follow Shoot for Root on Twitter. So it's very important to understand I am not connected to Wi-Fi in any way, shape, or form. So I am outside the house, but I'm within that 100 meters. So this is going to work if you're outside someone's house, if you're in an apartment complex, if you're outside the White House, if you are in a corporate building, you're going to pick up every single vulnerable keyboard top to bottom. Now, the one caveat I should point out is when they pop up here, there's no identifying markers other than the type. So I can't actually tell that this is your keyboard of your business. When we do this on pen tests, I usually won't take it past the scan stage because I can't guarantee these are yours. They could be the building or the office below. It could be the office above. I can say within some certainty it's probably yours, but I can't guarantee it. Okay, so let's take this one step further. What are we going to do next? We're going to start thinking about how we can chain other attacks together with it. So for you on the offensive side of cyber, it's the basics reverse shell. That's what we want to do next. These are connections that initiate on the target and connect back to the hacker on a listening port, okay? And the reason we do that is because firewalls are going to allow a lot more outbound traffic than they are inbound. If you come outbound on port 80 or 443, it's going to look just like web traffic. If there's any kind of egress filtering, you'll usually get by that. Weaponization. So if you think about the kill chain, one of the stages is weaponization. And what this means is you're going to be creating some malicious payload and you're going to be tweaking it to fit your purpose. So in this case, I've showed you something really old from about 6 years ago. I'm going to show you something really new, and this is called Hoax Shell. And this just came out a few months ago, if any of you have been following this. So this was created by a fellow named, and I apologize, I can't pronounce either of his handle or his real name, but Telemachus, I think, and Panagoitis Chartis is his real name. Anyway, brilliant tool he wrote here. This is really fancy. It's a heavily obfuscated payload, and it both creates the listener and the payload all in one little platform. Now, when he first put this out, this initially bypassed Windows Defender and most EDR products, okay? Which is pretty impressive. And that's the GitHub repo right there for it. So let's talk a little bit about the obfuscation cat and mouse game. And I'll start by telling a little story. So when this hoax shell came out, fully undetected by almost all EDR products, that doesn't usually last long. Usually the products catch wind to it and they figure it out, and then they'll update their definitions, and then you're gonna get blocked from there. So when that first came out, it bypassed everything. And then if you guys know John Hammond, he put out a YouTube video and he showed off Hoax Shell, and within days of that, Microsoft updated their definitions. Now, this is great if you're defending your network. This is not so great if you're trying to make a talk and write about it, and then now they've blocked it. So we have to put a little bit further obfuscation in here. So if you try to run a malicious payload in the anti-malware scanning engine in PowerShell, you might get an error message like that, and that is what you will get here. Dikembe Mutombo does not like it. So when I was playing around with this, I actually decided to message the creator of the tool on Twitter. And he's a nice guy, and he decided to work with me on the obfuscation techniques to get this by. So I said it was caught. He said, yeah, well, all you have to do is just replace the invoke web request with IWR. Now, for those of you who understand PowerShell, this is really interesting because invoke web request and IWR do the exact same thing. It's just the shorthand version from it. So if anyone can explain to me why that bypasses stuff, that's interesting to me. Okay, so I will run this demo on the obfuscation here. Step one, we run Hoax Shell. This is the base64 encoded payload. We want to actually see what's inside of here, so we can just type raw payload. This is the raw payload. Now you can see some of the variables and stuff. Those are randomly generated that he's done in this payload. So he's already done layers of obfuscation on here to bypass these products. A lot of these strings and stuff are turned into variables and shuffled around and all kinds of stuff. So if we pop this into PowerShell, get blocked. Dikembe Mutombo doesn't like it. So, as you can see, we have all the real-time protection, all the stuff, all the AMSI engine. It's going to pick it up. It's going to block it. So we just need to tweak it a little bit. Maybe we can get it by. Now, a few things you can do. Let's start with removing the invoke web requests, and we're just going to put IWRs. Now, when I first did this and he told me to do that, it worked. It worked beautifully. So it probably was a few weeks later that didn't end up working. So again, that cat and mouse game, back and forth, back and forth. Replace the IWRs, we pop it, and no good. Okay, so we know we need to do a little bit more. A few other little tricks you can do. You can put stuff like plus symbols in with little single quotations there. You can litter the whole thing with that, and often that will end up fooling a lot of the EDR and antivirus stuff. You can even put stuff like single quotes multiple times throughout other functions, and it's still going to work the same, and that sometimes fools it as well. So let's try that. We pop it in, and no good. So one more trick we did, and I was talking to the creator of the tool, and he discovered that all we had to do in this particular one is check that invoke expression variable. And I put 2 single quotes in between the I, the E, and the X. That's it. Let's take that, fire it through. Oh, look what we got here. Shell came through. It's an interactive shell. We can now run commands on the computer. Okay? So now we've done the weaponization stage. We want to chain that together. So I'm going to walk you through the finale here. So we still have me at the bus stop over here. We got my house right there. The only other component we're going to need here is I need a little bit of C2 infrastructure. And the reason for that is, again, I'm not on Wi-Fi. I can't just dial a connection back to myself. It's got to go somewhere. So we're going to send this out to an AWS server. And I'm going to tether my iPhone at the bus stop and connect to that. So I'm going to force the traffic here and then connect to it. Now, a real-life attacker, are you going to use AWS? Probably not. You got to give your credit card. That's no good. You're probably going to spin up anonymous VPS, pay with crypto, something like that. But that's a little overkill for this demo. So again, the walkthrough. We're going to probe. We're going to see if the keyboard is vulnerable. It's going to come back. It's going to say yes. We're going to inject the keystrokes with our new reverse shell payload. We're going to force PowerShell to talk home and pull the hoax shell payload. It's going to come back. And now we've infected the computer essentially, and we're going to force that command shell connection back to us. Okay? This was just a little bit prep work. This is my AWS instance that I spun up. You're going to have to do a few little firewall tweaks on there. Remember, you got to connect to this through SSH, and you got to set up the ports so the listener can catch the shell. If you remember our Ducky script here, before we were popping Notepad, now we're going to pop PowerShell instead. And that string is that big, long, raw payload that we discovered in hoax shell. Okay, now just to make this extra fun, in reality, this is the computer inside my house, but this will work if you're sitting outside the White House as well, or anywhere that has this vulnerability. So we have user Joe Biden here, and we have super secret government files sitting on the desktop, and the nuclear codes are 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if we can grab those. Now, I'm still sitting at the bus stop, but I didn't put the ring footage on here. So first step, let's check. I'm tethered to my iPhone. I am not connected to any Wi-Fi. I'm going to SSH into my Kali box in AWS. I am going to generate a new hoax shell. Notice the IP address of that. That's up in the cloud. We're going to have a look at our raw payload because we're going to have to obfuscate it a little bit. We know all we need to do is really tweak that invoke expression. Now keep in mind at the top I got 2 tabs open. Remember, one tab is up in AWS in the cloud, the other tab is local to my laptop that I'm running the attack from. So we go in here, we're going to have to edit our string that we just created with our new payload. We are going to run jacket. We're going to detect the vulnerable keyboard. We're going to send the attack and watch carefully. Now we pop PowerShell. And that big long string from hoax shell gets inputted in there. Now, could you do that quietly so it doesn't show up? Maybe. But for the purpose of this demo, that's what's going to show up on the screen. And then when that hits, what do we got? We got user Joe Biden. We have popped the shell. Let's have a look at the desktop. And what do we have? Super secret government files. Let's have a look. And the nuclear launch codes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now again, remember, we're not connected to Wi-Fi. We are sitting at the bus stop within 100 meters of the house. There's no network connection of any kind other than tethering through the iPhone up until the AWS infrastructure. So all we've done is forced the computer inside to talk to the cloud, and that gave us an interactive connection with it. Also remember, you got one shot at this. If you have one typo or anything, it's not going to work. So you're blind. You can't see anything. So keep that in mind. So let's talk about risk for a little bit and put this in a real life scenario. So we got our little impact probability matrix. So what are the odds of somebody actually having the skills to do this and having the equipment and actually targeting you to do it? I'd say probably pretty rare. So it's low. Now, the impact, though, I mean, if you did something like this, it could be very extreme. So that gets us kind of that medium risk, something to think about. So final takeaway is, I mean, you're going to have to think about all devices on your network. There's all kinds of stuff. Just because it doesn't have an IP address doesn't mean it's something you shouldn't think about. People who have very good patch management programs. You have an asset inventory. What all do you put in the asset inventory? Usually things with IP addresses. So if you're patching all of that, it doesn't mean there's other devices laying around that aren't. Now, you might think, well, okay, whatever, just go patch all the keyboards. Well, it's not all that simple. If you have an organization and you got 2,000 keyboards laying around, are you going to go one by one and just do them all? Or even if you replace them all, there's a cost associated with that. So it's not something organizations or people really think about. It kind of just flies under the radar. But anyway, I thought I'd take something old, something new, and PowerShell is blue, I guess. So thanks, guys, for my talk. I guess we'll see if there's any questions.
Thanks, Scott. Round of applause, please. Do we have any questions? Feel free to put up your hand or stand up. I guess while people are thinking about it, for the enterprises, how would we protect against this? Would we want to monitor PowerShell better on our endpoints? What's the deal there?
So a lot of organizations, as they mature, will have detection capabilities and monitoring of things like PowerShell. It's not even recommended to necessarily block PowerShell. And even if you block PowerShell, you could probably open a command prompt and do something similar. So you're going to want to do that monitoring. The problem with that is if you have any kind of monitoring, by the time you look at the logs or anything, it's probably too late. You already have the nuclear launch codes. So fortunately, I mean, if we take this keyboard vulnerability, it is gradually phasing out. All new keyboards are not affected by this. It's only anything that's about 5 years old or older. So as time progresses, this one is gradually going to go away. But as we said, a lot of physical engagements I go to, I run this scan and we pick them up left and right. So something to think about.
Any questions? Oh, yeah, we've got one right here.
Hey, thank you for the talk. It was awesome. So I noticed that when we did the IEX call and then you tried to exfiltrate it, not exfiltrate, but type it out, right? Because it's a text file. But what if it's a XML-based file, let's say DOC, XLSX or something? Do we need to create another shell, or can we directly exfiltrate it out from this one?
So you're saying when I put that into like WordPad or?
No, let's say if I want to exfiltrate some other type of files like zip, Word.
Oh, like once you're actually connected or?
When you are actually connected,
yeah.
How to exfiltrate the other type of files rather than just type because it won't work?
Yeah.
Give a goblin.
Well, if a real life attacker is probably going to use something a little more comprehensive than even just something like the hoax shell. So a real life attacker will probably use a comprehensive C2 framework like Cobalt Strike. So they'll get a beacon inside of there. And then now you got the secure channels back and forth. So that's much stronger. If you got thousands of dollars laying around and you want to get Cobalt Strike, that's perfect. There's some open source ones too that are very powerful as well. So that's typically what a real life attacker would do, because it creates those extra channels. It makes exfiltrating stuff much easier. You can pivot around and create other beacons throughout the network that are going to channel through that. So that's probably what they would do.
All right, another round of applause. Thank you, Scott. We've got a little bit of time, so feel free to take a break, and we'll reconvene in 50. All right, looks like we're good to go. Apologies for the delay. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, George Nazare. He assured me that the pronunciation was okay. George is a graduate from Youngstown State University with a Bachelor of Science in Computing Science and has been specializing in computer security for the past 20 years. Some of the companies he has worked for include Albanza Hosting, Ironport Systems, Cisco, and FireEye. During his time at FireEye, he worked for the Department of Defense, specializing in the U.S. Army and the U.S. Air Force. In 2019, he transitioned to the Western Canadian team to be with his family in Calgary. And in 2022, this year, George became a CrowdStriker and is a regional sale engineer for CrowdStrike covering Western Canada. This role includes, but is not limited to, endpoint security, cloud security, identity protection, and threat intelligence. With his talk entitled Building a Complete Picture, How to Gain Full Visibility of an Attacker, please welcome to the B-side stage, George Nazare.
Okay. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Okay. Either a Sprint or Verizon commercial, depending on how old you are. So today we're going to be going over building a complete picture of using the kill chain and what an attacker looks like. Okay, is this better? Okay. So we're all familiar with the kill chain, at least if we're in security. Okay, and as we know, we go down reconnaissance, weaponization, all the way down to actions of objective. My goal today is to explain what type of hardware you can use. I'm not going to be bringing up any vendors. We have them in the back room. We got penalized, so we have to go into the back room over there. But we'd be more than happy to talk about the actual vendors. But what do you need in your environment to actually see this, and then what to protect it? Both from a software/hardware point of view, and then actual personnel. Because there's a lot of things that, in security, the worst thing is the user. We need the users, but at the same time, they also cause all the problems in the environment. So first, we're going to go over reconnaissance. And personally, I think this is the hardest one to actually detect. And the reason I make that statement is they can be hitting you up on your LinkedIn page, your Facebook page, any type of social media you have, and you have absolutely no idea that they're doing it. None of us have, access logs to Facebook. Probably a couple other people do, but it'd be kind of nice to see how many people are actually hitting it. But what type of tools can you do? We've heard about the dark web monitoring. You have a bunch of companies out there that are searching the dark web, which I love that term because everybody thinks that there's two internets. There's this really dark, evil one that's in all the movies, and then there's the one that grandma's going on, looking at, pretty pictures and stuff. But you got to take a look at that, see what's actually out there about either yourself or your company. What did somebody, they could have hacked another company and actually got some information from you because you're part of that supply chain. And then going a little next, pen testing. What can pen testing help? Other than all the holes you have in your network, but it's also very helpful to see where are those holes, and by seeing those holes, you're able to block them, and it also stops them from doing recon. Because if you have open, let's pick DNS. If you actually have what version of bind you're running, it's very simple to figure out what type of vulnerabilities are out there to go after it. And then moving farther down, perimeter monitoring, and also physical security. It's real easy. We saw here today. I can walk in the front door, no problem. I can see what's going around here. Possibly I can look at some pictures on the wall that, you're using Exchange. Or there's a new portal that's out there. Here's how I get the account and stuff like that. So other than, we're all tied to IT. We all think it's packets running around and stuff like that. But you also got to think about the physical. And a lot of people do forget about that. And then also when you get to the people. Now, social media, everybody loves being on social media. They want as many views as possible. But then that also says, hey, we're finding out. Because you put, where do you work? What activities do you do? These are great things for people to create phishing attacks and other types of information. Email awareness. We've all received some type of email that, hey, I've won $1 million, click here so I can deposit it. Or I got the latest tickets to the latest game. And then also social engineering. Now, I'll date myself here. Okay, one of the best social engineerings I read about was Kevin Mitnick. Of all the fun stuff that he did, especially in his court trials with Sprint and stuff like that. He's now working for a nice 3-letter company, doing consulting work for how good he was on the social media side and some of the things he's doing now. I do not put him as the top hacker anymore. He has moved down a little bit. So the next one I have is weaponization. This is actually the fun part from the hacker side. What type of weapon am I going to use to go to battle? You don't take a knife to a gunfight unless you wish to be one of the people that die in that fight. So I'm not going to be trying to exploit something on Google when they're a full Microsoft shop. It's completely worthless. So I got to make sure I weaponize it correctly. Again, this is where dark web monitoring comes in. You can see some of the new tools that are out there, what the new packages are. I will give the hacking groups that they are very useful for franchising. But then some of the other things, so vulnerability management. We all love Patch Tuesday, but actually knowing what vulnerabilities you have on your network, you don't want to advertise them because that gives the adversaries a very simple way of saying, hey, I can download this GitHub code, put a little bit of payloads here and away I go. And then also perimeter monitoring. How do I have physical access to some boxes? That might also make me decide what weapon I wish to choose. Do I want to, possibly put a drone up? Do I want to do Wi-Fi scanning of the area? So delivery, this is kind of, if you've talked to any IR responders or anything like that, this is probably the best stories you hear on how did they actually deliver it. If you go all the way back, and this is neither confirmed nor denied, and how was the Iranian nuclear power plant taken down? And they said they threw USB drives in the driveway. Good possibility. I've still been wanting for a conference like this is just throw a bunch of USB drives outside and see how many people actually pick them up. But I haven't gotten the budget yet for the USB drives. You got to think, how do I protect myself about the delivery mechanism? Because most of the time it's something you're pulling into your network. So if you're pulling it in, again, pen testing will tell you where your holes are. Perimeter monitoring, this is actually going out there where your IDS is and stuff like that to see the information come in, any type of scanning. Physical security, dropping the USBs down there. Do you have USB control? One of the fun stories I had working with Department of Defense is they thought USB drives were bad, so they stopped every single USB drive across the network. Everybody was happy until they realized, oh, that's how we give parking tickets out. That's how we order food. Here's how we do inventory. So they had to start turning them all back on to actually be productive. And other things you're looking here, email gateways, web proxies. Well, if I'm going to a location, because, hey, I just won $1 million. I want my $1 million, so I'm clicking here. You need something to protect us in the next step. And then the people. Again, last month was Cyber Awareness Month. Question for you, how many people still remember their cyber training that they took last month? How many people actually took the test, unless they made it mandatory? Okay, so the different things that, hey, you bring it to their attention, maybe about a week or two later, they might forget about it. The best thing to, if you want to test your group, send an email phishing attack over Christmas week and saying, hey, here's where you get your bonus. You want to see people click on it. You'll probably get a good 70 to 80% people just clicking before they actually read anything. And then also make sure you have a good internet usage policy. I know we all hate policy. But how much do you allow your users to actually, go shopping? This coming Monday, how much web usage is going to be out there, for work compared to, did I get the latest Cyber Monday deals out there? Or even tomorrow being Black Friday, how much shopping did I do there? So kind of limiting where you can go, what you can get to is another great way. And if you have it in policy, it makes it also easier. If your employees accidentally click on it, you can now actually have something against them for it. Exploitation, again, this is where, I finally got to the endpoint. So you need some type of protection on there. We're way past the antivirus days, with signatures on things that we've had past there. You need something more powerful. So you need EDRs, you need EPP solutions that would actually see the next generation, be able to have some machine learning and artificial intelligence behind it. Actually worry about patch management. Microsoft's actually sending out patches, but if you don't patch, you're leaving a door wide open for this. And especially if Microsoft has a patch, that probably means there's an exploit somewhere in the wild that I can just go grab, put it in there, change the payload a little bit, now I'm on your system. And once you get to this part, we start also then getting into zero trust. And I know a lot of people have talked about zero trust, but it's really the easiest way I think about it is every single step I go, they have to know who I am and where I'm going. So each door I go through, I got a badge. Same thing on a network. Every single box I go to, if I badge some way, either two-factor authentication, IP grouping or something like that, it will help to limit if something does get in. And then again, people, our users are, fun and loving. I've heard one story where the best tech support they ever got was actually on a piece of malware. They double-clicked on it, didn't work, actually called the phone number on the email, and the guy was so nice to take them step by step on how to enable macros in that Excel document, and was then able to actually get exploited, and then they were on the network. I was really looking for a Windows time thing here. I couldn't get one with the time going across, but I think I found a pretty good name of capture install. This is actually a radon company that I took it off their webpage. It's some radar detecting software, but we all see an installation. They try to be quiet, but if they get messy, you might actually see a screen come up. That's where I go into with people. If you see something, say something. Hopefully you don't have too many noisy people on your network, but if your normal day and an install screen pops up and it's not your patching window, hopefully you have smart enough users that'll say, hey, something strange just happened, something got installed on my laptop, can you come take a look at it? And again, with security tools, we're going back to endpoint. You need some type of advanced tactics to be gathering some type of telemetry from there to see what's going. And then system integrity, what has changed? If I'm running a critical system, those files should not be changed on a regular basis. And if they are, well, there's probably something bad happening. So if you have some type of system integrity check, go back to Tripwire, on the lovely Unix side, which was so fun to install back in the old days, and then, nowadays there's systems built completely around of, based on checksums to keep track of the files. Command and control. This is the things that all movies are made out of. You double click on it and somebody in some foreign country now has complete control of your whole network. Anybody saw, the old movies from the 90s? I loved how they were able to stream video over 56K modems. I couldn't get a simple dial-up to work, but they're streaming videos in these movies showing it. But they have control, it's also known as hands-on keyboard, because somebody's remotely doing something. And this is actually the hardest thing to catch because, actually, we're humans, we're pretty smart. We're not going to be doing step by step, we might be hopping around. And by hopping around, it can confuse people. So different things to put in there. Again, you want something on the endpoint? It's also nice to have, firewalls at our perimeter. So why am I going there? A lot of firewalls nowadays have geolocation on where the address is. If you're not doing anything with Asia, why are you allowing the people to go to Asia? Same thing with Russia and some other things along there. And then also logging, zero trust. If you have logging turned on, yes, it might suck that you got breached, but at least you now know what happened. So you can go clean it up. That's actually a very important part of saying, okay, if I know what happened, I slowly walk back, and when the forensic team comes in, you can see every single thing that happened, and then you can, for the next step, figure out how to stop it. And then again with people, if they see something, say something. We have a lot of remote workers, so you don't have as much control of their endpoints now. But if they get a slow download, if they're just checking their email and for some odd reason, their internet bandwidth goes through 100%, and it's outbound, not inbound. The average home user uses a ton of inbound, but very little outbound. If you start seeing spikes going on outbound, there could be something happening. Either your son or daughter just figured out how to send spam out to the world, or it could be really legitimate stuff going out there. And then also, command and control, This is where they also get very sophisticated. They might use protocols that you normally don't use for communicating. How often have you used ICMP for actually communicating back and forth? I think the average person here only uses, the ping command to see if something's actually working. It's a great way to steal stuff from your company. Small, but it's going to take a while. Same thing with DNS text records. Not that big, but a great way to get stuff out, because how much are you actually analyzing those protocols? You're probably seeing how much web traffic is going over, how much VPN traffic, how much, if I'm analyzing my DNS traffic, if it goes from 100 megs as a normal usage, spikes to a couple gigs, that's probably a problem. Something was trying to get out, or something was coming in that you're not expecting. Same thing with, ICMP packets. Yes, it should be about 100 megs on a normal network in a day of average size. If you start getting into the gigs and stuff like that, another huge red flag going out there. And if the adversary actually makes it past this one, they accomplished their goal. They got what they wanted. And this is the one thing I love saying. This is when your PR person now kind of becomes your CISO. Because they're now talking about, hey, what just happened? I need to know this. Nothing against PR people, but let CISOs keep their job and actually talk to the press. Or actually, you don't want CISOs talking to the press about this. But, if you're at the state where PR is talking, you are not in a good shape, but, they're actually able to accomplish it. So make sure you have things set up, to both incoming and outgoing. And again, if people see strange things happening, say something. Questions, comments? I heard there's a great lunch, so I kept this short.
Do we have any questions here for George? Sorry, you finished the talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Any questions? All right, George will be around. Let's have a round of applause. And perfect timing for lunch, so help yourself to some sandwiches. Please visit the vendor booth. Please come speak with George and the other speakers. Enjoy yourselves and have a great lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. All right, it looks like we've got a pretty full room, as full as it'll get, and we might as well get started. How was lunch? Sandwiches are good? Thumbs up. Thanks, Bob. All right, so we've got Jason Maynard doing the Cisco-sponsored talk, and no offense to the potential other 5-time Edmonton BSides speakers, but Jason is a 5-time. This is his 5th time presenting at BSides Edmonton, so maybe Prashant, maybe Adam, I'm not sure, but definitely Jason's been here before. Adam, yeah. Jason's bio. Jason has been architecting, designing, deploying security technologies that secure the most complex computing environments for almost 2 decades. His understanding of operational and information technologies, people, and process enable him to deliver effective, comprehensive security solutions that align to an organization's security goals and strategic imperatives. Jason is adept at addressing a range of risk profiles across multiple industry verticals, skills he has cultivated as an end-user security practitioner, partner/integrator, and now manufacturer as a senior multi-domain architect focused on cybersecurity for Cisco systems. Jason is also active in the direct community, speaking at BC Aware Privacy and Security Conference, and has delivered multiple sessions at not just BSides Edmonton, but other BSides as well. And Jason holds over 75 designations across a variety of products and technologies, including the CCIE designation. So with his talk, the Cisco-sponsored talk entitled Advanced Persistent Defenders, APD exclamation point, please welcome to the BSides stage, Jason Maynard.
Can you guys hear me? All the way in the back? Can you guys hear me? Awesome. All right. So 5 years at BSides Edmonton. It's pretty amazing the work that they've done putting this event together and seeing all these great people trying to be better when it comes to security. This talk is a little bit interesting. I got thinking a little bit about how do we advance as defenders. And we talk about advanced persistent threats all the time. and I came up with, I think, but maybe it's not, maybe somebody's already came up with it, the term advanced persistent defenders or threat-informed defenders. We'll talk a little bit about that today. So we're going to talk about, who here knows the pyramid of pain? And not like one of those other sites that you probably shouldn't be going to. Yeah, everyone knows that one, but not this one. So we'll talk a little bit about pyramid of pain. MITRE ATT&CK, who's using MITRE ATT&CK in their organization today? A few, okay. Insight into Attack Navigator, that's a tool within MITRE ATT&CK framework, or MITRE ATT&CK provides us. And anybody do an adversarial emulation? Some, okay, cool. All right, so let's talk about pyramid of pain. I think it's David Bianca that created the pyramid of pain, but basically what it is it's a pyramid, and as you get higher up in that stack, it gets a little bit more difficult for the adversary to overcome. And so when you look at hash values as an example, every one of us defend using hashes, right? They're very trivial for the adversary to overcome. And this is kind of setting the stage of why we need to elevate our capabilities. It's not to ignore the lower stacked items like hashes and IP addresses and domain names, but it's also to make sure that we're actually elevating. And we'll talk more about that in a second. So I'm not sure how well you're going to see this. Can you guys see it okay in the back with binoculars? No? Well, I'm going to explain it, so that's good, right? And it's going to be recorded, right, Harv? Or Vinder, right? This is recorded. So you'll be able to see it later anyway. But what I'm showing here is MSF Venom. It's a tool that allows me to create malicious payloads that an adversary may want to leverage to try to drive an outcome. One of those outcomes might be a reverse shell back to me so I can access that machine. Very simple, right? And so as an adversary, I'm going to create this payload and I'm going to find a mechanism to distribute it. It might be a phishing link. It could be an attachment. It could be through all kinds of other means. Or it could be USB keys at an event. How many people picked up a USB key today? Yeah. Right? But anyways, it could be multiple different ways. And so you'll have this SHA at the very bottom here. There's the SHA-256 of that file. And any one of your defensive tools that knows about that SHA, what are they going to do if they see that file? Kick it out, right? They're going to block it. So easy, right? That's an easy defensive mechanism that you're going to use, most likely fed through security intelligence. But the adversary can very easily rerun this and get a different output. So that SHA would change. So if they're clever enough, they'll make sure that they're constantly changing that payload, which means that the hash that you're defending against is no longer relevant, right? You're no longer immune to that attack. So the control is bypassed. So that's why it's trivial, right? When we start looking at IP addresses, how many people block based on IPs? Everybody does, right? And this is doing an analysis of a specific piece of piece of malware called Tesla Crypt that probably everybody knows. There's a decryptor out there. It's not relevant today, but it's really about the data points. But you have an IP address, you're going to block it. Easy peasy. Fast flux. So you front this with a domain, you flip out the IPs constantly. Can you block that in other ways? Absolutely. But if you don't have that mechanism in place, the adversary is bypassing all of your controls, if you're doing IP-based controls or hash. So again, very easy for the adversary to overcome, but we're not disputing the value of leveraging that capability. Get rid of the noise, right? Now, when it comes to domains, again, we've got a domain. The domain name is X. We block it. We're done, right? But no, the adversary is persistent. And so maybe they're going to use domain-generated algorithms to dynamically create domains, and therefore that domain that you're initially blocking is no longer relevant, and you've bypassed that control. Very easy for them to overcome that specific control. Now, you might say, well, wait a minute, we've got some technology that does some reverse engineering around DGAs, and they're able to predict what the future domain might be. Yeah, that's a control, and it's a valuable one. But at the surface here, the adversary is it's easy for the adversary to overcome. So those are the three kind of core pieces that we use usually through security intelligence, or that you've went into a blog and you've read a bunch of details around the blog and there's a bunch of IOCs. That's typically what we see, and then we feed that into our controls and life is good, right? We hope. as we start moving into the stack, this is where it gets a little bit harder for the adversary to overcome. So for example, if we're using network-based controls like a C2 server that's embedded or a protocol that's embedded within malware that we're leveraging if it is malware, and we're able to mitigate at that layer, it becomes harder for the adversary to overcome. So an example of that is you've got these known malicious domains, could be DGAs, right, as an example, and you've reversed engineered it. The adversary, what do they have to do to overcome it? Anybody want to throw out an idea? What do you have to do to overcome it? If I have something that has an algorithm that can predict the future or reverse engineer the DGA that you created, how do I overcome that as an adversary? I've got to recreate that payload with the new DGA, right? So that now I'm actually going back to the trenches a bit and having to do some development and recreate the DGA and the algorithm that I'm using in order to overcome your defensive capabilities. Why it's annoying? Well, now it's not about changing an IP or changing the hash value or changing the domain. It's now programmatically having to make a change. That makes it difficult. Then we get into host artifacts. These are artifacts within the host themselves. You got registry key entries, files, directories, mutexes, anything like that resides on the host itself. And this is an example of where malware's looking and trying to disable, the Windows Security Center message saying, hey, alert, alert, the firewall's turned off, right? Your antivirus is turned off. Go turn it back on. They're going to try to suppress that message so you don't know when they disable your defensive capabilities within the platform. Very trivial control or mitigating capability, right? They're trying to reduce noise, not really doing a whole lot, but they are shutting down your protection mechanisms. And if I'm able to defeat that as a defender, again, they have to find another way around this. So maybe they disable it and you get a notification and now the user goes and enables it, right? Or you have a process that's monitoring it and it re-enables it the moment it's disabled. It makes it hard now for the adversary to disable that antivirus or that protection mechanism that you have on the asset. So again, we're higher in the stack, but they can overcome these controls. Now we get into tools. So for example, if I need to remove volume shadow copies on Windows, right? Everybody knows what volume shadow copies are, right? A constant backup of your Windows systems and file systems so you can restore data. If I need that in order to ensure that you can't recover from ransomware that I've shared with you, right? Over friendly terms, maybe not, right? Then it's going to be very difficult because what's going to happen, you're going to get encrypted, then you're going to recover the data and you're not going to pay. And so what the adversary has to do is now they have to think of another means, right? Because they're not going to be able to encrypt the drive and force you to pay because you have a recovery mechanism. Now this is a very simple one localized on the asset, but what if you had a remote platform that was constantly doing backups from those systems? Very hard for them to disable that capability. So now they have to think of another method. Now what would that method be if I can't encrypt the drive and drive that ransomware outcome? Maybe now it's extortion. So now I got to siphon data from the asset, send it somewhere to say, hey, I've gotten some photos of you last night, right? Now you're going to pay. I might not be able to encrypt your drive, but where you were last night, you're going to pay me anyway, right? Again, the adversary has to now come up with another method. And then you get into TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures, right? And this is where it's very difficult for the adversary to overcome. And this is an example of some TTPs that could be captured, and we'll talk more about those in a second. But in order for the adversary to overcome them, it's very, very difficult. So this is an example here of Tesla Crypt needing to drive the ability to encrypt on the asset. Now, if I can't encrypt, so if I have some technology, doesn't matter the vendor, if the capability exists and it monitors the system for any activity that tries to encrypt files, okay? Maybe one or two files get encrypted and then that process gets killed because that's what that software does. It manages and watches to see if there's some behavior that isn't normal, such as encrypting the drive at mass automatically for no good reason. It kills that process. Now, once that happens, think about the adversary. As I mentioned, you have to maybe think about what you're going to do in order to get them to pay or drive some kind of monetary fund or disrupt, whatever the goals of the adversary is. But maybe now I've got to steal credentials, right? Because the encrypted portion of my activities is never going to be realized. And so now I want to maybe harvest credentials. How am I going to do that? Well, maybe I need a Mimikatz type capability within malware to harvest those credentials. So now I get username and passwords and hope there's no MFA within the environment, and I can start logging in as users within the environment. So it makes it very, very difficult, right? Because you're making them go all the way back to the beginning and rethink their plans. And it's very, very disruptive, not as a defender, but as an adversary. So an example of this would be, you have this particular piece of ransomware has a whole bunch of tactics and techniques that are part of it. And we'll talk more about it, but there's things like initial access, execution, persistence, and so on, that the adversary must achieve in order to drive an outcome. Now, how often does the adversary need to be right within this attack chain or kill chain, right? They have to be successful in almost every portion of it in order to drive an outcome. Where do we have to be successful as defenders? Anyone? No one? Was lunch that good? Your hand's up. You have to answer now. That's right. Yes. One of them. See? Cisco people give them something. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. You have to go to the booth. But anyways, yeah, you're right. We only have to be right in one spot. They have to be right in the entire kill chain. So the advantage is to the defender. So why are we getting popped so much, right? And I think it's because there's complexity within the environments that we defend against. And it's some of the tooling that we have may have become a little bit more complicated than they have to be. And we're not defending at the right layer. It doesn't mean, again, you get rid of hashes, IPs, and domains. You still do that, but you elevate the game. So what does this do for us? Right? It increases the cost of the adversary for doing business, right? At least with us. It provides us time-based defense. If they have to go up higher in the stack and change their tactics and techniques, guess what? We've got time now on our side to use other defensive capabilities to disrupt that one area that won't allow them to be successful. So what is MITRE? Well, MITRE is a nonprofit company out of the US, and it's public-private partnerships and focused on cybersecurity. These are the folks that bring you CVEs, right? Vulnerability Exposure Database. And they've created what is now known as ATT&CK, and ATT&CK is really focused on adversarial tactics, techniques, and provides common knowledge around how the adversary goes about compromising an environment. And it was born in 2013. Again, it focuses on those TTPs, as I mentioned. There's a global accessible knowledge base. You can use it to help develop threat models and methodologies around private sector, public sector, government, and so on. But really, it focuses on the adversarial's perspective, the who, right, the adversary, their goals, the why, and then the methods, the how. And who would leverage this? Well, it could be red teamers, blue teamers. You can use it for gap analysis, assessments, adversarial emulation. We're going to talk a little bit more about those as we go along too. Everybody knows what a threat is, right? I'm dropping it down a bit because I know we've got all kinds of different skill sets within the audience. So in order for a threat to be realized, you need a capability, an intent, and an opportunity. So the capability could be the adversary's tooling, skills, education, supply chain. So for example, it develops an undisclosed exploit, increases their capabilities, right? The problem with that portion of it is we have no control as defenders at this piece. None, zero. You can't control this. They're doing this out of band, 100%. But we need to understand the adversarial's knowledge. And again, that's where ATT&CK comes in. Now, intent is really the adversary's motivation, right? Their intent or willingness to succeed. So why are they doing it? Well, profit, espionage, impacts to supply chain, hacktivisms. Those are some of the outcomes. Again, how much control do we have? Zero, none. But again, we need to understand the adversary. The opportunity, this now, it comes to timing and knowledge of the target. This is the vulns, the 0 days, time of business. This is where we have the ability to add a control or a mitigating capability to defend or defeat the adversary. So this could be things as simple as patching and networking, segmentation, MFA. Anybody here heard of it, right? MFA. But the adversary continues to elevate their capabilities. As you add controls, they find ways around them. This is a never-ending game. So think about this as the analogy, right? You've got some criminal robber, right? And they're portraying to be somebody from the, anybody get it, where they, you know, this says energy, come, show me your bill. Come to the door, show me your bill, right? And you see that, maybe you don't open the door, but lots of people do, right? They see that, they trust the person, they open the door. And if the robber or criminal wants to rob you at that point, you've just given them access to your home, right? And so you open the door, the intruder gains access and does whatever they want to do. They go to another neighborhood, guess what? They do the same thing. They knock on the door, you see the badge, you open the door, the intruder now has access to your home. Now, by this time, police are informed, right? By other homeowners that this is taking place. So they know now there's a robber portraying as an energy company. They want to gain access to your home. They use fake credentials in order to achieve that outcome, right? And so think of MITRE, right? MITRE's part of that, right? It's very similar. The robber's the adversary. The tactic that they want to do is to gain access to your home. And the technique that they're using to gain access is these fake badges that Harv gave out earlier today. But anyways, now they go to the third home, but now we're educated. We know a little bit about it. Knocks on the door, opens the door, or doesn't, right? At this point, does not open the door because we know that this activity is taking place. Call police, we shut it down, right? So that's the analogy, right? That's why we want to work at these layers. Even though we've got the door shut, the door might even be locked, right? Those are our hash values, our IP addresses, right? But the adversary is going to elevate their capability. Think of it too as like the periodic table, right? This is the most important tool in chemistry, right? Describes all the details around it. It's concise. You can't do anything in chemistry without it. And, you know, you can take two of some elements and make stuff, right? So 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen creates H2O. MITRE attack is very much the same thing. You've got a column of tactics, reconnaissance, initial access, etc. And then you have techniques. How do they drive that outcome? And then there's sub-techniques that may be specific to a higher level technique. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. But it describes the objectives desired by the adversary. So, for example, if they want to get initial access, privileged escalation, these are the steps that they're going to take in order to drive that outcome. And the other thing that it provides is not only the tactic, the technique, sub-technique, but also the procedures that are involved. So it'll include a lot of details around the mitigation capabilities within the platform as well. So what does that look like? Well, a tactic would be privilege escalation. So this is the adversary trying to get higher escalation. So if, for example, if I get on a Windows asset that's only got a local user that's not a local admin, I want to get admin access to that asset. And then eventually I want to get access to the domain controller and get enterprise admin there, right? That's escalating my privilege over time. Now, the technique for me to do this could be something like boot or log on auto start. For execution. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to leverage the registry keys within Windows, and I'm going to put in some things to automatically run that may help me elevate my privilege. You can use this for persistence as well, but that's what the adversary is looking to do in order to get escalated privileges. Now, if I make it impossible or difficult, or I monitor, because you can't defend against everything, I monitor these keys, for example, then I could trigger or at least know that an adversary may be in the environment. And if I can lock it down, guess what? They can't use that tactic and technique and sub-technique, right? The game is over. They got to find a different way. So again, we concentrate on the root of the problem to achieve a security outcome. And so think of the 3 layers at the bottom as the symptom. So they're good. they drive a specific outcome, and they can defend against very, commoditized type attacks. Even if they're a little bit advanced, IP hashes and domain names aren't, right? That component of it is never going to be advanced. And so obviously we can leverage them, but the problem with that is it's easy for the adversary or attacker to overcome. Now you get into the problem statement. So as you get up higher, network, host artifacts, tools, TTPs, it makes it very, very difficult. Now there is a challenge for defenders here, right? For example, if I'm the adversary and I need PowerShell in order to move laterally within the network, and you shut down PowerShell, guess what? I can't do it. But if you also use PowerShell as a management tool within the environment, it might be very difficult for you to shut it down, or WMIC in a Windows environment, etc., right? So again, it's hard because there's nuance. There's some tactics and techniques that are being leveraged that operationally you cannot remove. So that's where you're going to have to leverage or rely on things that can detect maybe certain activities that might be taking place, or looking for another area within that chain where you can defend against. So what is inside attack? So it's fed with open source, blog entries, research and development from MITRE, community feeds. The good thing about this is real data that's happening live, right? This is not some scenario someone's thinking that could happen. These are actually being realized in the wild. And so you got 14 techniques. When you look at, there's a couple of breakdowns, and we'll get into those. But for enterprise, we've got mobile and ICS as well. But for enterprise, there's 14 techniques as of the 4th of November. There's 193 techniques, 401 sub-techniques, and then there's 135 groups like APT33 that leverage these tactics and techniques. And then they're leveraging about 718 software applications, and then there's a bunch of mitigating controls. So the nice thing about this as well is not only are you defending at the TTP level, you have now the ability to build in mitigating controls just by going to MITRE and learning a little bit about the adversary, right? You might not be able to control all the TTPs that you discover, but there's going to be enough mitigating capabilities within, typically, not always, within the analysis that you're doing that you can add to your environment, and hopefully make it difficult for the adversary that they move on to another organization. So enterprise has Windows, Mac, OS, and Linux. Cloud has IaaS, SaaS, and O365. Google Workspaces, Azure AD. They've got containers and networks. Mobile's got iOS and Android. So you can be at the enterprise level, or you can drop down into these specific areas of interest. And then there's the ICS attack MITRE attack framework that you could leverage as well. You can also use Stix taxi feeds coming out of the platform, Navigator Matrix. We're going to show you a little bit of how we look at an adversary's tactic and techniques, and then we overlay this with our controls, and then we look at the gaps. So we do a gap analysis to determine where the gaps are in our environment, and then we can either accept that risk, meaning that there's enough controls in other areas to mitigate the overall risk, or we address them, right, because they're a concern. And that's an example of a Stix output, right? You've got a threat actor attributed to a campaign, and there's a whole bunch of different models that support that. So understanding the MITRE attack relationships between each one. So you have a group over here, right? You've got a group that uses a technique that's driven with software that's trying to accomplish something, the tactic. And so over here, you've got APT33, right? The adversarial group that's going to leverage Mimikatz to do credential dumping, and their goal is credential access, right, to systems. There's mitigating capabilities that may outline some preventative capability, and they're all labeled for you too, right? So again, now you're using a common language between all the people that you deal with that everyone can understand exactly what you're talking about. You're not making this up, right? It's a standard language for the community. And so now we've got APT33, the tactic is credential access. They're using Mimikatz, that's the software. And the technique is actually dumping the LSA secrets from the Microsoft operating system. And so it's accessing the registry and dumping those keys down. And then obviously you're going to look to crack those credentials to gain access to the systems. So here's a little demo of MITRE ATT&CK. So let me just fast forward it here. This is my new intro on my YouTube channel, right? You like it? No? It's got some scary kind of music at the beginning, but anyways, I'll get feedback later. Wow, no laughter. Hopefully the lunch was okay. But anyway, so this is MITRE ATT&CK. This is the website. You've got your matrices on the side. That's enterprise, Windows, Mac OS, Linux, cloud, network, etc. You've got mobile and ICS. And then on this side, you can see an example of the matrix and the tactics and techniques that would be associated to that specific matrix. And each one's different because they're different use cases, right? There's different tactics and techniques that the adversary is going to leverage. Now, if we wanted to focus in on enterprise, all we do is go to tactics and look at enterprise, and we can see the 14 tactics that are called out specifically, and we can drill into each one of these. Has anybody been up to the site at all? If you haven't, you should bookmark. If you're a defender or even a red teamer, you should bookmark it, because the red teamers can use it to find holes within an organization and highlight where the gaps might be, and defenders can use it to defend. But now I've jumped into the tactic, and then you've got your technique, sub-technique. Here you've got a boot or log on auto start, and it shows you over here on the, and I'm just going to move my mouse with you. There's the tactic. So this particular technique actually has persistence and privilege escalation. It can be used in both places, right? Persistence is I get access to the system all the time, and privilege escalation is gaining elevated privileges. And again, you scroll down, it's got all the procedures, the details around it, softwares that is associated to it, mitigation, if there is any, that'll be outlined here. Any detective capabilities that exist will be called out here as well. And then tons of reference documents, right? Again, these are real world scenarios. We're not making this up. So there is papers that you guys can reference to get better insight into how the adversary might be going about this particular technique or tactic, depending on the level that you're looking at. Then you've got things like data sources, mitigations, groups, software, campaigns, and each one of these you can drill into. I'm just going to fast forward just a little bit here. The other really cool thing is, and I'll show this in the example, is that I can come in and look at my specific vertical. So I can look at adversarial groups that are targeting my area that I'm defending for. And so you could do this with finance, education, etc. And it gives you an outline of any software, any group that might be targeting your specific vertical, and it gives you details around it. And I can build a matrix up specifically to that vertical and then focus on the adversaries that are actually coming after me versus all the commodity-based stuff, all the noise, right? One of our biggest problems is patching systems, right? You get a vulnerability, but you get thousands of them. So which one do you prioritize, right? You probably want to prioritize one that's actively being exploited and that's a popular target before something that's got the same CVS score but much lower in regards to popularity, and there is no active exploit, but it's still ranked as 10. So this screenshot here is showing you the MITRE ATT&CK Navigator tool. So you can do this on the web, or you can do this, you can download it and run it on your own box. So I have it running on a Kali box because that's where I do both the red and the blue team side from in my analysis. But you can have it localized on your box and save everything locally so you have it there. But I can then take that finance and I could take all the groups associated with that, and I have a nice matrix that shows me all the tactics and techniques that the adversary is using, or the adversaries in this case. And then I can look at my my controls that I have in the environment, and I can overlay to see the discrepancies between the two. So this is where we get into building threat-informed defense, right? Advanced persistent defense, the threat picture. How do we build this out? And so here's the example, right? There's Navigator, and you could be looking at a specific adversary, campaign, a vertical, whatever it might be. And these are all the things that this particular adversary is going to use, right? So exploit, so initial access, well, they're looking for the exploit publicly facing application, right? Replication through removable media. Well, that might be easy. If I didn't allow removable media on an asset, then that eliminates that risk, right? And so that's the opportunity as defenders, is to go through this and truly understand how the adversary is going to go about compromising my environment. So when we draw it out, we have the ability to start right from scratch, come in, you type in something like financial, it gives you all the outputs, and then you could look at it from an adversarial like Deep Panda. So if you wanted to focus on a specific adversarial group and understand how you defend or line up against that particular adversary, then you can actually import that into Navigator, see all their TTPs. Then again, like I said, you can overlay that with any of the controls that you might have in the environment. And I'll show you that example. I've got a couple of them actually. All right, so build your own coverage map. So this is an example of that, and we're going to go right into this in a second here. But you can even through Navigator. So I showed you in the MITRE ATT&CK tool set, when you go to the website, you can actually go in and put in finance, and it gives you the output, and you can see that. But in Navigator, you can do that on within the tool base itself. And so this is showing you that example here. Once you have it, say, downloaded on your local machine, you can have it all saved, localized, and then you can start looking at, in this case, education, because I thought it would be relevant for today. I can look at all the threat groups that are associated to education. In this case, there's 9 threat groups that target education. Then I can have my rubric score, right? Again, set some thresholds. That means something within the organization itself. Obviously should align to whatever rubrics that we're using for risk within the organization. And then once I do that, I can start looking at these in detail as much as I want. I can add comments to it. I could look at the tactic and technique. If I'm not really familiar about how the adversary goes about it, I need a little bit of education. I can do that all from this page. I don't need to go back to the main MITRE ATT&CK page and do that. I can pivot right from here and get access to that data as needed. So I've got 3 demos. One is looking at a specific threat. So this is a specific threat that you can use any vendor. It's not specific to Cisco or anybody else. If they have any mapping, you'll be able to pull that data into Navigator. And so you can see here, this does a good job of letting you know about the registry keys, the file hashes, all the indications of compromise. There's some other details here. It really doesn't matter, because all I want to know about is the TTPs, this particular threat, not necessarily an adversary, because many adversaries may be leveraging this, but I want to know the TTPs for this particular threat. And so I can see here they've got persistence, privilege escalation, all of that's available to me now in regards to the adversary's ability. Now, if I import that using something like JSON, I import it into Navigator, I now see that, right? And so I've give it a name, I've given it a score of 1, and it'll show that in a second. I can also pivot into each one of these. But very clearly, I know that they use persistence for both persistent and privilege escalation over here. I can see that it's used twofold, right? It's used for persistence and privilege escalation. So again, if I can monitor that key, maybe I can't stop it, maybe I can, but if I monitor, at least I know if there's any changes to the organization, right? Or at least that asset, I should say. Now, if I have an endpoint product, this is an example. If I bring that endpoint product's capabilities in, and again, there's different thresholds here. Green means that there's a lot more of that capability. There's a lot of nuance in this, right, of how that control might be met. For example, red might be, I've got more coverage. Green would be less coverage of that particular tactic and technique. Now I know where my endpoint capabilities are. So that's pretty easy. Right now, I've got a good understanding of my controls in my environment, and I've got a good understanding of the ransomware or that specific threat. Now what I have the ability to do, let me just fast forward, is take this, again, do some research about each one of these if I need to. So this is showing you, we're jumping into that boot or log on auto start, the registry keys, startup folder, how they're leveraging this for both persistence and privilege escalation. Again, any mitigating capabilities, I can start implementing. Anything I can do to detect changes to that, I'm going to flag or try to implement within the organization if I haven't already. But more importantly, what I want to do is create a third layer here. right? And this, I think, is where the beauty comes in. Now I'm able to take both A, which is the threat, B, which is my controls, and create C, right, which is a combination, just highlight that where the gaps may still exist. So basically what I'm saying is take A and B, and then anything that's not here, so what I'm going to do is actually write a very simple expression, right? A and not in B, right? Then highlight it. We'll go ahead. There's some other things that you can set, like coloring, gradient, links, metadata. You can add all of that, and I show that in the video as you walk through it. And now I can see this, right? I can see that I have defensive capabilities in majority of the adversary's ability. But there is some areas of opportunity for me as a defender. This is what I mean by leveling up the game. This isn't an IP. This is not a hash. This is not a domain. That's stuff you're already doing, right? And most likely that's already being fed through some auto-generated tool, right? Outside of the research that you might do, that you uncover maybe an IP or domain or hash, but most of it's going to be done through a programmatic feed of some sort. And so here I've got a couple of opportunities. Communication through removable media. As I mentioned earlier, if I now have a capability to say, maybe even as simple as using group policy objects to mitigate the access to USB keys, right? You can't enter it. Maybe it's as simple as that. Or I have a software-based tool that says if you plug in a USB key and it's storage, you can't access that device. But that's, now I'm elevating it. Or I might be, you know what, that risk is so low of having something come in through removable media, I accept that risk. And I have other controls elsewhere within the organization to mitigate that. All right, so this one here is APT 33. So I'm gonna go a little bit faster here because I'm sure you don't want to see kind of the two examples. I'll show you the output here. But basically, I can come in here and grab APT 33. So if for whatever reason there's a new campaign, you know, a threat that's released out and saying, look at APTs doing X, Y, and Z. We saw that a lot with Ukraine when the war started, right? There was certain adversaries that you're going to look for. And then you're going to start building your defensive capabilities. This is one way of coming in and saying, okay, APT 33 is on the prowl. There's stuff that they're doing. I want to learn a little bit more about them. This is a good way of doing that. And then I could import that into Navigator, right? Once I import it into Navigator, I now have their capabilities outlined here. You can see them here, right? So this is APT. You can give it whatever name you want. Exploitation for client execution, exploitation for privilege escalation, valid accounts, network sniffing. Like these are some of the things that you can do. So think about network sniffing. You know, there might be things that you can do to minimize or alert you that activity might be happening in the environment. It's not a control, right? That's not the only thing that you're going to do here. Detection and response capabilities could be as important, if not more important, than the ability to prevent, right? No matter how many tools you have, how many vendors you deal with, you're never going to prevent 100% of everything 100% of the time. So the ability to detect and understand a threat and then ultimately respond and reduce the overall attack surface is going to be critical, right? Reduce that blast radius. Oh, did I just, I jumped too quick, sorry. And then we're going to create another tab. In this case, I'm going to pull in another bunch of capabilities maybe I've collected. So I've taken all my tool sets as an example, and I've went in and I've created a matrix for all of my tools. And you've probably, what happened there? Just a second, sorry. That jumped. And then, so what's going to happen here is, hopefully, you've got a lot of this coverage, right? When you take your entire stack of and now this takes some work, right? You're probably going to have to reach out to your vendors and get them to kind of break down. There's nuance in this too, right? So they might say that they have a capability to detect a TTP, right? But not the ability to control or mitigate, right? So there's going to be some nuance here, and that's where the color coding may come in. But let's say you go through and you've done that analysis, you've grabbed all your tool sets and you've shown your coverage. How many people have done this? Have went through this exercise? See, very little. And it's unfortunate, right? And again, it's because we're so busy doing the commodity-based stuff, it's hard to make time to do this. It's like, a lot of times if you're building an infrastructure, you're going through and you're building out that infrastructure, you get it built, you could have programmed it, which may have taken another week, and then replicate it forever. But because it takes an extra week, you do it the other way, right? And every single time you have to recreate it. Same thing here. If you put in the work, it does take some work, but it'll save you a ton of time later. And also increase your overall defensive capability and knowledge in regards to how you're defending. So you can see there's pretty wide coverage here. You can almost see every single tactic, remember tactics are at the top, has coverage, and then technique, again, has some coverage, and then there's sub-techniques depending on the technique itself, okay? So I've got that. If I now do A versus B and I look at my gap, in fact, in this case, I don't have any. Now, again, there's nuance into this, right? But this might be enough to understand that, you know what, we've got a lot of good coverage for this particular adversary that we don't need to focus on this, right? We've got enough defensive and alerting capabilities in play. Let's move on and focus on something else of value to the business, not focus on trying to add something that's not going to add a whole lot of value to the organization. Like maybe, even if something like removable disk or media was the one thing that you didn't have coverage on. That could be an acceptable risk, right? So it's time to move on. All right, so last but not least, at least in MITRE, is this one's just showing in education. So let me just jump back in here. Oh boy, here we go. You guys see that too? Yeah. So this is Windows. No, Windows is good. Just not today. But anyways, we'll see what happens here. But this is taking, this one's looking at it from a vertical perspective. But the same thing applies here. Now you look at education, you add all the threat groups, software, anything that you want that might be targeting education. You create your analysis, right? So your matrix. Now you know all the tactics and techniques the adversaries, because adversaries this time, not just one, is going to leverage in order to compromise the environment. And then you're going to take your controls, right? Your detect, prevent, and response capabilities. You're going to overlay it and look for the gaps that you might have in the organization. And then you're going to build that out. And you could save this. I show you where you can save out the matrix. When you do that, when you put the two layers on top of each other, you can save that matrix out and put it in your risk analysis report. Right? You can build it out and say, look, we've investigated, these are the adversaries that target education, these are the tactics and techniques that they leverage, and here's a nice screenshot of what that looks like, at least for the internal teams. I have a feeling if I pull this out, it might come back. That's not good. Any questions or comments up to now? Because we need, I need like a few minutes here. Anybody? Oh, do we have to do the mic thing? Yeah?
Are there any questions? We'll insert a Scotty Star Trek joke about pushing it too hard, Captain.
Yeah, it's frozen.
So we have about 5 minutes. We can certainly address any questions, or you just wanted to finish off your presentation in the dark?
Well, I can. I guess I'm going to have to. It's unfortunate. I do have this fully recorded already, though. The full session, so maybe that's what I'll do. I'll share it with BSides, the full version. So the next stage of this is adversarial emulation. So the ability to act as the adversary itself. And I've got a demo here where we use, anybody know Caldera? There's a bunch of adversarial tools out there, right? But anyways, I leverage Caldera, where then now we can look at the TTPs the adversary might do, so we can create a campaign, specifically something that we want to test within our organization to see how our defensive capabilities align to the adversary's ability. And so I walk through that where we actually use Caldera. We send out an agent to a couple of boxes. I actually have this all built with Terraform, and it's all automatic, right? I took the time to do it up front, did all the programming, and now I just go, and I can recreate the environment at any time. But the point is that now I can run those campaigns against my defensive tools and understand how the adversary is doing certain elements. and then analyze those and either mitigate those risks that I identify, or have confidence that I have mitigating controls in place or detective capabilities to let me know something's happening within the organization. So to me, this is where you start really leveling up, because now you're not only leveling up from a defensive perspective, focusing on TTPs, not ignoring the other stuff, but focusing on TTPs, as well as really honing in your skills of understanding how the adversary operates. I always believe that great defenders really understand the adversary side of it, because if you can think like the adversary, then you can put your feet in their shoes, and then you can look at the opportunities within your environment. Caldera allows you to do that, right? It allows you to create those campaigns and run those attacks against your and they could be very, very sophisticated. Like I'm talking about 100 different types of activities that might be taking place that you can actually build out, hit go, it'll go out and do that, it'll call back to the CNC server, and then even if you have this in a lab environment, which you probably want to, right? This is going to be restricted area in your environment that you're testing in because it is adversarial. But then you can say, well, wait a minute, the CNC server was IPX, and then you can go in and change the IP, right? In your controls, and then try the attack again. That's very trivial, right? That's that low, commodity-based stuff. But the tactic or technique, if they need to write to the registry and you remove that ability, or they need to sudo to get root access, and you don't allow that, that individual to ever do that, then they're never ever going to gain that credential and move forward. So that's kind of the advanced persistent defense capability that I'm thinking and trying to educate us as defenders that yes, there's a lot of great stuff we do, but there's a ton of opportunity for us to make it very, very difficult for the adversary. And it's still
awesome. Well, thank you, Jason.
No worries. Thanks.
So we do have time for one quick question, if anybody's got any questions, or if there's a computer expert who knows how to kick it.
Oh, no. Don't go to that guy at the back. Yeah, we need somebody to fix my machine.
Sorry, what's there? Oh, yeah. I got a question here.
There's always one in every crowd, guys.
Thanks, Jason. Beautiful talk. More on the research side to how you connect the dots. So my question is more on how do you commoditize this in a organization which is busy just defending or busy just trying to, keep the lights on, right? Like this is definitely an A-game MITRE framework. You get through all this and trying to get on the defender side. So just curious on how do you make it more practical for defenders to consume it in their own organizations and make it more better?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think that's the challenge, right? It's always about keeping the lights on. But if it's always about keeping the lights on, you're never going to get to these things, right? And so you got to make time. I mean, it's that simple. You're going to make time. It's like you're going to pay me now or pay me later. But you are going to invest time in understanding an adversary or a threat group or a threat campaign, something somewhere down the line. The problem is most likely when you have the time to do that, guess what you're faced with? An incident. Because it's actually realized within your organization. So now you're taking the time to understand what the adversary is doing and then build in the mitigating and capabilities and detection, response, and all that jazz, but you've been hit, you've been popped, right? Credibility starts to get hit. So it comes down to anything, like whether you're in networking, systems, storage, security, you've got to make time. That's it. You have to say that maybe there's a certain portion of the day or week that you devote to elevating the game. And maybe that's the campaign that you do internally. But you're right, everybody's faced with keeping the lights on. But everybody's been doing that forever. It hasn't fared well for any of us, right? And you're going to give up your time maybe now, or you're going to give it up at Christmas, like last year, right? Log4j. Oh, wait, that's tomorrow. But yeah, it's a tough one. You got to make the time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason.
Yeah, well, thank you, guys.
All right. Okay, I'll introduce Adam McMath, our next speaker. So Adam is I was actually really excited to read this because it is one of the funnier bios and very personalized. Adam is a multi-decade InfoSec professional who pays annual maintenance fees on a silly quantity of security and technology certs and refuses to take himself too seriously. Adam's childhood hero is MacGyver, the original, not the reboot, and he has spent his life taking things apart while making the reassembly somebody else's problem. Adam is in his glory when situations are the messiest, applying lessons from emergency services into technology drama. With his talk entitled Practice Makes Perfect, Testing Your Incident Responses, please welcome to the BSides stage, Adam McMath.
Hey, Thomas, I have a request. Ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Matthews. So I appreciate the opportunity to come hang out with you. I apologize, my voice is really, really trashed because I just had the RSV thing that has been going around the schools and stuff. I swear I'm no longer contagious, or at least I hope. It was awful. I couldn't speak for like 3 days. It was gross. So the opportunity for me to come and hang out with you today is just a real treat for me. I love BSides. I have huge appreciation for Harvinder and the gang who are putting this on. Please find Harvinder and give him a hug. Give Thomas a hug. The volunteers, thank you all very much. You're brilliant, and I appreciate the fact that we have such talented and professional speakers as well. The folks running the CTF are doing a great job. Thank you, being participants here as well. You're awesome as well. BSides doesn't happen without the people showing up and sitting in the chairs. So thank you for doing this as well. I put this talk together because Harvinder said he didn't actually have any interest in my other topic, which was about, the balance between, careers and hiring managers. There's 2 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs, yet I know a lot of people who are applying for cybersecurity jobs and not even getting calls back. We don't want to talk about that apparently because it's too many hard pills to swallow. But one of the things that has become more interesting, and for some reason, my slides won't advance. Let me try this again. I plug in the HDMI and everything breaks. I'm not going to have to do this old school, am I? Watch it all. Oh, hold on. Okay, here we go. We'll call this character Shark Boss. Shark Boss just came out of the board meeting and said, wow, we need, and T-posing for maximum, observation of their superiority over you. We need a tabletop session. You are our information security specialist. You have always helped us out in a crisis. You should run a tabletop for us. And of course, we come back with, heck no, I'm a technologist. Or what do you mean you want me to run a tabletop? Who's going to be there? You mean the board wants to come or the CFO wants to come? So what do we do with that? What do we do with that? This is something that as a consultant, I'm getting requests on all the time, or I'm getting people coming to me personally saying, hey, Adam, I just got this request from my boss that we need to start doing tabletops. What do I do? And the challenge we have in a lot of cases is, as you can see, the classic ball and socket handshake. One goes for the fist bump and one goes for the high five, and it's awful. We finally get a tabletop scenario together. Oh, I know, let's do ransomware from a phishing email that just locks up all of our stuff. And then we don't even know what our incident response plan is. Our incident response team, our IT team, our InfoSec team looks silly in front of the executives now, and nothing good comes of that. So I recognize this problem, and I thought, okay, maybe this is an opportunity if I'm not going to tick off people about talking about the hiring problem. How about we talk about how to engage our audience inside our organizations a little better, right? We're finally getting recognized. We're finally getting the opportunity to come to the table. We have to make sure we don't blow it. This is our opportunity to be heroes, to be business enablers as information security professionals. So one of the things I wanted to do first as well is kind of identify the problem, asking the question, what's the problem we're trying to solve here? What is the reason for the tabletop? To appease the board isn't good enough. To appease the executives, to get our PCI compliance isn't good enough. We have to have a problem to solve. And even if we do decide, yes, we want to roll the dice and do the Dungeons and Dragons style tabletop, are we ready? Do we have an incident response plan? Do we know what the contents are of? So if you go through your CISSP materials, because we all, live and eat and breathe by that book, don't we? I don't know, body of knowledge. Some of the alternatives that are available to you, things like knowledge checks. If you're doing your CISSP exam, this could be one of the questions, is what alternatives or what kind of crisis simulations do you have? Knowledge checks. And I actually stole this directly from a slide deck that I did with a client where we had that problem exactly. Was we have an incident response plan. We're not necessarily convinced that the people who are going to be using it actually know the contents. So instead of just jumping straight into the big tabletop session with all the people involved, we started quizzing the incident response team. And this is a pretty simple question that, just simple slide deck and simple animations. You start off with the green text. You click the mouse. The yellow text comes up. So what is? I guess I'll poll the audience. What? The instant handling processes from NIST 800-61R2, A, B, C, or D. I personally like C. The answer is, of course, in white underneath, right? Preparation, detection, analysis, containment, eradication, recovery, post-incident activities. C is shampoo. Regardless, we can start to, before we go in and make the dreaded ball and socket, we can arm ourselves with knowledge of the incident response plan. That's one of the big findings that comes out of tabletop sessions all the time. Did anybody do the pre-reading? No. Did anybody know that we have an incident response plan? Yes. Did anybody read it? No. This kind of forces the issue a little bit. Things like checklist tests can also be helpful. Again, different than a tabletop session, but this is something that you can use in your organization too. If you have an incident response plan, is to verify whether or not, go through your contact list. Holy crap, 25% of these people no longer work here. Well, maybe that checklist will identify for you gaps in your program. We talk about gap analysis a lot. This is something that helps you with your gap analysis. Structured walkthrough. Same sort of idea as a checklist test, but you take your incident response plan and you start running things through it. You take your scenarios of phishing email causes ransomware or something wrong with your payment gateway and start running through your incident response plan, providing you have one, find gaps and opportunities to make your incident response plan better. Or as I found in some other tabletop sessions where we start looking and diving into the organization to understand what we want to be testing, sometimes we discover issues with the protections in the organization. Oh, those are always lovely. An RKO out of nowhere. Doing our technical crisis simulation. There are platforms. If you have a SIM, if you have a SOC, that you can get those SOC operators. If you are a SOC operator, this stuff is fantastic because it takes you out of the mundane, everyday tickets that you are addressing, and you can add material into that SOC and that SIM that then allows the operators to do cool things, see cool things that they're always looking for, but they never get to experience. Those technical crisis simulations are phenomenal in that realm because it makes their jobs interesting again. And you can do this as well. I talked to the dudes from CrowdStrike and tell us, thank you to our sponsors as well, not that they're listening, but they are a big part of BSides. Go ask them about this. I happen to be your customer. Is there something you can do to help me arm my staff with technical things that are cool and are gonna help me respond more effectively in a crisis? Interruption tests. This one is on your CISSP exam. I'm curious, has anyone here actually done a partial or full interruption test of any of your production systems? Oh, how did it go? Thumbs down. So in disaster recovery world and the business continuity world, this is something that is always recommended. I don't know that you will find any IT department that will really be willing to let you take down a web part to see how you respond. I know very few organizations that really have a non-production system that is a close enough representation of a production system. I'm seeing some nods around the room too. So this may or may not be all that effective for you, but it was in the book, so I thought I'd include it too. And by popular demand, with Joe Mangello hanging out with the kids doing Dungeons and Dragons, rolling the dice and actually going through the scenarios and letting people walk through the scenarios does have incredible value. It really does. I always just simply recommend first, make sure, the classic lawyer scenario, know what the answer to the question is going to be before you ask it. So now that we've gone through that, every session comes at a cost. Every tabletop session you offer comes at a cost, whether that's your planning time, whether that's the time in the session, in the tabletop session, and people are judging you. People are judging everyone all the time. You know, my teenage kids say that to me all the time. Don't judge, Dad. And what are they doing the whole time? They're judging. Planning time. I had an executive come to me, I guess this was probably 5 years ago, and said, Adam, it's time. We're doing tabletop sessions every quarter. Make it happen. And my response was, great. Can you give me a quarter FTE to make that happen? Because tabletop sessions do not come out of nowhere. And the real meat of the presentation is all about that. Proper prior planning prevents poor performance. If you don't plan out your sessions, whether that's your checklist tests, your structured walkthroughs, anything else, your tabletop sessions, if you don't plan them out right, they will fail. And that does not help you keep your seat at the big kids' table. Session time 2. If you get the executives into your room, do yourself a favor, and I guess stress yourself out, do a calculation based on what you think their salary is. You take their salary, you divide it by 2,000, and that's about what each of those people in the room costs per hour. If you're doing a 4-hour tabletop session with 8 executives in that room, you can be sitting at $20,000, $30,000 an hour worth of other people's times. Make it count. And the judgment time too. You are judged for the quality of the session you're delivering. You are your team members. If you are facilitating this for your team members are being judged by their ability to respond. The teams that come to the table with you, whether that's the corporate lawyer or whether that's the CFO, are judging each other about how well they can interact as a team too. So here we go, build a plan. And I'm just looking at my time. Oh, I'm good, I got lots of time. What I did for the sake of fun and debauchery, and I'm gonna see if I can do this without breaking my computer or the big screen. Aren't those screens lovely? Oh, it worked. Hold on. Oh, I gotta do this, but it's gonna be tricky. So missioncritical.ca, it's my personal website, it's WordPress, please don't hack me, because as I was building this page on my own website last night, I found SSL problems. I'll fix them tonight, I promise. But just whenever I do something like this, I try to put a little bit of material that people can go and consume and read after the fact. What I did is I put together a blank tabletop plan. And it is not the one that I use in my professional practice to actually deliver tabletops, but it's awfully similar. It's the same thing that I was using when I was in emergency services and we were leading people through like the town is on fire kind of disaster scenarios. It's the stuff that I've used inside of large municipalities to lead them through privacy breach scenarios, things like that. A blank tabletop report, we'll talk about that. And a couple of things here too underneath that. MITRE ATT&CK Navigator and MITRE groups. Okay, Scott Taylor talked about MITRE ATT&CK Framework. Jason Maynard talked about MITRE ATT&CK Framework. Adam McMath talking about MITRE ATT&CK Framework. Vivek, I think, is up next. I don't know where you are, Vivek. I bet he'll mention MITRE ATT&CK Framework. Yet when Jason asked the question about how many people are using it in their organization or their daily lives, there weren't a whole lot of hands going up. So I'll show you a couple things really quick and dirty and easy that may give you some other reasons to start using it in your organization and to start using it for things like crisis simulations that will help. And one of the things that I put up there as well, and I'm going to talk about that right now, and I'm just guessing because I'm looking at this very sideways. Attack IQ, and I'm not trying to astroturf, so I'm not beating up the rules of engagement for BSides. But if you're looking for some training on MITRE ATT&CK framework, how to use the MITRE groups, how to use the MITRE ATT&CK navigator, and there's a link to that in my little silly web page too. It's free education, it's free training, things like how to navigate the MITRE groups, how to use the MITRE ATT&CK navigator. It's all free. You all need CPEs for all your certs anyways. Consider it. So Attack IQ, academy.attackiq is a really good way to look at some of that. But the first thing I wanted to take a look through, again, proper prior planning prevents poor performance. And this is all very basic, just text on page. You can grab the PDF yourself if you want it. If you don't, it's up to you. But a tabletop plan. So how do you plan out your tabletop session? And there's a set of things that we can do to help us really understand what we're going to deliver, how we're going to engage our audience. And it all starts with a purpose. And I gave some hints and stuff in there too. We want this to be specific and relevant to your audience. Using Thomas as an example, he works in the finance industry. I'm just going to go over here to the MITRE ATT&CK groups. Jason would have shown you some of this too. This is very simple. It's attack.mitre.org/groups. Or you go to mitre.org and you do groups. Or you use Google and you say MITRE ATT&CK. And you don't have to use the ampersand if you don't want to. Groups. And you'll get to this page. And right in here, Control F. Finance. This will tell you what MITRE-tracked groups are currently attacking or have in recent history looked at and attacked finance industry businesses. Education, healthcare, all of these things. You can use this resource for free to help you figure out who could be attacking your organization, which helps you determine that purpose. That purpose. What are we trying to do? It's not just the unknown attacker that is going to just send us a phishing link and okay, maybe they will. Hopefully we have good EDR and all those things that are helping protect us from that. But to really understand the motivations of our attackers so that we can deliver that to our audience in a way that is meaningful and visceral. I'm going to go back to my plan. So the key to your purpose is a decision point. What is the real decision that I want from my audience by the end? At the end of it, what is it I'm looking for? Do I want to pay or not pay a ransom? Are we going to design a solution by which they can't get out of it without making a pay, not pay decision? I don't know. Switching to a different service provider. I've seen tabletop sessions set up specifically for this too, is to say that we have only one path of network connectivity into our data center and we need to design a solution that says we need two minimum. So you can design your purpose around that. Fire Jim or Adam or whomever, right? There may be some, I just use that flippantly and silly. I like things like using the formula, audience behavior condition degree, that helps you make sure that your purpose is wide enough and broad enough, but also covers all the bases so that you know who your audience is, you know what you're trying to solve, and you know what the expected behavior is going to be, or, who, what, when, where, why, how, right? Some examples that I put on there, executives will walk through the business impacts of a successful ransomware attack that cannot be recovered from via backups during a 2-hour boardroom session. Okay, that's pretty broad. That's a classic executive one. You can, if your audience is not executives though, the IT staff wouldn't care about that one. So what can we do with the IT staff? Let's find out. Let's go into the MITRE ATT&CK groups. What kind of things are happening in our industry? The IT team will be tested for their knowledge of the incident response plan using a competitive and fun trivia event. One of the things that I didn't put, or that I didn't talk about it on the slide about doing the tests, is using a Kahoot, right? Discover the demographic you're working with, and if they're collaborative, get them working together. If they are competitive, get them competing. That's always cool and fun too, right? The online store support team will be tested on their ability to discover, analyze, contain, eradicate, and recover from an advanced persistent threat injected into their payment gateway. That's something that could be very interesting to an IT team, but would have no value for executives. So your purpose becomes very important, because what that leads into is the next section, is the objectives. Specific, measurable, action-oriented, realistic, and time-bound. This is, another formula that I like to help me really identify and drill down what we're trying to deliver. And the key, so they are statements that support your purpose and become your inputs. Again, they start at this high level. We don't want a whole lot of detail at this point. All we want is objectives, the problems that we're going to try to solve, or the questions that we're expecting our audience to answer to create discussion. The IT team are presented with a packet capture that indicates industrial process control signals that have been sent from an unexpected host. They have 5 minutes to analyze the information, determine if an attacker is present. Develop collateral. You can develop collateral, so you can actually, and I've done this before too, it's really cool when you've got people of a very technical nature in a room and you hand them a piece of paper with packet capture on it, or you say, go to this URL, or go inside your SharePoint document, open this PCAP in Wireshark. Oh, you didn't bring your computer? Well, how about that? Which is where section 3 comes into play, the requirements. Let your audience know. Set up ahead of time. Do we need a boardroom? Do we need Zoom or Teams? Do we need snacks? I need snacks. I have a fast metabolism. I need to eat all the time. But lay out those technology requirements. Again, stick your pre-reads in there. I don't need everybody to bring the body of knowledge from ISC squared, but it would sure be lovely if they understood the pre-reads or the incident response plan. That way they can't come back at you and say, nobody told me. Right? So putting those together, safety requirements too, in a lot of organizations, we have to have stuff like muster zones or things like that. Yeah, just stick it in there. It's great. Which then leads to the next section of actually building the plan. Here's something I really want to touch on, and I'm hoping can sink in too. As you go through this process, you're doing that high-level creative work. You're at your emotions. You're trying to find ways to emotionally target your audience. And once you get there, you can start to copy-paste. And there's more copy-pasting coming later on. Here is, this is your session plan. You know now what your requirements are. You know what problem you're trying to solve. You know how you're going to guide your audience, how to solve that. You can start building the rest of your material, the rest of your collateral to support those objectives. Stick timing in so that you know that, we're starting at 1 o'clock. And we're going to go through 15 minutes of facilitation stuff. Then we're going to go, and if this is like a tabletop or something, 2 hours of session time. And all your information is there. We're going to wind down the scenario, and then we're going to go through post-scenario review. For a lot of tabletop sessions I've hosted, I've found that there's good value in one-to-one. We spend an hour in tabletop time. We spend an hour in review time. Let the audience critique themselves. Bring your own questions to the table. Open-ended questions. So, AJ, how do you think you guys did? Right? So, Tim, what did you think about the knowledge of the incident response plan? Right? Open-ended questions. Let them critique themselves. That way you don't need to do it. But you know what you need to do the whole time? Take an awful lot of notes. I'll get into that in a second too. And then, really just closing it down. Having this information set up ahead of time will aid your facilitation dramatically. I think that's the end of that one. I'll go back into other things. When you are creating your collateral, when you are creating your inputs, when you are creating all your information, this one here. Jason showed you this too, MITRE Attack Navigator. And if you go through the courses on Attack IQ, it'll show you how to really use this. So say we went over and we found a group. Once you click on a group, it'll also kind of give you some more information underlying about the kind of things. Oh, Dynamite Panda. That's a cool name. I've never belonged to a club that sounds as cool as Dynamite Panda. It'll tell you the techniques. Jason led you through TTPs, tools, techniques, procedures. Or techniques, tactics, and procedures, sorry. The kinds of software they use. You can start to dial into this. It will show you, the IDs of the software, the IDs of the techniques. And you could say, oh, that's T1083. If we decide that file and directory discovery, well, that actually sounds interesting. That sounds relevant for my organization. You can come back to the, MITRE ATT&CK Navigator. We're going to just, simple, quick, easy, dirty. I love it. We're going to create a new layer for enterprise. And here's where we find out if my hotspot's still on. Right? So here you're interacting directly with the MITRE ATT&CK Navigator. You're interacting directly with the MITRE ATT&CK framework. And you can build your threat profile, your threat model down from left to right. We start with reconnaissance. We go to resource development, initial access. We can build things, especially for a technical team, that are realistic, that are relevant, that are timely, all those cool things that we want our audience to be engaged with so that they ask us to come back. And we can use things like that. I'm just going to turn on the little thing here just because it makes it a little easier to see. Does anybody remember what I did the search for? I can't even see that very well. I'm kind of sideways here. Where's my search box? There it is. T1083. I don't know. And it'll highlight it for us. It's over here somewhere. Why isn't it highlighting? Anyway, if you go through the academy.attack IQ stuff, it'll tell you how to use it better than I can. But it's a great tool that helps us also, cover our bases. Because if we get to, and I've done this many times too, we come up with what sounds like a brilliant threat, a brilliant attack surface. And then we get to things like defense evasion, and we discover that the organization that we're doing the tabletop test in actually has technology in place that we would not actually bypass. Then we have to suspend realism in our listeners. We don't want that. We don't want any of that. That's garbage. Okay, so I'm going to go. So we have purpose, objectives, requirements, content, collateral, post-analysis. I hope that some of this is interesting and cool, that helps you understand the proper prior planning that can help you deliver a cool and exciting tabletop session. Because what you want to do is use this plan, and if you got a slide deck that goes along with it, great. If you got a Kahoot that goes along with it, great. Use your plan that you built as your guide, and that'll help you make sure that you're not losing anything behind. Because when you're doing your facilitation, you need to be 50% psychologist. You're watching the reactions. You are having to pivot. You are having to read the audience in a very visceral way to make sure that you are impacting them effectively. You got to be 50% game show host, right? You really are there in some extent to entertain. And 50% scribe. Okay, maybe I didn't do my math very well on that. Taking notes will be very important, again, when it comes down to copy-paste. What is Shark Boss, T-posing Shark Boss, going to demand of us? Whether we know it or not, they're going to want paperwork. They're going to want a report. Absolutely. And you know what I also did on my silly little website? Here's a tabletop session report. Very blank, very quick. If anybody wants the actual Word documents, just, I don't know, dox me on LinkedIn or something, and I'd be happy to pass them along. An executive summary, fill that out last. You know why? Because you're going to copy-paste that from the rest of the document. Well, what you're going to do here, section number 2. What did I do for preparation? Wait a minute, that's all in my plan. What did I do for facilitation? Wait a minute, most of that's in my plan. What did I do? What were my key findings and recommendations? Most of that, if you did your preparation right, is already in your plan. The rest is in your notes. Copy, paste. Make your life easy, especially the reporting piece, because report sucks, right? And then copy, paste everything back into an executive summary at the very beginning. Very quick, very, very clean, very dirty. I love it. The accountability trap, and this is my second to last slide, I promised Thomas, so that we'll be on time. Look at us go. I've had a few organizations that have come to me and said, hey, Adam, I just bought this really cool tool. Okay, as a consultant, I have to put myself in the microscope for this one too. I look at some of the really cool tools out there like Immersive Labs, and it's very expensive, and it's got some great kind of scenario stuff built into it. Who is overall accountable for the success or failure of your crisis simulation, your tabletop session, whatever you're doing? Who's overall accountable? You are. If Shark Boss came to you and said, I need you to deliver a tabletop session, and it flops, and if you've even hired me and it flops, yes, you never hire me again. But what you also do is you damage your own reputation in your own organization. So don't fall into the trap that a lot of people do of just farming it out to someone else and expecting it to get done right. Understand your objectives, understand your demographic, your audience, the objectives you're trying to understand your purpose. Okay? What did I have there? Oh, yeah. I want to give a plug to AJ. AJ, have a big wave. Everybody look at AJ, point and laugh. No, I'm kidding. AJ is a friend of mine who is building a company around doing some of this work. And the reason that I wanted to give him a plug is because he's doing it right. Is because he understands, and the same way that I do, we just have different models of how we go about doing this stuff, is understanding how to get your organization to feel good about its incident responses, to feel good and understand how to get better, because that's the whole goal. Cybersecurity needs to be a business enabler, and it would be lovely if we could do that inside crisis simulations instead of active incident response, where we've just got an entire database dumped on Pastebin. So I reach out to me and talk about the stuff. Reach out to AJ, talk about the stuff. We're both, very much incident response people and love doing this stuff. And so I put some silly videos on LinkedIn, and this is kind of the tagline that I've used on it. Cybersecurity shouldn't be scary. And we've had a couple of that conversations, and I know Robert was trying to hammer that home too. FUD doesn't work. FUD has never worked. So why don't we do something better than FUD? How about we do something fun? How about we have some fun and deliver some cool things together, take our businesses along for a journey, and be their guides? Cybersecurity is a business enabler. So that's what we did. We walked through receiving a request. We walked through determining a purpose, building a plan, facilitating a session, building a report. That's the end of my slides. Any questions, any thoughts, concerns? Anybody want to call me a donkey? I'm here for you.
Any questions for the donkey? All right. Thank you, Adam. Thank you very much.
Oh, I almost forgot, Thomas. Some say he once lost a kayak in Lake Beaumaris. Some say that he once fought a giraffe and won. All I know is he's our host, Thomas Matthews.
I've never fought in a giraffe. We got about 5 minutes, so feel free to take a quick bio break, and then we'll get set up with the next presentation. All right, so let's just do the introduction here. We've got our next speaker, Vivek Panoda. Vivek Panoda is an operational technology practitioner with a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering and global experience on critical infrastructure projects, and currently works at Nozomi Networks as a regional sales director. Throughout his career, Vivek has held multiple roles, including controls engineer, sales, marketing and development, and services covering control systems and cybersecurity solutions for power, oil, gas, and water industries at GE and ICI Electrical Engineering. He is the co-lead for the Top 20 Secure PLC Coding Practices project, and recent talks contributions include S422, Gartner Risk Summit, GrimCon, and BSides Calgary, and of course BSides Edmonton last year, and is an active board member of the Mainland Advanced Research Society, MARS, in Vancouver, BC. He is a member of the ISA and is also a volunteer for ISACA, so very involved in the cybersecurity community. So with his talk entitled Fun Times with IoT Security, please welcome to the BSides stage, Vivek Panoda.
All right, excellent. All that means is I'm old. It feels like that's all it meant, really, all the lines there. But today's topic is fun times with IoT security. So I took the fun part really seriously. So I have no content. I have a lot of slides, and you'll recognize most of them, especially if you're a Calvin and Hobbes fan. You will realize that all of them are Calvin and Hobbes. I don't have any content, but bear with me. I think it'll be a fun conversation. So let's start off with the right Calvin and Hobbes comment there. As you can see, I'm setting my expectations low, okay? That'll always help me. If you guys like it, great. If not, hey, I already told you up front, okay? And the views are my own, not my company. I work for Nozomi, but I do a lot of IoT security and visibility projects, so I tend to see many of these projects. So today we'll talk about what these projects typically start off as and what the missing pieces are. And of course, thanks to Bill Watterson for all the inspiration. So, projects initiation. So how do these IoT projects come around? Typically, as you can see, I mean, usually the last column in the Calvin and Hobbes column has got a fun closure, right? So if you see this, most projects typically start off because some functionality is missing in the existing either technology or tools or something like that, or they need some new thing that came on the market. So this new device, new widget, new software, new tool will fix something, right? Or add some functionality. So most projects start off with that. But of course, management doesn't want to spend money, right? They're always saying, hey, use what you got, right? But most IoT projects start because there's some functionality requirement. Then what's the approval process? And I'm taking the side of a security guy here, okay? So most of us here are security people. And if someone asks you, should we do this? Should we install TeamViewer? Should we install this new video camera? Should we install this new whatever widget? Most times our answer is no, right? Because we think it's not secure, we think it's not the right implementation, or it's not the right fit. So what do users conclude? They think that we're not fun. The bottom line is they're like, man, I want to do this, but security is always obstructing me. Next up, on the really serious ones, we do a risk assessment, right? So a user comes to us and asks us for something, and we say, no, don't do it. And of course, we think through all the scenarios, and we told them all the worst things that can happen, and they're like, man, I didn't realize things were this bad, right? It's not, again, going on the theme of we're not fun, oftentimes when you say no, they're not seeing your intellect. They're not seeing your intelligence. They're not seeing your hard work behind the no. They're only seeing the fact that you said no. They wanted to do something and, hey, I got this cool new IoT widget. I'm using this at home. I want to use it in my workspace. And all they hear is you said no. Now, sometimes there's a negotiation involved, right? In this particular instance, for example, the user already did something stupid, and they're just trying to rationalize by coming to you and say, why not? Why can't I do this? And you explain to them, you're like, yeah, if you did that, this is what's going to happen. And they're like, uh-oh, now we got to go undo it. But by then, more often than not, you've lost the cause. They've already done something. Again, in my most recent experience, at least a few IoT projects went that way, where there was no security involvement up front. The user or the customer themselves, I should say, it's not a one-person thing. They implemented something that eventually cost them a lot of money to undo before installing something that's much more secure. Now, if we all collectively agree on something, it could be a project, it could be a tool implementation, some level of planning is obviously involved, right? But again, I see this gap consistently. A lot of folks like the fact that they want the tool and they think they are ready for a conversation, risk management conversation, or a funding conversation, but they haven't really done their planning, right? And they leave it to the last minute. So I always love this comic that said, you know, what's the mood that you need to get this going? It's last minute panic. So it's all deadline driven. Now, how do we get to funding? Again, we'll get to some more security conversations in a few slides, but one of the main things about funding is you see a lot of folks talking about, oh, let's ask for the moon. Let's ask for 50 different things. Let's combine all the different things that we want into one. And more often than not, that's the best way to cut your funding, right? Like you'll never get anywhere because you haven't been very specific. You haven't really connected what you need on this IoT project to a business need. So more often than not, it's imperative to connect whether the security decision or the IoT project decision to a particular business need. Now, the execution of the project, right? So either you're on board or you're not. So especially from a security perspective, once the decision has been made, once the project is signed off on, once the tool or the widget or anything is implemented, you'll see that some people are on, some people are off. So in this case, Calvin is all in, but Hobbs is not. Let's talk about security measures. So I've seen this consistently. I work for a visibility company, network visibility, and a lot of times customers tell me, we don't need this. We got firewalls. We got this covered. And often I see then that the user is punching holes to the firewall because their use cases were not discussed during security conversations. So they bought several security tools. They implemented them as securely as they can, but it didn't involve discussing use cases, exactly what data needs to traverse the DMZ, what data needs to go from, like in my world, industrial world, from Purdue level 3 to level 4. So those conversations, if they don't happen early on, then this is what happens. You build the tools, and now suddenly the users are yelling for help because they need to get the data where they need, right? Testing. This could be a phishing campaign, or it could be an pen testing. But long story short, you get a test, right? In this case, of course, Susie did not fall for it, but a lot of users do fall for it. If you put something out there as a hook, as a bait, some people will take it. And especially in modern IoT deployments, you got to have a lot of conversations with different stakeholders, making sure that you tested for all the use cases and the user scenarios. Insurance. You hear a lot about taking cybersecurity insurance. In this case, like Calvin is saying, most people don't take responsibility for their actions. The cybersecurity insurance has become an interesting conversation. In the past, you could get it with whatever as a percentage of your revenue, right? Now, unless you have proper hygiene, unless you have documented practices to implement security controls in your environment, unless you're actually following up on those, you won't get insurance. So at least probably 50% of my IoT projects do not tie in with insurance because they don't have the level of rigor required by these insurance companies. Misaligned incentives. This is something that I see constantly between security and users, right? We in security want to get this done the right way, in one way, the thing that is right, and the users want to get it done quickly. The users just want to get to the data that they want, the functionality that they want, the efficiency projects, or whatever the reason is that they initiated this conversation, right? So what we think is incentive is not the same for them. So often security, especially if you haven't worked closely with them, you think that they're implementing the right way, but most users will just find ways to get the data quickly. Accountability, right? Again, a lot of projects, this is a big missing piece. So once we commit to a project, once we commit to certain security measures, we obviously demand accountability, especially with users that are not 100% on board. You got to make sure you have processes to be able to demand accountability for them, making sure that they follow the rigors, right? This reminds me of several, even IT admins that disabled MFA on their accounts because it wasn't convenient. And who's going to hack me? I'm the IT admin. Well, you are the best person to be hacking, right? You're the best person to be able to get to the others in the organization. Compliance. In this case, Calvin is saying, the law is on the books, but it'll take all enforcement from different resources. We don't see that quite a bit in the IoT projects that I'm kind of familiar with, but a lot of sites have problems with enforcing or ensuring that the policies and procedures that they put in place are actually being followed. Again, this is probably not that difficult to imagine, right? You have policies, but unless someone is actually following them, then they don't mean anything on the piece of paper they're written on. Dependencies. So in this case, Dad pulled off something, a magic trick, and now Calvin thinks he can get more money just by shaking himself up. Same thing with a lot of users. If you pull a magic trick, being the security guy, provide them something, the users are going to assume that you can keep doing it. So documentation, making sure that dependencies are documented from one division to the other, that's pretty crucial. And like with any project, tracking, making sure that you're spending your time and resources wisely, right? In this case, of course, Calvin is screwing around, right? So he didn't do his homework. He just spent all his time playing. And his mother is saying, like, that wasn't a good budget of your time. And that happens quite a bit in IoT projects too. And he didn't expect it to be audited that soon, apparently. Now, once the project is complete, and here's where we'll come into a little bit more security-focused discussion, right? Detection and visibility. In this case, Calvin is jumping off the roof because no one is monitoring him. So we finished the project, we implemented this IoT solution, we implemented MFA, we implemented all kinds of security measures, but if you don't have detection and visibility in place, then the users will do whatever they do, right? Again, it's not their fault. I made this joke about a week ago about the most creative person is the person that you just said no to. The moment you said no, they're hearing, oh man, I gotta do something on my own. They're not thinking, oh man, this guy said no, I should be not doing this. That's not what they're thinking. A lot of people think active defense is the way to go. Long way from detecting, right? Once you have detection in place, once you have visibility in place, in this case, Calvin thinks he's got a tool. He thinks he's got the weapons to destroy his opponents. And the opponent just poked holes at him. This is kind of funny for me because in my world, industrial security world, especially where I see a lot of IoT, industrial IoT projects being implemented, when anyone talks about how capable they are and how good their resources are and how wonderful their weapons are, a pen test. In fact, I laugh about anyone that talks about a pen test in the industrial world because you don't need a pen test. You just don't need it. In a classic IT situation, maybe when you have all your controls in place, when you have decades of experience in handling IT security tools, maybe a pen test is applicable. In my world, pen test is rarely required because most of the protocols are insecure, especially with IoT folks. When you're talking about ill-managed, rarely updated firmware, rarely implemented security tools, the weapons that you're thinking you have on the IT world are not applicable. Training. This is always funny for me because when you don't train people on the tool or the widget or the new implementation that you provided, again, users will find ways to just get along, right? How many of us have seen this before, where you have a use case that you put in front of a user, and the way they use it is exactly the opposite. They'll come up with some way to bypass all the security controls and get to the dashboard or the widget or whatever because they haven't been trained. So in this case, of course, it's worth a shot for them because they tried and they failed. I see this quite a bit, misconfigurations, right? Whether it's the devices themselves or the firewalls or the other controls. So that's when you have to yell, like, what did you do? Because when users come to you and say, hey, do you still love me? You know that they did something, right? And happens more often than not. And this is my last slide, folks. we talk about burnout, we talk about how we're working so hard. It's always funny because who are we asking? Like the next person is just as hard, working through their world. So whether you're security or you are a user, you both have to be on the same page because they're working hard on something else, right? You're thinking you're working on security, but of course they're working on operations, they're working on efficiency, they're working on some productivity focus. So really, when you feel like you've been hit by a train, and just ask the next person, they feel the same way. That's all I have, folks. I really wanted to keep it really fun and simple. It's more as an afternoon, waking up from your coffee post-lunch session. So hopefully you all enjoyed it.
Thank you, Vivek. Got time for any questions? Obviously, you're an expert at the Calvin and Hobbes. Great slides. All right. We might as well just get rolling with the next talk. So, all right, we're good to go. Mashoud Ahmad is our last speaker of day one. So for those folks who are coming back for day two, we'll see you tomorrow, and I'll close things out after Mashoud has finished his talk. But we'll do his intro. Mashoud Ahmad is a technology management practitioner with over 20 years of experience in project management, risk management, and management consulting. In the last few years, he has had a number of opportunities to speak at a number of global and virtual conferences where he has shared his experience and research findings with community to help seamlessly deliver high-value projects. Mr. Ahmed has received a master's from the University of Waterloo, currently holds a PMI-PMP, a PMI-RMP, risk management, and ISACA CISA certifications. So with his talk entitled Risk Management and Critical Thinking, please welcome to the BSides stage, Mashoud Ahmed.
Thank you very much. Everybody can hear me properly, right? Okay. So how's everyone doing on the first day of the conference? Towards the end of the day? Okay. So it's almost end of the day. You might be thinking going back home and leaving a little early. So I promise I will let you go a little early as well. So let's get a little active. If I can ask everyone to stand up and wiggle your hand. Get some energy. And hug yourself and congratulate yourself on the first day of learning and the networking. So my goal is for each one of you to take a few nuggets back to the work that will help you do better on the risk management by leveraging critical thinking and strategies to use every day. So you can now get yourself comfortable and sit down. Thank you. My talk will not be too technical, just like some of the other presenters before. It will be a little abstract that will let us think a little deeper how we work with our colleagues and how we work in the cybersecurity world. Okay. So my name is Mashoud Ahmed. I'm currently based in Edmonton. In the last 20 years, I've worked in US, Canada, and Qatar. Currently, I'm working for a clinical research company where I'm leading a team at Center of Excellence within clinical delivery. I received CISA certification in 2015, PMI's Project Management Professional, and the Risk Management Professional certification, along with a few other certifications as well. I received my master's from University of Waterloo, and in the last 5 years, I challenged myself to do something different and to get over my fear of public speaking, which I still have till today. And what I did is I submit my proposal for speaking at a number of global conferences, and I was lucky that a number of my proposals got accepted, and I had a chance to speak at a number of those conferences in New Zealand, Singapore, PMO Global, PMI Virtual, and a number of chapter conferences. I have learned a lot by practicing in IT controls, risk management, and project management. More importantly, by volunteering for these organizations. Volunteering helped me build my communication skills and expand my network beyond the geographic location. So I would like to thank Harvinder and his team for excellent volunteer work today for setting up this BSides conference as well. So I would like to engage with each one of you. So feel free to connect with me during the conference or even after the conference via LinkedIn or getting hold of me via direct email. So this next slide is a disclaimer, especially for our friends in the legal team or the general counsel. In some companies they call them. The views and thoughts are my own. They do not express any of the views or the endorsement from my previous or my current employers or my clients. So just to make them happy. So today we will start with the fundamental of risk management. Then we will discuss the practical approaches and some of the best practices. Later we'll talk about the 7 critical thinking skills that will help us practice the risk management. And last, we will recap this and open the floor for questions and answers. Sounds like a plan? Okay. What is risk management? Risk management is one of the key challenging areas due to uncertainty and interdependence in business and technical environment. Risk management is not an end to itself, but rather a sound organizational practice that includes planning, preparedness, evaluation, process improvement, and priority development. Risk management must be proactively and systematically managed from the beginning to the end. Risks are always there at every single stage. It could be high impact risk or a low probability impact risk or just a residual or secondary risk. So what is the definition of risk? A situation involving exposure or a danger, a vulnerability as we call it in cybersecurity. Effect of uncertainty on an objective, or the PMI definition, uncertain event or condition if occurs has positive or negative impact on project objectives. So PMI has a unique way of defining risk on the projects. They define them as positive or negative. We all understand the negative risk very well. The positive risk is something that can help us do our project better, right? So something that can help us give a leverage. So those are the positive risks that PMI recommend that we should also consider. So risk management framework, it's provide a disciplined and structured approach to the risk management. As a best practice, risk management framework can be customized for your organizational and the culture needs. The first step is to plan the risk management. So you develop your overarching plan, how you're going to manage different types of risk within your organization. This is the overarching plan where you would define processes, controls, escalation pathways, and prepare for the day zero. The next is to identify the risk. It's a collaborative exercise, and we'll talk a little bit more about risk identification. Then we get into qualitative and quantitative risk analysis, where we justify the risk and see how much impact it may have within the organization. And based on that information, we plan, we prioritize and plan the risk response, how we're going to respond to those risks. And from there, we implement the risk controls, and that takes us back to the iterative loop of improving our plan, overall plan for the risk management, and also risk identification, and the cycle continues forever. So here are some of the best practices that I'm going to highlight. The first one, we'll talk about foster the culture of risk management. We'll talk about creativity and risk management, expert judgment, and some of the risk management tools that you may be already familiar with. Within an organization, one of the key success factors is to develop and foster risk management culture. We can build risk management culture by having shared purpose and objective. This can be achieved by emphasizing on the purpose of the organization. Everyone in the organization must fully understand the goals and the objectives of the organization. The focus here is on the why of the organization. Next, we talked about shared risk ownership. Risk identification is everyone's responsibility. Each and every single team member, from senior executives to an analyst, must be engaged in risk identification, analysis, and planning process. Team empowerment and risk culture. Risks are not bad things. Everyone in the team must be empowered to take appropriate action at his or her level. This creates a risk culture where risks are managed proactively by each and every single team member. Last, we talk about communication. We need to have robust communication. As a technology management professional, we spend a lot of time in communication, explaining what is happening in the environment. It could be formal or informal communication. A risk register must be updated all the time. New risks should be identified, analyzed, processed, and planned. Further to the risk management required a robust communication to effectively manage and control the risk within the team and external to the environment. Level and method of communication would vary from organization to organization based on the nature and the core of the business. So if your organization is client-facing, outward-facing, you will have external communication team that you would work with, and sometime you are working for a client, then you need to think about how you're going to communicate the bad news with the client. If there's any bad news, or how you're going to communicate the good news, right? So again, having all those communication pathways defined. IBM did a study a number of years back that reveals that creativity is the most important leadership quality. Creative leaders are prepared to break the status quo and take risks to deliver and align with the organizational objectives. Creative thinking helps team in risk management process, especially in risk identification. This is where the team member can work as individually or as a group. There is always a white elephant in the room that no one wants to talk about. Someone knows about something, but they are shy to talk about or raise hand. No one wants to be a messenger of a bad news. Remember, bad news does not get better with age. Next, we talk about expert judgment. One of the key tool and technique identified a number of times in different best practices is expert judgment, or sometimes we call it the human touch. Intuition, it describes knowing without the sense of rational process, a sense or a feeling about something that cannot be easily explained or justified. Sometimes we just know it seems right, or sometimes we consider it feels something wrong. It's all about bringing your unconscious to the conscious, and this comes with the experience and the time. Intuition is the result of years of experience and knowledge and a combination of soft skills. Personal bias should be reduced to take it into account. However, we can use intuition and empathy to improve decision-making process in the risk management. So what is empathy? It is a major factor in finding the accuracy of your intuition. It is recommended to have empathetic focus on the team members, observing posture, tone, pattern, and other clues of the emotional state. Lessons learned from the previous experience are valuable to the individual as well as the organization. Over the period of time, we can identify patterns from old technologies that can impact us in this way. We also need to avoid the analysis paralysis situation. This is where we get to the point of diminishing result. We should know when it is good enough and we should move on. Lastly, for everything, we should have a checklist. I tend to forget things on a regular basis. Over the years, I have built a number of checklists that help me keep on track myself. So some of the risk management tool that we have seen earlier, we need to build and maintain a central risk register for the organization for the different type of risk. We identify risk owners and the team to support and maintain those risks. We develop risk management workflows to manage the risk through their life cycle. We built automated workflows, alerts, and communication as well. We transform this into executive dashboard that help us prioritize and drill down the high impact risk to get the better visibility at the executive level. Now, we will look into 7 critical thinking skills. Empathy. Jay Shetty, a former monk, author, and a podcast host, explained empathy. Real empathy is connecting to someone in their emotional language, not yours. That is real empathy, the real connection, real compassion, is that you are able to communicate with someone and express your thoughts in their emotional language, not yours. This is something that we struggle every day because when we are feeling tired, exhausted, stressed, overworked, we communicate more in our language because we want to be heard. Not realizing when we fight to being heard, we actually alienate the other person. They just get disconnected because we are speaking a foreign language. Who do we need to show the empathy? To the team, the cybersecurity professional. They are under enormous pressure all the time. Curiosity. Intellectually, we must keep growing, and this is why we are here. Curiosity is a state of active interest of genuinely wanting to know more. It creates openness to unfamiliar activities and lay groundwork for even greater opportunities to create new experiences. It is quality that can be nurtured and developed over the period of time by practicing and asking questions to yourself and your team. Curiosity is all about noticing and drawn to small things around you that most people miss. When we are curious, we are seeing things differently. It's a skill that helps us master our observation skills. Asking questions, figuring out things at your own, researching will help you discover more about yourself, your environment, and the technical and the business world around you. Albert Einstein famously said, "I have no special talent, I'm passionately curious." Be curious. Accountability. One of the great challenges is the team accountability. We have to keep everyone accountable for their roles and responsibility. We don't see the consequences of not being accountable. However, we set standard by ourselves and lead by example for our team and colleagues to follow. As being accountable to our words and actions, be true to yourself. As we do this, we raise the bar every single time for ourselves and the people around us, enabling everyone to grow in their journey. We do this by setting the expectation, keep level up until we get to the place where everyone feels comfortable and accountable for their actions. It is important for yourself in this journey to become exemplary in your team. Candor. Candor is being open and honest. Express yourself clearly in a kind, candor way. As a technology professional, we can be candor about our environment, candor with respect to our evaluation of the situation, incident, IT control, processes, etc. Candor with respect to people on your team and their true capabilities. Every interaction you have with anyone should be candor, clear, concise, to the point so that it can provide clarity and set expectations. Next one is conviction. Conviction helps us set value and standard for yourself and does so it does not distract you from those values and standard. A lot of people go through the flow bypass, right? And they bypass their own values and the standards. If you have internal conviction, it will allow you to get in alignment who you want to be and where you want to go, even in the tough times. Humility. This is one of my favorite critical thinking skill that I try to practice every single day. It is a quality of being humble. Think about ourselves less, more about the others. Humility is to create a safe place to talk about team members struggling and build a culture to support and build trust. We all struggle at some point in time in our life and career. Most of the people will rise if you provide them the right support with humility. Model humility in your practice. Be humble. Humility is also asking for help when needed. Support each other. You do not know what is going on in other people's personal life. Get to know your colleague. They might be going through some rough times in their personal life. Kindness. Kindness is a type of the behavior marked by the act of generosity, consideration, or concern for others without accepting any praise or reward. So without thinking anything in return, you be kind to other people. And if you're kind to other people, it does come around in the long run as well. So that kind of brings us to end of my talk. So here's a recap. So we talked about risk management in general. We talked about the risk management framework. practical approaches and some of the best practices. And at last, we talked about 7 critical thinking skills for the risk management. With that, as promised earlier, I will let you guys go a little early today, and I will open the floor for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shute. I really love the philosophical ending with the 7 critical thinking skills. That was a great end to your talk. We've got time for questions. If anybody's got questions for Ms. Shute. All right, great. Okay, well, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I think maybe we will just get started now, and I'll just do some quick logistical things. Show of hands, who was here yesterday? Okay, so pretty much everybody. Just in case, though, I'll just kind of just go over the safety emergency exits, or any exit, really, in the event of emergency here and here. My name is Thomas Wong Matthews. I'm your MC for Day 2 of BSides Edmonton. How was yesterday? Yay, good. That's awesome. So that's great. Today we've got 4 talks in the morning. We have a Women in Cybersecurity panel at 1 o'clock. Lunch will be served roughly around noon. And we'll have 4 talks in the evening. So thanks for coming back for Day 2. If there's any questions or concerns, feel free to see the volunteers just at registration. Bathrooms are just right over there past the registration desk. All right. So with our first talk of the day, we've got our Mandiant sponsored talk. We've got Dylan Marcoux and Mohammed Munir. So I'll do their introductions, and then I'll pass the mic over. So Dylan Marcoux is a principal consultant within Mandiant's Western Canadian team. Dylan brings a strong yet diverse technical skill set to his role at Mandiant. During his education, training, and experience, Dylan combines these to assist organizations to prevent, detect, and respond to the latest cybersecurity threats. Dylan's focus areas include cloud security, application security, zero trust implementation, containers, and orchestration. Mohammed is a senior incident response consultant at Mandiant, and as part of the incident response team, Mohammed works on incident response engagements, compromise assessments, and threat hunting engagements. As part of the strategic services team, Mohammed has delivered security program development and transformation engagements with a focus on incident response preparedness and ransomware response/defense for Canadian and multinational organizations. Mohammed is also the global lead at Mandiant for the threat hunting service line, and as part of that works on developing and delivering threat hunt engagements as well as threat hunting program development and training to clients. So with their talk entitled, I speak with a lisp, so this is going to be hard for me, Throttle Your Thrunt, Supercharge Your Threat Prevention, Detection, and Response, please welcome to the B-side stage, Dylan and Mohammed.
Thanks very much. Yep, turn it on. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name's Mohammed. Thanks very much for coming to our talk, Throttle Your Thrunt. You guys are going to be very familiar with these terms by the end of this talk. Okay, one sec. Better? Okay, I heard myself. Awesome. All right, so my name's Mohammed Munir. As stated, I'm a senior consultant with the incident response team. I've been with Mandiant for about 3 years. I live in Vancouver, so I've got the baseline requirement covered. I do have Chad Kroger's autograph. My buddy Dylan hooked that up for me, so that's awesome. And that image is a cautionary tale. Please keep track of the images you send to the marketing team, because you might go and give a talk and they might use the image that you sent them a couple of years ago as part of it. So there you go. With that, I'll hand it over to Dylan.
Sure, thank you. So my name is Dylan Marcoux, a principal consultant at Mandiant. I've been there for about 4 years. As was mentioned, cloud, DevOps, AppSec, kind of my focus areas as of late. And one interesting fact about me, I sell fake Chad Kroger autographs, so if you want one later, let me know. The one you got was real, though, just so you know.
All right. So the way we've got our talk structured, we're going to present a case study based on multiple incident responses that we performed over the last year. So one caveat here, this is not reflective of one particular incident response. The threat actor is the same across all the incident responses, but we've taken salient features from each one of those incidents and we've tied it together. So it's an amalgamation of all of those incident responses. It's not reflective of one particular incident response. Once we present to you the case study, we're going to go over throttling, we'll go over thrunting, and then we're going to sort of come back to the case study from the perspective of what would have happened if the organization had performed threat modeling, what would have happened if the organization had performed threat hunting. So we're going to take that hindsight it's 2020, but lessons learned sort of approach. And then we'll have our key takeaways at the end of that. So with that, let's get started with the case study. So the victim organization in this case here works in the energy sector. So it's a power generation company. As such, they have a typical network. They have a firewall, they've got workstations, they've got domain controllers, they've got a virtual stack, they've got a file server, application servers, the works. By virtue of being, also they are an Office 365 shop, that will become important in a few minutes. By virtue of being a power generation company, they also have an OT environment. So they've got a separate ICS environment that is segregated from the IT environment. They have a logical path, but they have controls in place to kill that connection if needed. Now, this particular case study is going to be presented from the perspective of incident responders. So I'm going to show to you what it looks like when a client comes to us in the midst of an attack, and then how that investigation unfolds. So you're going to get an opportunity to take a look at how the investigation ramps up, the challenges sometimes that are faced by us as well as the client, and how certain findings can change the scope of the incident totally. So like I said, when the client came to us, the attacker had already breached the network. What the client reported to us was 4 of their domain controllers were encrypted, except for the one. They didn't have access to any of their file servers. They didn't have access to any of their application servers, to their web servers. They were all gone. And they were locked out of their ESXi host. So they weren't able to go in there and actually take a look at what was going on with their virtual machines. They were locked out of the virtual stack. The one thing the client did do, they islanded off their OT environment in response to this network breach. So once they detected that something was wrong in their network, the one action they did take quickly was they severed connection with the OT environment. Now, whether the attacker got in there at that time or not, by that time rather or not, we don't know yet. But that's basically the state at which the client came to us. Now, typically when we start our incident response process, we'll provide the client with an endpoint detection agent that we use to perform our investigation. Now, if the client is using an EDR that fits our requirements and they prefer that we use their agent, we'll do that. But coverage is an issue. So if you have coverage across the environment, then that's something we're happy to use. In this particular case, coverage was an issue, and they were using a signature-based AV as well. So we weren't able to qualify that as fitting all of our requirements. So in that case, we spun up our cloud stack, and we provided them agents that they were deploying across the board. There were 250 systems in this environment, so it's not a very large environment. So keep that in mind, that number becomes relevant shortly. Because of the scope of the attack, their basically entire administrative operations was down. All of their servers were down, nobody could access email, nobody could access any of the web applications or file servers. So in effect, everything had come to a standstill for them. So as a result of that, you take that eradication step, which is to disconnect the network from the internet. And a note here, it's very important for you to understand what your boundary looks like. Because if you think you've disconnected your network and you have blind spots where there are other avenues for an attacker to get back into the environment, that means you haven't really disconnected the attacker from the environment. Once you start your remediation, the attacker might come back in and again attack your environment again. We've seen this before where the client had the Azure environment in their blind spot and the attacker had a persistent foothold on a server in the Azure environment. When they disconnected the network from the firewall, the attacker basically deployed ransomware from that Azure server. And once we started seeing that happening, we were able to identify that Azure server. We asked about it and they said, oh crap, we forgot about Azure. So keep that in mind. You need to know where your boundaries are. And of course, once all deny rules are in place, we do need to punch a hole in the firewall so it's able to talk back to our controller. So this is the state that the investigation looked at when we started ramping up. Now, as the client started deploying the agents across all their servers, we identified one server that naming convention implied that it was an email server, an Exchange server. And this didn't come up during the initial discovery phase. So we asked the question, do you guys have an on-prem Exchange server? And after a bit of an awkward silence, there's always that one guy in the back of the room that speaks up saying, oh yeah, we've got one Exchange server on-prem that we use for one account in the OT environment. So they actually had an on-prem Exchange server. Now, when he said that on the back end, this is how we felt. At the risk of triggering PTSD for any people who work in security, proxy shell, proxy logon from 2021, this was a 0-day that was disclosed in early 2021, and it's a gift that keeps on giving even in 2022. Now again, IRs are evidence-based. We need to know for sure whether this is exactly what has happened or not, but at this point, when we see this and we identify that there is an on-prem Exchange server and the client isn't 100% sure on the patching of that server, this becomes a priority for us. So we now start focusing on this Exchange server and we want to identify what's the state of this particular server. Now, as part of our investigation, we also take a look at the domain controllers and we sort of assess what the configuration there is. And we identified that there was a two-way domain trust from this organization to two other organizations, the parent company and another subsidiary organization. As part of our investigation on the Exchange server, so yes, the threat actor did have a foothold on that server. There was a web shell that was installed on that server and likely the point of compromise for this environment. But the threat actor enumerated the environment and we found the output file. So they basically did a ping scan of the 10 private IP space and we saw the output file, results.txt. They're not subtle. So as part of that though, we found IP ranges that were belonging to the parent company. So by virtue of doing that scan, the threat actor actually enumerated part of the parent company's network as well. So we took this to the parent company, we asked them the question, and they basically said, yes, there was a two-way domain trust, but we took that down. We have a change record for that. So that two-way domain trust is not in place. There was somebody in the back of the room that said, yes, we took that down, but 2 months ago we brought it back up. We can't remember why we did it, but the two-way domain trust is actually up. So the two-way domain trust actually existed. Then the network admin guys said we have controls on the firewall, so lateral movement from the victim organization to the parent company organization was not possible. We asked to review the firewall logs, and the rules were very permissive. So it turns out lateral movement was possible. The good news here, though, was they did keep the firewall logs, so we did have those to investigate, and we did, and we'll present the findings to you in just a bit. But as a result of this, we found evidence on the parent company side where the threat actor interacted with the domain controller. We found evidence of the threat actor in the logs on a web application server. As a result of that, the organization wanted us to spin up a full IR for both these other organizations as well. So the original organization was 250 systems. We now scale up to 3,500 systems. Now, in the larger scheme of things, that's not a lot of systems, but when we initially scoped out for an IR, that's 250 systems. Now all of a sudden we're dealing with 3,500 systems and we've got two multiple IRs going in tandem. So from an IR perspective, again, we are in a position where we can scale up, but from an organizational perspective, you need to understand if you have to scale up your incident response, if you have to scale up, how are you going to do that? Are you going to reach out to a third party? Do you have the capabilities and resources internally? So those are questions, good questions to ask ahead of time, proactively, instead of trying to find the answer to that when you're in the midst of an incident. Now, there is a specific element of this attack that we wanted to present to you because for this particular attacker, this was a unique activity that we saw. Now, the threat actor had gained access to the Veeam backup server on the victim organization network. They gained access to the password server. These are both virtualized systems. And they also compromised the workstation. So they did compromise multiple workstations, but for this purpose, they used this particular workstation for what they're gonna, for the attack that they performed here. From that Veeam backup server, as part of that original enumeration, they had identified virtual stack on the parent company side. So they identified a test host, they identified a legacy virtual host, and they identified a production host. We looked at the logs for all three of those systems, and this is what we found. On the test host, in the logs, we can see that the threat actor from the source IP address, which matches the Veeam backup server on the victim organization side, there was an attempt to log in, but it failed. So the threat actor attempts to log into that system, but it failed. Next, what we see is this. Again, from that same IP address, there's a JNDI LDAP query to that IP address with a payload called Tomcat. Now that's anomalous, and what that is log4j being exploited against this server. The threat actor is basically performing an LDAP query from that server, which is reaching out back to their own infrastructure, and they're trying to execute this payload Tomcat on this virtual host. Now, when we searched for that string, we actually found a proof of concept on GitHub that had that very string in place, and it even had the same payload name. So the threat actor didn't even, like, again, we don't have 100% surety that this is exactly what the threat actor used, but with a high level of confidence, it appeared it was the same attack. It was the rogue JNDI attack on GitHub that the threat actor used against this organization. So next, we see the outbound connection to that IP address. In the firewall logs, we see that connection going outbound, allowed, LDAP, port 389, to that IP address. And what did the attacker do? Next, we see an outbound connection going to SSH. If you guys notice, the port that it's connecting to is 443. So the attacker is basically connecting SSH over SSL. And what they're doing is tunneling. SSH will normally connect over port 22. And if you're seeing port 443, you're normally going to expect a protocol of SSL. So in order to evade controls, because a lot of organizations will block SSH that's outbound for this purpose, they don't want anomalous outbound connections from their environment, the threat actor basically tunneled through SSL, which almost every organization allows port 80, port 443, because how are you going to browse the internet? So this was a way for them to evade controls, and they're connecting to a different IP address now. They're not connecting to the original IP address where they were hosting the payload. What they did was they extracted the data.db file, which contains the administrator token for that particular box. And using tools on their own system, they were likely able to extract that administrator token, because what we see next now is from that compromised workstation, not from that Veeam backup server, they connect to that test host as an administrator from that IP address, and they were successful. So this shows that that log4j exploit was successful against that virtual host. What did they do once they got access to it? Well, they browsed all the VMs that were running on that system, and they created a virtual memory file for one of the virtual machines that were running. There was no indicator as to why they chose that virtual machine. It almost feels like they chose it at random. And they copied that over to the compromised workstation. Now, I mentioned we had the logs for the firewall. We identified this is what triggered this part of the investigation. We identified a large data transfer from the parent organization to the victim network. And that's what led us to understand, okay, they copied something huge. Where did they copy it from? Where did they copy it to? And then when we went to both these systems, we were able to identify the virtual memory file on the compromised workstation, and we were able to identify that the virtual memory file was created on the test host. Now, once on the compromised workstation, we see the creation of Mimikatz. If you're not familiar with Mimikatz, it's a tool that attackers will use to harvest credentials in clear text. And the system was running Trend Micro. Trend Micro did the right thing. It detected Mimikatz and it quarantined it. Threat actor didn't like this. They went into the file server, they went into the IT teams folder, they found the security agent uninstall tool. If you have this tool and you uninstall the agent, you're not challenged for an administrator credential. You can just uninstall the agent, which is what they did. Once they did that, they had ownership of the system and multiple other systems in the environment. And then we see this tool being created on this endpoint. This tool can be used to read the virtual memory file. And likely purpose for this was they were trying to harvest credentials from that virtual memory file to use in the environment. So what they're trying to do is elevate privileges if they can, but identify additional credentials that they can use now in this other compromised environment. As part of their attack, they attempted and were successful in exploiting the log4j on the test host. They were able to exploit the legacy host. They attempted, but they failed on the prod host. That was the only host that was patched. The other two were not patched. So at this point, the patch was available from VMware. So this is another important point. If you have a dev environment, you need to make sure the patching for that environment matches your production environment, because that could be used by a threat actor depending on your network infrastructure. If it's a flat network, then that could be the point of compromise, or it could be used as a point for the attacker to quarterback the rest of their attack. If your dev environment doesn't have the similar controls that you have in the prod, it's a blind spot for you. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, our fearless leader, Neil Karen, has a saying that we like to quote often. Back in the old days, we used to hunt for this type of activity. And it's true. Back in the old days, we would hunt for everything and anything that we could get our hands on. But now, there's so much threat intelligence out there. How do you hunt for everything in the environment? It's impossible. And how are you going to deal with all those false positives? How do you come up with smarter hunts? And to ponder on that question further, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague.
Thanks for that overview, Mohammed. Sorry, I'm just going to grab some water here. I'm not on a call. This is in person, so I can't mute while I am drinking water, so it's kind of weird. So that really begs the question then, what if they actually throttled their threat, right? Ultimately, what if our hunt missions were based on a threat model? So we went through a case study, a real IR that occurred, but we could look for that type of activity in our environment now to make sure that we're not either susceptible to it or somebody else hasn't already started to do it. So what if they throttled their threat? Let's start by defining what is throttling. So first and foremost, it's a very clever portmanteau of threat modeling, similar to threat hunting and threating. And as far as I know, this is the first time this term is being used. So that's a BSides Edmonton world exclusive drop right now of the term throttling. So, okay, no audio, or okay, nobody's clapping, great. So if we really define threat modeling, though, what do we want to do, right? It's a process that we want to break into a few phases here. So the first one, we want to take our system or environment, whatever we're actually trying to threat model here, and we want to break it down into the individual components. So this could be an application, and we're breaking it down into the different services or the different pieces of it, or it could be a whole environment like the one that we just looked at, and we're breaking it down into the different environment and the components within those environments. From there, what we want to do is understand the connections that all of those components we've broken down have together, how they operate, what type of data they're operating on, any sort of information we can get about those connections. And then lastly, we also want to look at what actors or who is involved with a lot of those connections as well. So this really serves to collect as much information as possible to build out a reference architecture for the actual system or environment that we're threat modeling. And then based on that, what we would like to do is identify different threats for all of those different components or connections. So there's a few ways to do this. You may have heard of Microsoft Stride before. It's probably the most popular version of threat modeling. And what that really says that you should do is for each of those connections or components, you want to go through systematically. If there's a user that interacts with a web server, well, for that connection, can we do spoofing, tampering, et cetera, throughout the whole Stride acronym for each of those. And then from that, you would then get a series of potential risks or threats that could occur within whatever the target system that we're threat modeling is. And from that, we want to identify what is going to be the most likely to actually transpire within our environment. We would also consider the controls that we have within our environment as well. So, for example, in that same web server request, we might have a web application firewall. So, maybe spoofing could be caught or at least monitored. We would then record that in a threat model as well. So the idea realistically is once we get all of the relevant threats, we understand the likelihood and the potential impacts. What we then want to do is make recommendations for our organization on how we can fix some of the gaps that we've identified as part of the threat modeling. It's also important to mention here that it's great if you do threat modeling now, but it's also good to note that there would be maturity levels to this too. We could do threat modeling right now, but we do it ad hoc. We don't have a defined process. We're using maybe outdated documentation. We're not talking to teams, right? That could be maybe level 1. And then if we move into level 2 of threat modeling, we have a defined process for threat modeling. So we have a consistent outcome. We know when to do threat modeling. We know who to talk to do threat modeling. And then we can think of it even as a more mature level 3. Whereas, if we think about the application security side of things, we have trained developers in order to perform threat modeling on their own, and security realistically is just there to kind of help make sure things are what they are. And those maturity levels, they're a combination of OWASP SAM, and also there's a lot of good work going out in the public from a friend of mine, Jeevan Singh at Segment. So that idea about the training developers to do threat model will help with the scaling, because that's one of the challenges of threat modeling is when do we actually do it? Right? And if you're in an organization where you're developing software quickly, it's important to be able to scale those efforts so that we're catching things earlier on in the life cycle there. If we talk about how to actually do threat modeling, there's a couple of main phases. So the first phase realistically would be information gathering. And at this point, what we want to do is a few things. One is collect documentation, and everybody's documentation, I'm sure in this room, is always accurate and up to date. So it's great to collect that documentation, but also it's important to talk to the people that are actually responsible for whatever we're threat modeling. So this could be developers, network engineers, whoever we need to talk to in order to get that other information about, okay, we have this idea of what this application system platform does, but now we need to know what realistically occurs based on your day-to-day operational experience with it. And again, we also want to collect information about existing controls that we might have for all those different components at play. So once we get that information, we then want to move into phase 2 and use that information to build out a reference architecture model. So once we build that reference architecture model, this is effectively what we would be performing a threat model against. And in that reference architecture model, it would contain all of those different individual components, the connections between them. We could define trust boundaries in there. We could define the different users that would use whatever that we're threat modeling. And then after that, what we'd want to do is collect threat intelligence and inject that into this process. So we have an understanding of what we're threat modeling now, but we don't really have an understanding of where threat intelligence comes into play. So we understand what threat actors might be targeting us, what TTPs they might be using in order to actually carry out their attacks, and we understand what motivates them as well. So what do we have that they would want effectively? And then based on that, we then start to brainstorm and create some threat scenarios and attack paths. Based on those attack paths and threat scenarios, that's where we get to the recommendations, right? We have a hypothetical threat scenario that maybe we just walk through right now. Based on that, we know, hey, our production environment patched for Log4j, but we're missing it in dev and test. So we should probably make sure that everything is covered by our standards effectively. So let's look at how we might actually develop a threat scenario here. Actually, sorry, before that, we're going to go into the benefits of threat modeling. So there's some real tangible benefits for actually performing threat modeling. The first one is just to help prioritize security controls that will have the most impact. So based on our actual threat model, what should we be focusing our time and effort on, right? Because if we're using it based on real data that we have about the application or system, real data for threat intelligence and past incidents that we've done, we have an idea of what is likely to occur again. Doesn't mean it will, but at least it can inform us versus what Mohammed was saying, in which, hey, there's a ton of threat intel and a ton of stuff, so this helps focus our resources a little bit here. In addition, we can detect problems earlier in the system development process. So this especially applies to things like applications that are being developed. If we do threat modeling during the design phase, as it leads into development, we 100% would be able to maybe prevent some sort of issue from happening. Hey, maybe we should make sure that these services are configured this way, or maybe we should make sure that this architecture anti-pattern isn't used because it could lead to issues in the future, something of that nature. In addition, we also would understand business flows just beyond functional testing. And when I say functional testing, I just mean more around security testing or within your traditional SDLC process, just unit testing and things like that. Understanding the actual business flows because we're mapping what happens within the application. At the end of the day, what we're threat modeling serves a purpose for the organization that we work for, and it will have an impact on that organization. But the impact isn't always isolated to the system we're threat modeling, right? So for example, we're about to walk through an example where we threat model a piece of a database. That database could be used by other systems, so we need to consider those other systems that would be part of those business flows as part of the threat model as well, just to get a full picture of the impact. In addition, we're ensuring that any risks introduced would be understood, so this really speaks to redoing threat modeling as we continue to develop or evolve our environment, the architecture of an application, or if there's any sort of significant technology changes. We would then also look to optimize the use of our threat intelligence. So again, focusing it on one particular portion, making sure that we are using threat intelligence effectively versus just, hey, we have a bunch of IOCs, what do we do with these? And then also, lastly, the most fun here is just we get to exercise our attacker mindset to kind of identify weaknesses. So unless you do pen testing all day, this is a little bit of a different kind of approach. All right, so now let's look at that threat scenario development. So after we grab our TTPs, we'll typically jump into some sort of brainstorming session, and this would just be typically with the group that we're doing threat modeling with. So the idea here is to figure out the threat actor motivators and targets. These realistically will turn into our scenarios. We then want to work through the impacts that the threat actor would cause to achieve their goals. So this would be the basis for each attack path, right? What are they after? And then we would then work through on how they would cause each of those impacts. So this will be the actual attack path. And we kind of find it easier to work backwards a bit because it's a little bit easier to understand what a threat actor might want versus just saying, well, let's start with spear phishing and then see where they go, right? If we start with the end in mind, it becomes a lot easier to come up with more realistic attack paths. So let's walk through an example. And in this case, in this example, the motivator is a theft of competitive data and intellectual property for business edge or sale. And the targets that we would have would be any pricing, data, inventory, or customer list. And all of this is stored in a SQL database. There's a data flow between the different application components there. So our application has access to the database, as it should. The impacts that could be caused by this would be data theft. So if the data is stolen, it could be used internally by a competitor if a competitor steals the data, or the threat actor may sell it to a competitor or some other party that would be interested. In addition, data destruction could also occur, might be a bit more unlikely in the scenario we've chosen because they're trying to remain hidden and gain some competitive edge here. So if we look at the attack path, we work backwards. We have that database with all that data in it. The application, there's a container that the application is running on that would have access to the database. We then have the threat actor looking to get a backdoor in the code base, so that way the base container image that is deployed would be compromised. In order to do that, the threat actor says, hey, I'm going to use a third-party library that we use, just introduce some local changes to that. In order to do that, there would need to be some sort of supply chain compromise. And in order to conduct that supply chain compromise internally, the threat actor would then look to perhaps do a session hijack or steal some credentials that would get them access into our code repositories. And in order to do that, the developer's endpoint would have to be compromised. And how does our threat actor, based on our threat intel, like to compromise endpoints? Well, that's through spear phishing there. So, effectively, we've created an attack path based on what we know the threat actor is going to want to go after. So where does threat modeling belong? We know a little bit about threat modeling, how it's performed, where and when do we do it. It should be performed early and often. So realistically, if we think about things like before production, so before a system is in production, it should happen during the design phase based on those development artifacts. Obviously, you would have to continue to make sure that things didn't change based on your original threat model throughout the whole development process. If we are going to be threat modeling a system after production, totally fine. We do it all of the time. We're going to be based on architectural diagrams or configuration data as well, right? Because this is going to help us realistically get a picture of what's out there. Documentation, talking to people is great, but if you can get your hands on the actual, configuration data, how things are working, then it's a lot more accurate. Things that might warrant a revisit of a threat model, any significant architectural changes, any significant technology changes, basically anything that would change what we've done and may introduce further risk, just talking back to that other benefit before. So now that I've defined throttling, I am going to hand it back over to Mohammed to define fronting.
Thanks very much, Dylan. All right, so the reason why we've presented the talk to you in this format, or in this flow rather, we've touched on threat modeling first, now we're going to talk about threat hunting, or thrunting if you will, is because you can do hunts as a standalone. So you can basically go in your environment and you can just start hunting, like we said, for every which way. You can even start using threat intelligence as part of your hunts. Great, so you've scaled up a little bit. But how do you make those hunts more relevant to you? How do you make it more relevant to your organization? That's where that threat modeling aspect comes in. These two go hand in hand. So you can do your threat modeling, excellent. You can do your threat hunting as standalones. But if you combine them, it becomes so much more effective for the organization. To define threat hunting, it's a methodical, use case-driven, proactive identification of cyber threats within a computer environment or infrastructure. So key words to take away from methodical, it has to be methodical. There has to be some sort of a structure to it. And the reason for that is it has to be repeatable. So if you're doing it ad hoc, there's no sense to it. There's no method to the madness. How do you repeat it? How do you make it something that's operational and something that you're able to do over a period of time on a set interval? Use case driven. So there are two elements to this. One way you can interpret this is, what are your inputs? So what is our scope? What exactly is it that we're looking for? Threat intelligence, threat modeling inform that aspect of it. The other way to look at this is the output from the threat hunt. What are you getting out of it? One of the biggest outputs from a threat hunt are use cases that you're able to develop as a result of your hunt. So once you've developed your hunt mission, once you've designed it, you've designed your query that you've executed, you've gotten data back, maybe you don't get any hits. That doesn't necessarily mean the threat hunt is not valid. It just means you didn't find the bad. It doesn't mean that the bad wouldn't happen later on. But you've validated that the hunt is legitimate, that it functions. As a result of that now, you can basically create a use case that you can ingest into a SIM and go into a continuous hunting mode. So you can even consider that as continuous monitoring. but because we're talking about hunting, we'll use that term. So you go into a continuous hunting mode by being able to leverage that use case. So that's a really good takeaway from a hunt. Proactive is another key term here. If you're doing a hunt as a result of an incident that's occurring in your network, you're not hunting, you're incident responding. When you're hunting, you should be doing it proactively. So you're not waiting for the bad to happen to you and then you go look for additional evidence of what else has happened, but rather you're going out there to look for bad that maybe you haven't identified yet, maybe what you haven't detected yet. Now, threat hunting should be repeatable. Like I said, it should be something that once you validate that it is sound and it functions, you should be able to do it over a period of time repeatedly. And the reason for that is you don't want to do it ad hoc. So for example, you do a threat hunt on a Tuesday of some month and you don't do it again for 2 months. And you do it only for a 30-day period. So you're looking at 30 days worth of logs. Well, you've got a 30-day blind spot. What if something happened there that you're not taking into scope of the hunt that you're performing after 2 months? So this is where you need to understand what your cadence is. And this is also where your understanding of your logging capabilities, how long are you retaining the logs for, that should inform how often you're doing your hunts. If for whatever reason you're keeping your logs for 10 days, you need to come up with the ideal end state would be being able to conduct hunts every 10 days so that you've got visibility, you're able to execute on those 10 days worth of logs. So that's why the more log retention you have, the more often you're, stretched out your hunts can be. Ideally, you don't want it to be stretched out, but I'm just saying, if you don't have the capacity or you don't have the appetite to do it every 10 days, because obviously there's an analysis portion to it as well. If you find something, you got to do something about it. But at the same time, you don't want to leave it out for so long that something has occurred 2 months ago and you find it 2 months later and now you're just looking at what occurred and picking up the pieces. It should be measurable, so there should be some kind of a metric that you're tracking in order to understand what the efficacy of the hunts are. So for example, number of times the hunts are being executed, number of hits. Like I said, sometimes you're not going to find something, but that doesn't necessarily shouldn't reflect on the hunt itself. But that should be a metric that you can report to say, to define our risk, these hunts are getting more hits, so maybe we need to look at why this is happening in our environment. Maybe we need to increase our controls on that front. It should be scalable, so regardless of whether you're doing your hunt in your dev environment, which is normally smaller than the production, or if you move to the production, you're able to apply the same hunt regardless of the size of the environment. Or if your environment is a growing one, it doesn't invalidate the hunt. And it should be sustainable, so it's something that you don't have to go back and rebuild constantly, regardless of the changes in your environment. Okay, got it. So some of the benefits and challenges of threatening. So identifying previously undiscovered attacks, that's an obvious one. Bridging automation analysis, that's a big one. If your tool has detected something awesome, it's done what it's supposed to do. If your EDR finds a malicious file on the endpoint, great. But how did that file get there? That's where your analysis piece comes in. What happened before boom time? What happened after boom time? So what happened? How did the file get there? Once the file got there, what happened on the system after that? Validating security controls. So if the file got there, obviously there was some kind of a gap in the security control. So you need to understand what the efficacy of your controls are. And evolving monitoring and detection. So like I said, use cases help you further develop your monitoring capabilities and rather your detection capabilities. But by identifying gaps, you're also evolving your monitoring capabilities. Challenges, again, I don't think we're touching on anything new here. Budgetary constraints. If someone says they don't have budgetary issues, I'll come work for your organization. Budgetary constraints are huge. Some organizations are not able to have dedicated threat hunt resources. Hunting skills gap sort of flows into that budgetary aspect of things. Organizations aren't able to train their existing employees, or they're not able to find threat hunters who have the experience and skills to sort of ramp up on that. CTI not geared to threat hunting. Maybe the threat intelligence that you're ingesting does not have the right kind of data points. You're not seeing indicators of compromise like host-based indicators, network-based indicators, because of which you're not able to hunt for them. And false positives is a big one. So if you don't have the environmental awareness to know what's going on in your environment, you might end up developing hunts that are going to result in a large number of false positives. What a lot of times what happens for organizations is they'll have a valid hunt mission, but they stop using it because of the number of false positives, because it's just too much work to sift through all the data that comes back to identify the bad. So that's where generating smarter search terms is where that comes into play. Now, from a framework perspective, I just want to go over this really quickly. The main thing for a hunt is the hypothesis. That's where the structure comes in. You have to have a hypothesis in order to go and do a hunt. Think of this like a storyboard, and this is where threat modeling comes in. The threat modeling is sort of your entire script, and now you're looking at a specific chapter in that script where you're identifying the hypothesis to say the threat actor has done this. I'll give you an example of a very high-level hypothesis we used for a client. They wanted us to do a hunt mission in their Azure environment for anything and everything. It was a huge scope, but the hypothesis we came up with was the Azure environment has been compromised. It shouldn't be that high level, but that's sort of what your hypothesis drives the scope. Next comes the assessment. So that's, again, where you're scoping the hunt missions and you're coming up with the hunt analytics that you're going to use. The acquisition phase, when you actually run the search queries to collect the data. The analyze phase, where you're actually analyzing the data that's come back. You validate whether it's legitimate or not. And sometimes, depending on the type of data you find, you might actually start off a secondary hunt as a result of your findings. So you might discover other bad items that are happening, including the one that you were looking for, and that may give birth to additional hunt missions. And then the action item, that's where we go into the reporting phase, and you basically make recommendations, observations for your hunt missions, and that's something that you need to communicate to teams outside of the security team potentially, so you need to put the language accordingly for your reporting phase. Now, we're going to go back to the hunt scenario, and Dylan is going to ponder the point, what would happen if they had throttled.
Perfect. So let's go back to that incident that we looked at earlier, but just from a different lens. So just a refresher, just at a high level, we had some exploitation on a publicly accessible Exchange server. We had some software installed on the Exchange server as well. The attacker then moved to domain controller or command and control. I'm just going to go through this real quick just due to time constraints here, but effectively this just summarizes the incident that we went through. We see the log4j exploitation. We see the virtual memory. We got more credentials in both of those there. We then see some destruction happening with the backup jobs being stopped to stifle recovery efforts. And then we also see their ransomware being deployed and attacker changing root passwords on ESXi hosts, which, I mean, everybody uses the root account, right? So it's super not good. So what if they had throttled here? So if we look at this again, how would threat modeling have helped here? Well, one, they would have a reference architecture developed, so they might have something that we see here that they would sort of understand and then be able to build towards. But if we actually went through a threat model, what are some of the things that we would have identified? So the first one there, you see by that little Band-Aid, as Mohammed had mentioned, this was a 0-day, but at this time there was some patches available. So these systems, they either weren't aware of them or they just weren't within scope of their patching, their cadence. Same with Log4j. Obviously there was a lot of, once that first happened, there was a lot of mitigation back and forth there, kind of a bit of whack-a-mole, but the same comment applies. This definitely would be a finding to make sure that systems are patched and things aren't out of date and things are monitored for the vulnerabilities themselves, what the latest mitigations are within those. In addition, we can do a lot better in terms of visibility. This really just speaks to any of the logging on these hosts. Really, any of these events that happened, we should have been able to identify this within our SIM or some other threat detection platform that we have. Looking forward a bit as well, there's a couple pieces where configuration management would have helped. So things like AnyDesk being installed or the backup jobs being stopped. If we have configuration management software that's running, we should have a desired state, and as soon as things deviate, we should be alerted on that. So things like unwanted software being installed, so something like a software restriction policy, or even like the backup jobs being stopped. These jobs need to run, so if they're stopped, we should be alerted to when that occurs. Privileged access management would have helped in the case of the Excel file with passwords. Everybody loves to use Excel as a database for passwords, but it's not a great one. So if you can avoid that, that definitely would be a recommendation there for sure. And then also there's a lot of cases here where we could have enhanced our alerts, right? We have the visibility now conceivably through these recommendations. So we should make some security use cases and alerts. So when some things like this happen, we're notified and then we can start to take action and investigate. So I'm just going to go through the threatening piece here as well real quick, just in the interest of time. But effectively, how would threatening have helped here, right? So if we had developed the threat model that we had outlined and those recommendations were in place, we've thought of this threat scenario, but what if we actually threatened our throttle? Somebody else may have thought of this before we did during our threat model. And that's really sort of the key piece of this here. So based on the threat model, we could have looked for things to hunt for, such as IOCs of proxy shell and beacon. In addition, we could have looked for things like anomalous software installations. We could look for a lot of network scanning within the environment. We could look for signs of lateral movement, right? Connections that normally shouldn't be happening in our normal network chatter. We could look for vulnerability exploit attempts, especially, kind of easy with something like Log4j with publicly available exploits. We could have looked for files stored in plain text or anomalous access to files stored in plain text that would contain credentials, right? So if we know about the Excel database of passwords, we could at least see if somebody had accessed it that maybe shouldn't have, or at a weird timestamp, or realistically we should be getting that out of the environment, but it is what it is, so we should look if people are accessing it. In addition, we can look for things like backup job modifications. We can look for root credential changes. These are things that shouldn't happen very often, I would think. And then in addition, we can look for things like the vmem being copied and memory dumping. That would be more very targeted, right? There's a lot of other things we should look at before we get to that, but definitely could be an indicator that something is going on in the environment that we're unaware of. And then also, indicators of compromise for ransomware that has been deployed in the past and not caught. Again, begging the question of how did the file get there, but you could look for a lot of those different readmes that the ransomware will drop as well. So just moving into some of the key takeaways and how to. The key takeaway here is to throttle, right? So threat modeling can help inform of threat scenarios that a threat actor may enact. And then based on these threat scenarios, control configurations should be reviewed. Enhancement opportunities may be identified as part of that, what we talked about just previously here. And then based on these threat scenarios, threat hunt missions can be developed and executed to validate if a threat actor had found this before us, right? So we've throttled, we thrunt, and then by thrunting your throttle, we can help to shunt attackers out of the environment or, know when they're around. So that's really kind of the key takeaway, using threat modeling to inform threat hunting. Threat modeling can also be used to inform things like penetration testing, and anywhere where you would need that attacker mindset, it definitely can help, kind of steer the ship a little bit versus Mohammed was mentioning earlier, being lost in the sea of threat intel. So how to start threat modeling, real quick. Start small, right? If you're not already doing threat modeling, just start with that level 1 maturity that we had talked about previously. Starting early definitely helps a lot too, making sure you're doing it during design phases. As the process starts to mature. Knowing what you need to threat model, it's very important to focus your threat modeling efforts on what actually matters. So understanding what your crown jewels of the organization are and then focusing your threat modeling efforts on those is definitely a great first step. Tracking the results, so making sure that we know what the output of the threat model was, the recommendations were, and we can make sure that those fixes are implemented. And then, as always, iterate and improve, right? This sounds super cool and fun, but it definitely is a lot of work, and you just need to make sure that we keep iterating and improving on processes. So I'll hand it back over to Mohammed just to talk about how to start thrunting.
So how do you start thrunting? You need to know your data sources. You need to understand what your environment looks like. Having that environmental awareness is key. So if you don't have that understanding, you might not be looking for the right things. Knowing your inputs for a hunt. So what exactly how are you going to be sourcing the hunt mission model? Are you going to be looking at threat modeling? Are you going to be looking at threat intelligence? How are you going to create those hypothesis statements? Knowing your outputs. So use cases, that's an expectation for an output. You need to understand what your get is, because again, you need to go back to the business as well and inform them what you're getting out of hunting. Some of the points are obvious, but use cases are one of the big wins out of this thing. And then scoping your hunts, you need to understand which environment you're going to be hunting in, and you need to scope your hunt accordingly. If your hunt scope is too expansive, chances of you hitting false positives are really high. Chances of you not finding something in the noise is really high. So you need to be a bit more strategic when you come up with your scopes for your hunts. And with that, I'm going to give back to Dylan to sort of give us the key takeaways.
Sure, so now it's time to combine forces, right, with the threat modeling and threat hunting here. So again, using the threat scenarios as a result of the threat model, these can inform hunt missions and validate if somebody has done this work before you have, and that would be a threat actor, so that wouldn't be good. So again, I know this all sounds all wrapped up in a neat bow, but again, it is work. It may take a few times to get it right. Again, start small, continuously improve, and iterate for what works best for your organization. And that's our talk for today.
Thanks. Mohammed, as you were walking over to Dylan, I thought you guys were going to do like a live demonstration of the fusion, but that was a great talk. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but are you guys here all day? Yeah, so please feel free, and just, another round of applause. That was it. All right, with our next talk, we have Prashant. Monomonous? Yeah. Prashant has a bachelor's and master's in IT from India, and 14 years of Canadian IT experience in various industry verticals. He works as a senior cybersecurity advisor for a Fortune 500, and he calls himself a geek with a purpose and likes to support the budding talent, share his experience, and continue to progress the cybersecurity discipline. He considers himself a problem solver to solve interesting IT problems, not just cybersecurity. He likes to play chess, hike and camp in the mountains alone, and ponder over the purpose of life and nature. With his talk, I've got the wrong name here, so countering cyber sabotage, consequence-driven, cyber-informed engineering methodology. I'd like to introduce and welcome to the BSides stage, Prashant.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me? You can't? Okay. Can you hear me now? All right. So this is my take of problem solving. I was seeing since yesterday, the speakers were kind of talking from the podium there. So I tried to be a little bit more, fluid and try to walk around. So I went around and made a quick lanyard and put a small stripe and said, I got to talk and just move around here. So thank you, everybody. Welcome to this 2022 BSides Edmonton conference. My name is Prashant. Thanks, Thomas, for a quick introduction of myself. My talk's presentation title was actually Oracle ERP implementation in Enbridge, but there was some hiccups in the presentation material last minute. So this is another talk which I gave in BSides Calgary last month, and I thought it'll be a pretty interesting revise to do it this year in BSides Edmonton as well. This talk on countering cyber sabotage, consequence-driven cyber-enabled engineering is actually a fruit of labor which I worked with Andrew Bachman, you see there. He is a grid strategist in Idaho National Labs in US, and we had a 2 months of stint together, and he has a book which he has written called Countering Cyber Sabotage, so I'll come to that in subsequent slides. And I thought it's a pretty interesting topic one should talk about. There was a study we did in Enbridge on this topic, but this motivated me to come back and share this concept with you all. So this will talk about a little bit on critical infrastructure. How many of you know what critical infrastructure is? Okay, industrial control systems, SCADA, right? If folks who are new here or students, you don't know, ping me on the side and I'll kind of try my best to tell you what critical infrastructure is. So the talk is about cyber sabotage, and it's about engineering mindset. How you bring an engineering mindset to try to solve problems which cybersecurity can bring. If you're not able to hear me in the back, I can request you to come into the forward. If at all, if you feel like you can come and sit down. If my voice is good, then all good. All right. I got some models here. I hope I'll have some time to share with you some models on what this topic is about. But let's go from there. So some of my coordinates, I have a Twitter coordinate, which I very seldom use. I don't know if I'm going to use it anymore. I have some strong beliefs about that right now, based on what's happening in Twitter. But I have a LinkedIn profile, and connect me if you want at the end of the talk. So my views, these are purely my views. They're not of my employers. A quick disclaimer, it's just a research, more of understanding this concept, which I'm sharing with you all. Critical infrastructure exploited. What are we missing, right? Folks who know about critical infrastructure, I work for Enbridge, it's a pipeline company, but there are critical infrastructure across nations, right? When we talk about in Canada, Public Safety Canada, they bring around probably 10 to 12 critical infrastructures, if I'm not mistaken. Health, water, energy, nuclear, power, oil and gas, electricity, right? So what are we missing when this infrastructure is being attacked? We live in an oil and gas hub here in Edmonton. Alberta is an oil and gas province. You may have heard news of systems being attacked, critical infrastructure being compromised. What are we missing? So this talk is about looking at the consequence side first, which I'll come to, and then going back onto the cyber side of things, which may
act getting into those consequences. Because, you know, the world is keep on going. We all know security is not 100%. You will always find flaws and things will keep on going. So there are issues which we can try to fundamentally look at from a different angle, and that's what this talk is about. So, you know, this pretty much talks about the Triconix sys malware. This was a malware which hit Saudi Aramco. If you can Google it, if you don't know about it, it hit their safety instrumented systems, as they call it in industrial control systems. You go after the safety systems, you decommission them, or you take them out, and you are basically leading to, you know, if you've heard of Stuxnet, right? The Iran centrifuges, they went so fast, and they went out of commission. So safety systems, foreign governments tampering with U.S. supply chain attacks. So we'll talk about those. Cyber sabotage or cyber twist. So this is a book, Cyber Sabotage, by Andrew Bachman, Sarah Freeman from Idaho National Labs. I'll encourage many of you, if you can take a copy of it. I got a copy and I read through it. A very interesting concept. The 5 Ds of cyber sabotage. You know, I'm not talking about cyber threat. I'm not talking about cyber adversary. I'm talking about sabotage, right? You go so deep into the network that you try to bring down an organization's critical infrastructure you're talking about. Disrupt, deny, degrade, destroy, or deceive. Take those words. Andrew Bachman, in one of his YouTube videos, talked about a CEO of a big energy company in US, and he went to Congress, and he got quite intrigued by this idea which Andrew was putting forth in this concept, and he said to Congress in a hearing, and he said, as a CEO of a big energy company in America, I can sustain disruption, maybe denying my services, degradation, but I cannot sustain destruction of my equipment. You know, think it for a second. When you have these old legacy industrial control systems or systems which have been instrumented or designed for the past 20 to 30 years, you can't just rip and replace them. You know, they're giving you a critical, energy supply in the province or in the country. So it comes to a point where you can actually destroy this equipment through cyber means, right? Stuxnet of the world, Sandworm, which was one of the books which Robert Martin said we should read yesterday. I actually read through that book. Very interesting read. So I'll encourage many of you to read through that too. So destruction of equipment is possible through cyber means. Can we sustain that? Possibly not. So this talk is about understanding what are some of those critical functions in a nation which we cannot live without. They should not fail. What can we do to sustain that they do not fail? So that's what these 5 Ds of cyber sabotage is. So risk assessment or risk management, you know, we are all in cybersecurity, or at least budding cybersecurity folks. Information risk management is our bread and butter, right? I'm standing on a floor here. I know that this is my basis that I'm standing on. This is my support. So when we do risk management in an organization or in the industry, we do, you know, risk from left to right, subjective, quantitative, qualitative, you know, all those 9 yards. What again, cyber sabotage or consequence-driven cyber-enabled engineering speaks to is the risk at the national security level. When you talk about risk at a national security level, you cannot, as I said, take on that the functions cannot fail. Let me take an example, right? We are in Alberta, and if you go to -30, -35, you have power running in your industry, you know, in your homes. I don't know how many of you have backup generators or inverters. I don't, right? So if your power goes down for a sustained period of time, and that's possible, if people can go after the grid of Alberta, because I used to work with Capital Power. We know how the grid works in province or across the country. It will be hard to sustain until you have those backups which can help you go through that. So imagine those scenarios where natural gas goes out. You cannot heat your home, right? Power goes out. You cannot heat your home or even make food or whatnot, right? This is some basic technology, basic utilities we need to look at, and we cannot fail. So what can we do? How can we architect those that we cannot fail? And so this talk is trying to understand what consequences can happen on that particular function. Again, I know there's a methodology, what they call the CCE methodology. This talk is more about giving you or whetting your appetite to make you understand how critical we are living through this, through the world, and what we should do. So, so again, I'm not talking of basic risk management. I'm talking of risk management at a national security level, where you have this critical infrastructure and how you have to sustain and operate it. Cyber defenders spend big time and money calculating likelihood of compromise, right? How many of you know what a risk equation is? I mean, risk equals vulnerability into the threat actor, into the probability of a vulnerability to be exploited, multiplied by the consequence or impact to an organization. A very standard risk equation, right? And you put in numbers there, you put in subjective, qualitative information, that's your call. That probability of exploitation of a vulnerability in the context of national security or critical infrastructure is assumed to be 1. Michael Hayden, the former director of CIA, there are only two kind of companies in this world, those who know that they have been hacked and those who don't know that they have been hacked. I mean, at some point in time, you will be compromised. Get over it. Get over that feeling that you can always prevent cyber threats across the industry. You got to come back to the defender side, understand the response side. The previous talk is all about how you do threat hunting, threat response, incident response. Many of the talks in this conference is around that. So that mind shift of moving from preventative into the defensive aspect is important. Assume at a national security level, the defenders would, the attackers would have exactly the same knowledge as you do, and they will go after your infrastructure and they will attack it. And they can compromise it. Are we ready to sustain operations even in the middle of being attacked? In the concept they call cyber resiliency. But so keep that in mind, right? You will be attacked at some point. Get over it. So how do we prepare in that event? Critical functions. So what you see on the screen here is, manufacturing, natural gas or oil and gas, power, nuclear, as those icons there, and enabling functions which provide and support those critical functions. I thought, what should I make as a model out of it? So I asked my boy, I said, can I take your small toy car? And it's a police car, by the way. Just to give you an idea of what's a process control or what's a system which is important for you, right? So this is a car, and it's a police car, 911 call. They have to go, they have to respond. That the critical function which is being provided by the police services is from point A to point B, they have to respond to a 911 call. What's the enabling function to this? They have mechanics inside, they have engine, they have tires, they have exhaust system, they definitely have these lights which are quite important so that they get a freeway through the road. They have monitors through which they can figure out what's happening. So the enabling functions provide you a critical function which is to go from point A to point B and respond to an incident. So in a similar fashion, in critical infrastructure, when we do oil and gas through a pipeline or we generate power through a power plant, you have critical enabling functions which support that, right? What are those? Infrastructure, people, process, and technology. What is infrastructure? Brick and mortar. You are in this big building. We are talking, I'm talking here. There's lights out here. So, I'm talking, this is a critical function being provided, and then we are being supported around it, right? So it's important, and these adversaries, they go after those enabling functions. They will go after trying to sabotage this police car if somebody is really bad, so that they cannot respond from point A to point B. So those enabling functions, infrastructure, people, process, and technology. Keep that in mind. Many a times we talk about, going after technology, the IT side of things, which is what we talk about cybersecurity. But there's a people aspect. I can take a person, give him a bribe, and make him an insider threat to my organization. There's nothing fancy about it. I can go after the process if I know what the technology is. I'll come to that. People can copy process. If I were to stand up an organization similar to mine, and I don't have enough time, I can go after their process maps. I'll use that, rinse and repeat, and stand my company and be their competitor in no time. And that has, nothing much to do with probably on the technology side, more how they run their process. An HR company has a process from recruiting right up to, soliciting candidates to recruiting them. So, you can hack the processes too. So that's the idea, how you go after the enabling functions which provide you the critical function. What you see on the screen here is a natural gas compressor station. As I said, I work in oil and gas. When we deliver gas from point A to point B, this is one of the sites which is actually fenced, and one of the functions of a compressor station, it's actually as part of the pipeline, just sharing with you, from point A to point B, when we gather gas and we deliver it out to power plants or to customers. These are compressor stations which compress gas so that it flows forward. Unlike liquids, gas actually expands, as you know, physics 101, right? So you got to compress it every time it moves. It expands. You compress it every time it moves. So a compressor station in a natural gas pipeline is the workhorse of the system. What's the critical function that pipeline is providing? Delivery of natural gas from point A, gathering sites, to point B, which is our homes, or even power plants, which are natural gas-fired power plants. The enabling function is a compressor station which compresses, sends it forward, compresses, sends it forward, compresses, sends it forward. What if an adversary goes after that compressor station and the IT infrastructure of that compressor station? And if that's a single point of failure in your system, they have basically got their objective, and you cannot deliver gas anymore because your compressor station is out of commission. They went after the 5 Ds: disrupt, destroy, deny, deceive, and the other one I talked about, destruct. An adversary exploits our enabling functions and impacts our critical functions, right? So I talked about how they go after the legs of the stool so the stool cannot stand. Exploiting how we deliver our critical functions, that's the important aspect. And you got to know what your single point of failures are, and where they are, you go after those and you impact those. An example of that, so PHMSA is a regulatory organization in USA, again in the natural gas pipeline industry. They have a running log of incidents which have happened in the industry. This is one example. It's public knowledge. Anybody can Google and find out. Seneca Compressor Station in West Virginia. This is, again, one of the compressor stations in April 2009. A power went out of that compressor station. And the power went out, basically, the compressor station could not compress. The pressure went down of the natural gas. They had to shut down the compressor station, and they had to, it affected the delivery of natural gas in the pipeline. What it is trying to say is simply this, that there is a regulator which talks about these kind of incidents in USA, but the fact that power, infrastructure, people, process, these things affect your critical functions, and these are logged, and they actually go after investigation on these types of incidents. So that's an idea, to give you where we should focus our attention as cyber defenders, and I'll come to that in my subsequent slides here. So vehicles of cyber sabotage, right? Cyber threat actors have an extensive collection of tools, methods, and resources to launch cyber attacks against enterprises. I'll come to this concept a little bit further in another slide here, this one. The adversary, example of likelihood of the breach equals 1. When I was giving you an example on the second slide of Michael Hayden saying, you will be breached, get over it, this is exactly what it is. Assume at a national security level, critical infrastructure, you will be breached. So likelihood is 1. Now with that understanding, how my risk equation changes. My adversary would have a logical and physical access to the victim's environment. Assume that he is inside the environment, has the same set of information, administrative access, which a normal administrative person would have or do. They call it living of the land techniques, and I'll come to that if folks who are in cybersecurity would know what living of the land techniques are. Is knowledgeable, is well-resourced and capable. So what do I mean by knowledgeable? I had another example for that. So I brought this operator's handbook. By the way, it's a cybersecurity handbook, so you can ping me after the presentation. You can actually buy it. It has a lot of beautiful red team, purple teaming commands you can go after. The idea, what I'm trying to explain here is there's a manual of red teaming, purple teaming, blue teaming commands on Kali Linux, Azure, AWS, whatnot. The full 9 yards from GitHub and whatnot. A bad guy can also have a hand on this. I mean, what stops them from having it? Like a manual of a technology. If I work for a company and I know how the compressor station is working, or if I know how a power grid is working, it's easy to find. There's nothing wrong about it. You know, if I have access to those manuals and of how technology works, the bad guys will have exactly the same information. They can even mimic that in their own lab environments. We are talking about nation states here, right? They have enough money, power, and focus to mimic that in their own environments. So they will have the same technological information which we do with us. Then what's the difference? And I'll come to that. What's the difference and where defenders play a role to disrupt the attacker chain? So keep that in mind. As I said, we are assuming we are being breached. We are assuming the adversary knows equal or more about our technology. Like in a power station, if they're doing a GE turbine or a natural compressor station or even power station, you know, GE turbines or Siemens Electric utility tools are used. I mean, it's easy to get hand on those manuals. It's not hard, and you can go all 9 yards to understand what that technology is. So where is the difference? Okay, I'll come to that. So this is, adversary is not limited to just network-based cyber attacks. So keep that in mind and expand your horizon. What all can an adversary do? On the physical side, on the cyber side, on the network side, on supply chain or third-party risk management side. So expand your horizon. If I am in this building, how I can be attacked? Somebody can send a bullet from this window. Somebody can throw, you know, something from the top. You know, somebody can just come and slap me, right? Like you got to figure out and expand your horizon how you can be attacked. So these are some examples. It's not just about sitting on a Kali Linux box and attacking your network infrastructure, going into corporate environment and then going towards your SCADA systems. It's about a third party sending in a USB stick. It's about a contractor who comes in and he brings his own laptop, which is no antivirus on top. And this is literally they're walking in your environment, in your control system and plugging in and going there. Third party risk, contractor risk, you know. Product vendors. How many times we have heard about supply chain risks, right? The SolarWinds attack. I don't know how many of you know what SolarWinds Sunburst backdoor was. I talk about it in a subsequent slide too. It shows you fundamentally where are those attack lines. It's not all about top-down defense in depth from internet down to the network, right? It's about those parallel attack lines where people can go after you. And it's people, infrastructure, process, technology. So physical attacks, you know, we can go all 9 yards. There are different types of attacks which can happen on your critical infrastructure. Misuse of technology is an interesting one. I talked about living of the land techniques, right? Misuse of technology will impact your critical functions. Often, adversaries can manipulate existing systems and processes without creating new payloads or malware to carry out an attack. What I'm talking here is living of the land. I mean, simple, you have this, you know, the control systems we have, they have some boundaries. They have some tolerance level. If you have an admin access, you don't need a malware for that. I can increase the tolerance level beyond a certain point, and that will either increase the chlorine in the water treatment plant, or it will increase the revolution in the Stuxnet case in Iran, and the centrifuges went out. And it's not about a malware. It's about you having access to the system, and you're basically misusing the thresholds of what the system provides. You know, forcing a firmware update, stop charging batteries, open breakers, delete backups. You go into maintenance mode. It's a capability of the system, which leads you to a firmware upgrade. Battery change scheduler. It's a capability of the system. If you have access, you can go after that and change those settings, which can lead to the system, you know, going beyond its threshold. Especially in industrial control systems, when we have these legacy systems, it's hard to manage that. I mean, imagine in that natural gas pipeline, if I increase the pressure on the pipeline more than what the pipeline can sustain, it will burst. And you can do that with standard SCADA controls. You don't need a malware to connect to a SCADA control and do that, as long as you have access to it. So that's an example of living of the land or misuse of technology. Examples of misuse of technology, the Ukraine 2015-2016 crisis. The Ukrenegro, it's Ukraine's power company. They are still called Ukrenegro as we are in the Russian-Ukraine conflict right now, and Russia is bombarding them with missiles, and the whole critical infrastructure and power is being taken down as winter is coming. So Winston Churchill once said, you know, if you have not learned from history, we're doomed to repeat it, right? So if you have not learned from the 2015-2016 Ukraine crisis, where they were hit by Russian cyber adversaries. And if you read the book Sandworm, you will realize how did they went after it. There's actually a YouTube video where this technician sitting here with an HMI on the screen, it's a human-machine interface, which actually runs your power stations, and he looks at the mouse going back and forth, and he calls his service desk and said, are you guys connecting to my system and doing something? They said, no. It's literally a Russian adversary with an access to their HMI opening breakers on the power system. And when you're opening breakers into an open relay mode, you know, there's a surge of power which basically broke down the transformers across the grid. And so it's misuse of technology in a very, very fundamental fashion, which Russia did, and they're still doing. When the Russian crisis started in this February of this year, they went after these techniques because they had access to the systems. Again, you know, there's a back and forth happening in the conflict right now. But that's there. And then the Florida Oldsmar incident, I mean, Google that if you have not. It's a water treatment plant with a human-machine interface exposed to the internet. Can you imagine? Like a system which runs your water treatment plants is exposed to the internet right off the bat. RDP access, remote desktop. The bad guy comes in and he literally has access to the HMI, and now he can turn on and off or increase the chlorine levels or fluoride level, what are the chemical they use in the system, which is not going out into the county. That's living off the land. Misuse of technology to lead to an impact to the society. Unverified trust, as I was talking, right? Different ways you can come into the environment. So example, who has access to what? Who accesses data from where? Software updates, employee background checks. Do we do that? You know, it's the people side of things. Supply chain, third-party risk. You know, what kind of vendors we are bringing in? Do those vendors, are they vetted out properly? Do we have contractors who we know what kind of laptop they're bringing in, or the USB sticks they're just plugging in and saying we are doing a firmware upgrade, right? Maintenance of and support of vendors, access of compliance checks, subcontractor operators. So it's all about unverified trust, and it comes from the people side, as I said, process, technology side, and the infrastructure side. And it's, you know, there's a whole 9 yards around what's called zero trust, as Robert was saying yesterday, Robert Martin in a call in his presentation. But, you know, how do you verify trust? So trust, but verify. The concept of, you know, you can trust people, but you got to make sure that they are the right people who have access to your systems. Okay? So I've talked about this, the SolarWinds supply chain attack. Why was it so fundamental? I mean, folks who have probably read through this, right? Why was it such a big news in the industry? Sunburst Mac backdoor, SolarWinds is pretty much used almost everywhere. So the adversaries are not going after the downstream companies. They're going after the vendors who support those downstream companies across the board. So, you know, talk about SolarWinds, talk about Cisco, talk about any technology, not that I'm calling them out. But if that technology is so pervasive, you go after the technology, right? And then if you find loopholes or backdoors, then that technology would lead to a larger impact across the organizations. I mean, U.S. federal government was so worried about this attack, and Russia actually put in the backdoor of the Sunburst malware in the SolarWinds system. So, you know, that's the kind of nature of systems you're seeing which can be impacted at the enabling function level. So what is the solution? You know, for now, I'll be talking about the problem. We have these critical functions, enabling functions, how they can be impacted. What is the solution? What am I trying to propose? What Andrew Bachman wants to say in his book. Defender's advantage. Let's read through it. The adversary will always know at least as much as you do about your technology, maybe even more. But they won't always know how you use your technology to deliver a critical function. So I have my laptop, I use it differently than you use your laptop. I can have an IBM ThinkPad, you can have an IBM ThinkPad. So we have the same technology, but our views is different. And that's where I have a domain knowledge how I make use of my technology. So companies who use these systems, GE, Aviva, Siemens, whatnot, in their critical infrastructure, they know their own process. I know where are my single points of failure, where I know I don't have my single points of failure, how I use my technology to deliver natural gas or liquids or power or any other utility or water. And that's what adversaries don't know unless they actually hack your process and try to mimic who you are. But that's probably more harder than knowing about the technology, right? So that's what's called defender's advantage. A defender would know more about how they function than the adversary. Perfect knowledge, the understanding of how a critical function is uniquely implemented at an organization. So that's something we as an organization know and will make use of when we defend. So I'll come to that. The answer is consequence-driven, cyber-informed engineering. We're looking at consequences. We're looking at cyber reasons which can lead to those consequences. Again, if you recall, Robert Martin in his keynote yesterday said, what is the consequences which the risk leaders need to know? It's not all about technology. We have enough technology out there in our organizations. It's about optimizing them. It's not all about controls. It's about understanding what consequences are there. And you go back and see, are my controls effective? You know, what are the reasons why my consequences can be impacted or can be realized? So methodology of using, guiding organizations, identifying and mitigating catastrophic effects resulting from cyber-enabled sabotage. 4 phases. These are the 4 phases of CCE. They are consequence prioritization, system of system analysis, consequence-based targeting, and mitigations and protections. So what they are, in a nutshell, is this. So consequence prioritization means you look at high consequence events which can happen in your critical function. So if I'm, again, delivering oil or gas, or if I'm delivering power, what high consequence event might happen? One example, in the middle of winter, -35, my power can go down for 1 week. That's the scenario. It could be a very realistic scenario if the grid goes down. What are the consequence events which can lead to that? Maybe a critical mass of my power plants in the province go down and they cannot sustain power in the grid. And hence my grid cannot sustain and it will collapse. So those are high consequence events you got to know. And that's where you need to bring your team, your stakeholders, understand what those consequences are and jot them down. And you know, you could have 4 or 5 or 6 of those consequences. You see what I'm trying to say? The risk equation, we are not looking at the threat actor here or the vulnerability. We are looking at the consequence aspect first, and then coming back into what the threat actors would be, what the vulnerability would be, and how the risk can be mitigated. System of system analysis means how a cyber threat adversary can get access to my systems to realize that consequence. So if I have access to a human machine interface which is running a operation, the power operations or a pipeline operations, how can an adversary get access to that? They can go after my corporate network, they can go after my multi-factor authentication, they can get an employee and give him some money to be an insider threat for themselves, they can put a USB stick, they can go after a contractor who can do a firmware upgrade and then compromise that HMI. What are the access methods to which an adversary can get access to your system, which can lead to the consequence we discussed in phase 1. Phase 3, consequence-based targeting. This is where we see what threat adversaries are even out there who could even accomplish this. You know, advanced persistent threats. We talk about APTs. In the calls yesterday by Jason Maynard and Adam McMath, they talked about the MITRE attack framework, right? And in the MITRE attack framework, you had threat actors, APT 23, APT 19. They have standard tactics, techniques, and procedures. And you know what those are. So you know your consequences. You know how those consequences can be affected. Now you need to find out what threat actors can actually impact and do that. And they're quite well documented to the extent they have been done by threat intel community. This is where intelligence plays a role. Public safety, Canada, US Department of Homeland Security, CIA, they will have intelligence on your adversaries, Russia, China, Iran. They will know what their tactics are through which they can come in. Sunburst or SolarWinds platform, right? They knew that they'll go after the third-party vendor who are supporting you. So they know that intelligence. So you got to know your adversary. That's 3. And the fourth one is mitigation and protections. So it's mitigation. Now, you know the whole gamut, right? You know the consequence. You know how it can be impacted. You know who can impact it. What can I do to disrupt that adversary from doing that? This is where the engineering concept comes into play. I don't know how many of you are engineers in this audience here, but engineering plays a very important role. Physics always trumps computer science, and I'll come to that. Physics always trumps electrons. It's how your controls can help you mitigate a problem. Again, what I talk to you is in a different ways spread out in this slide. I'll come to this man in a trusted loop concept before a little quickly later, but I want to show you, this is another example of a tank terminal, right? Many of you drive through Anthony Handy if you're living in Edmonton or in somewhere. What's a tank terminal? Oil. Oil goes up here and it keeps getting filled by pipelines and it fills up and then it goes down and keeps going downstream. I'm just giving an example of an engineering control which can mitigate a problem. So a cyber threat adversary, if they're going after an oil and gas company who has a tank terminal storing oil, and that oil fills up and they put in some kind of a technique, if you will, and that oil spills over. Oil can always spill over if you can turn on the taps and say, don't send it downstream, just keep filling the tank. So oil can spill over. So from an adversary perspective, I have affected a critical function of a tank's storage capacity, right? It's going to spill over, and it can impact what? What kind of environmental impact is a big one? Spilling of oil, everybody will be after you. There's an environmental impact. So that's the critical function being exploited. But what engineering control can I bring around it? So I can put a fence around it, and I can put a ditch where I can take that oil and I can reprocess it or take it out. That's an engineering control to a cyber problem. Through a cyber means, somebody spills my oil by impacting the SCADA system. Through an engineering control, I contain that impact by putting in fences, putting in a ditch, taking that oil, and then basically reprocessing it or taking it out of the environment. So think in those terms. Engineering controls help mitigate a cyber problem at a fundamental level. So what is this slide about? Colonel Stanislav Petrov. He's the man who has been tagged to have saved the world in 1983. Go Google it. He was a Russian colonel in the defense, in the intercontinental ballistic missile unit. He was the person who built, with the team, they built an alert system which said, in the height of Cold War, that when US sends all these missiles over to us, we'll get alerted and we'll respond back. 5 to 6 alerts came in the span of 20 minutes on his system. And he had to make a call whether they were real or false positives. If you only rely on automation and control or computers, and he would have looked at that, he would have escalated it to his command, and they were depending on him as a key decision maker because he was the officer on duty, then to respond back. Now imagine 5 nuclear ICBMs sent through US as a false alarm. It actually was false alarm later on, but at that point, you don't have time to think. It's a high consequence event. And as a man in the loop, I'll tell you why this was important. If you purely based on automation controls, you could have responded back with nuclear missiles and all hell would have broken loose at that time. But what he did, he went back and thought, no, my boss and our doctrine of saving of Russia and how US would respond in the height of a Cold War is they're not going to send 5 nuclear warheads over us. If they really want to obliterate us, they will do mass casualty and send multiple nuclear warheads towards us. So that is one false, one negative. Then he went out and just didn't depend on his alert system. He went out and asked the radio communicators. He asked the Army. He asked the Air Force. Does your command centers, ask the navies, do you find that happening? And they said, no, we find no such incident happening or no such alert on our systems. So that is one way he figured out, oh, that is another way I should take a second look at it. And then the third was, basically, it's the human touch. You got to be very careful responding to such a high consequence event. And he didn't. He knew in 20 minutes, if he would not have responded, the whole Russia would have been obliterated, but it did not happen. On the 21st minute, he took a sigh of relief, and then they figured out at the end of the day when the incident investigation happened, the clouds were at a certain angle, that sun was reflecting on those and was sending they sent 5 bleeps of light towards the alarm system. So the bottom line here is, you should always have man in a trusted control loop. Imagine, if you are in an environment where your fridges are smart and your thermometers are smart now, and your fridge closes and says there are no eggs, I can't serve you. You say, no, there's another food I can have, but I can't. No, it's locked because it's its own control system. No. So as a human being, you should always have that last emergency option to bypass that control and take over. So, think about from an automation perspective. The whole idea is engineering mindset, keep man in the control loop or a manual control always there so that we have a safeguard out of the environment. Some examples of engineering mitigations in critical infrastructure. I won't bore you with that. It's a valve, it's a relay on the power side, there's a relief valve here. But what I like you to kind of ponder over this. Marty Edwards is one of the guys who contributed to that book. He says, act like an engineer, but there's a term there. Think like an adversary, but act like an engineer. So think how you can impact the critical infrastructure, but then act like an engineer. What engineering controls can you bring in? I'm not talking cyber controls here. I'm going back again. This is an engineering methodology. Sometimes engineering mindset helps. What engineering controls can I bring in which can reduce and contain my cyber impact? So that was something I thought is important. Engineering is built on the immutable laws of physics, and it's hard to bypass that. So key concepts, we talked about CCE, we talked about critical functions, unverified trust, and the fact that we look at consequences, then we go after the cyber means, and then we figure out how we're going to do mitigations around that. This was my last presentation or last slide. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the talk. Open to question and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. We do have time for questions if there's any questions. No questions. It's always like an awkward kind of silence when I ask for questions, so we won't belabor that. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Thomas.
We'll get ready with the next presentation. Feel free, we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll get going in 10 minutes, so feel free to. All right, we're getting ready now for our next talk, and Jason spoke yesterday, and we just had a quick chat, and he said I don't have to introduce him or anything, so I'll pass it over to Jason for his second talk. It's holiday season, Yule Log4j. Anyone? Please welcome back to the BSides stage, Jason Maynard.
Can you guys hear? Yeah, I guess. You guys can hear me, right? At the back? Yeah? Hurry, come, run. Okay. This one's going to be fun. So first thing, we're going to do both the adversarial side. I've got proof of concept with Log4j. We're going to take advantage of the vulnerability as an adversary. And then we're going to start looking at some mitigating controls. But the disclaimer is this, and I said this in the submission of the paper, I'm using some Cisco tech to show you the commercial way of mitigating that risk, right? Before and after. You use whatever you have in your tool belt. It's not about the product or the vendor. It's really about the opportunity as the defender. But it was easier for me because I've accessed some tools that I could showcase that to you guys. So again, it's not the tool or the vendor. It's really about capability. All right, who remembers Log4j? Was that fun last year? Huh? And it's still out there. I saw some new articles. It's still being, attacked, obviously. If it's going to sit and you're not going to patch it, they're going to take advantage of it. And so I wonder, I think the year before it had something to do with Exchange. Didn't we get hit with some Exchange type threat? And then the year, I think this 3 years running, just before Christmas or the holiday season, you know, defenders back up against the wall trying to figure out what's going on, right? And defending their organizations. And who knows what happens this year, but I suspect something delicious will come out, right? And take away our holiday season. But anyways, it's definitely still a problem. So we're going to talk about the adversarial side of it. We're going to show you a proof of concept. If you're interested in the code, I didn't create the code, but I've got it all dynamically. I can build it, pushing a button, and build these environments. If you are interested, ping me offline, and I'd be happy to get you the stuff that I built for this. And then what we'll do is I won't show the attack again. The attack's always going to be the same. I will skip that piece. We'll look at the controls and how you might leverage a tool in your tool belt, and then the opportunity for the adversary to give it a try again. And hopefully either we have a detective capability or a preventative capability in play. Okay, so CISA did a good job around identifying the threat itself and some of the opportunities for the defender. So yeah, I just wondered how well that showed on the screen here. And so, you know, Log4j or any other vulnerability. So forget Log4j for a second. This applies to everything you do every day, right? It doesn't matter the vulnerability. But what's interesting, or what I found interesting, is CISA gave you a couple of opportunities to mitigate the risk, right? And what is the number one thing they probably wanted everybody to do? Was patch, right? Patch those systems, get them up, and remove the threat 100%. And that's the best way to do that. The problem is most organizations can't patch 100% of everything, even when it's critical. Again, timing is everything. And so they gave you some recommendations, and some of those recommendations included, you know, you can leverage a WAF or web application firewall to mitigate risk. You can disable Log4j. You can patch it. That was an option. You can disable some of the lookups that are caused or part of the problem within Log4j, and you can disable some remote code bases, right? So those are some of the opportunities. And I started looking at that going, I think there's a lot more that I could do as a defender. Much more than what they're offering here. And not to say that they're wrong, but I do think there's opportunities throughout the attack chain that I could disrupt the adversary's ability to be successful. And so when you look at this, you've got a vulnerable Log4j server over on the far right. I guess I could have just did that here, but whatever. And then you got the adversary's machine on the left. And the adversary's machine's got a netcat listener, it's got a malicious LDAP server, and an ability to pass a payload, okay? So the crafted string is what you see here. This is all I have to do is pass this within the username, and it'll make an LDAP query back to that IP address that I give it. That's the vulnerability being exposed. When it does that, it reaches out to my malicious server. So in this case, it could go over the internet, or if you have it internally within your organization, right? An adversary might be looking to continue to move laterally within your network and stand one of these up in your network and try to pass things even externally to your web servers and hope that they have a connection back into this asset and pop that box. And so anyways, that LDAP goes to my LDAP malicious server. It tells the vulnerable server to pull the malicious Java class, which is going to create a it's then going to connect back to me on port 8000 in this case. It's going to pull that payload, it'll execute that payload, and a reverse shell will come back to me, and I'll have access to whatever Log4j has privileged for on that particular asset. And that's it. It's that simple. So let's check it out in action. Now that's me. No, it's not me. It's you. So I'll probably fast forward this a little bit at times, but if you look here on the top left, this is that string. So once I run that proof of concept, the LDAP server, the malicious payload, everything's created, and that's it. It creates that, I have a netcat listener, it creates a connection back to me, and now I have full access to that system, or at least access as much as that account has for that particular service on that particular asset that I've compromised. And you can see here, I'm accessing the system, created a folder called hacked, right? Something a little bit obvious. but I can do whatever the credentials will allow me to do on that system. And it's that simple. So if you have any external facing Log4j systems today, I would ask you to leave and go and patch them, because it's that easy. There's no magic, right? I can even use this proof of concept software to do this, right? I can stand up my systems and have that, instead of this internal IP address, have an external IP address and come back to me. And guess what? The game is on. I'm inside your system. So there's a couple things that you can do. So I mentioned earlier about Log4j. Well, it was a highly critical vulnerability, right? Everybody knew that it was highly, you're at high risk. But the problem with vulnerabilities in general is most of them are high risk, right? They have a high enough score, and they're driving you to mitigate against that particular vulnerability. But there's hundreds, if not thousands. And I can't remember the number, but there's, within a month, there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of vulnerabilities that are being introduced, right? Or being, that we need to address to some level. The problem is we can't prioritize them, and we don't do a good job of it. So we need technologies to help us understand the threat. So some of the things, and I'm just highlighting it here, some of the things you want a vulnerability tool to provide you is a little bit more insight into the risk overall. And so some of the things that you can do based on the tool that you might have is everything's going to be a 10, and you might have 100 10s. But which one should you patch? Well, you probably want to patch something that has remote code execution. So you know that an adversary doesn't need to be on that system to take advantage of it. They can be anywhere. You want to make sure that if it's a popular target, meaning people are going actively after it, is there malware exploits? Is there an active internet breach? Those are things that are going to help you prioritize. So you want to be able to tag that information somehow and identify where your priorities are when vulnerabilities hit. And again, this is just insight into the opportunity from an a defender perspective to mitigate the right things within the organization. If you don't have that insight, then which ones do you patch? The ones that you read in the newspaper? Maybe, right? That's probably where you prioritize. But again, you want to prioritize them based on the need and the risk to the organization. All right, let's continue here. So that's the first thing. So whether it's Log4j that everyone knew they had to patch, there's also so many other vulnerabilities that we have to consider. And so we want to have additional data to support why we're patching. And not only that, it helps you get buy-in. If you go into a team and say, look, there's 15 vulnerabilities, can you patch all of these? You're going to get some pushback. But if you say there's 2 core critical vulnerabilities, we know it's actively being exploited, it's a popular target the adversary is going after, there's malware that's associated to this particular vulnerability, you get buy-in, right? They know that you've done your due diligence and therefore more apt to get that patched. So if patching's not available, what's the next thing that we could do, right? And so risk-based vulnerability management gives you an idea of what needs to be patched, but you may want to look in your environment. How many people, when Log4j hit, how many people knew exactly where Log4j was in their environment? Yeah, well, that's amazing. That's amazing, right? But most people don't, right? Nobody has a software bill of materials of every single asset. And you might even have vendors that have systems within your organization that you may not even manage that could have been vulnerable to that particular threat. And so some of the things you could do is do endpoint scanning, having the ability to go out there very quickly and look for a couple of things. And this is an example of a tool that you can use within your organization. There was a ton of scripts that were available on, oh, nobody saw that? You guys all looking at me. That's amazing. No, it's not showing up. Did it just stop? Yeah, last time I pulled that out, it froze.
When you switch to the YouTube video.
Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, let me just go back a little bit. Okay, so anyways, the goal of this is that there's a whole bunch of tools that you could go and download and scour your network for Log4j to try to identify systems that might be vulnerable. Or you can use a tool. Whatever tools that you might have, OS query as an example, and go out and be able to very quickly scan your entire environment and get a result back on the number of endpoints that may be vulnerable to Log4j in this particular example, or may have logging information within the platform that indicates compromise, right? An adversary actually took advantage of it. So think about this today, and how hard was it for you to figure out what systems you needed to, now you know that the vulnerability needs to be patched because you prioritized it. Now what teams do you go to get that work done? Do you just blindly send it out to everyone? Well, that's not going to build any confidence. So you got to identify the systems that might be vulnerable to that particular attack, and obviously you want to know the ones that have been popped, right? You want to know the ones that have been compromised. And so this is a way of doing that. And so this is taking a couple of SQL statements that's going to use OS query, go out and scan every one of the endpoints. This would have an agent on them, and it's going to report back the data. You can schedule this. You can look for hidden accounts. You can look for scheduled tasks. You can do all kinds of forensic stuff with it. But the bottom line is that I'm able very quickly to see whether or not there was Debian packages installed on it that were associated, if there was that particular vulnerability exists, whether or not somebody had tried to do a reverse lookup or that LDAP lookup, and it shows up in some of the logs that would be housed in. So that's one way. And again, I haven't started defending, but those are some opportunities for us, right? Prioritize the risk and understand where it exists in our environment so we can start mitigating. Network and cloud-based behavioral analytics. So now we take it to another step. And again, we're really focused on detection and understanding at this point in time. But you have the ability to be able to go in, who takes flow data in today? Who centralizes flow data and consumes it? So yeah, so not enough people. So there's a couple things that defenders, I think, must do. One is ideally centralized DNS lookups no matter where your assets are connecting from. On-premise, off-premise, doesn't really matter. That data is tremendously valuable to you as a defender. Never mind incident response, right? So for example, if someone's off-premise and makes a connection at a coffee shop out and gets popped, you want to know what that domain was, right? You don't want to lose sight of that. You don't want to pass that information to the ISP, this DNS server, because you're not going to get access to that data. So you want to make sure that you centralize that. Another opportunity for defenders would be centralizing your analysis of files. So if you need to sandbox a file and you have multiple different technology stacks to do that, fine, but there's some complexity that comes with that. So if you can centralize that, that's key. Again, it helps you accelerate your time to understand what might be happening in the organization. And the other one is flow data. The network provides tremendous amount of telemetry. It can tell you a lot. And in this case, what I can do is I can actually schedule queries to look for certain things within the environment. I can have it actually identify a policy violation based on some vulnerability that exists in my network. So for example, I can take, and I'll go through this, but I'll take inside host, going to the outside host, accessing anything using 1389. I just want to know about it. It might be an approved flow, I don't know yet. But I want to know about it. If that's the details I have, I want to identify it, and then I want to monitor for it. And anytime that happens in my environment, off-prem or on-prem, guess what I get? An alert. I know. Now, it might be something that's new in my environment that I may not be aware of, or it could be something a little bit more nefarious. So how can we do this? So again, if you have a tool that collects telemetry data from a network perspective, this could be VPC flow logs, NSG flow logs, it could be NetFlow, JFlow, SFlow, who cares flow, right? IPFix data, you want to consume that data as much as possible. Then what you can do is create a watch list. And in this case, I'm saying log4j watch list. I'm using a resource of information that provides me some data points that I can look for. And again, there's a write-up here, and I can see a couple of indications of compromise, specifically to do with log4j. And this is dynamic and would change, right? So you might want automated feeds or not. But I can take this list. I can then enter that list in here as the IP addresses for log4j watch list. And you might say, well, I've got a firewall that does stuff. Yes, that's great. But there's also east-west traffic that may not traverse a firewall, right? There might be assets external that may not be traversing the firewall. And a firewall is great, but it doesn't cover everything usually. So now that I've got this configured, I have a policy that I could create based on that log4j watch list. And so very simply, I can come in here. Remember, we're using flow data as the analytics here. I give it a name. And then in here, I'm going to specifically look for certain items, right? So I'm going to say, you know what? I want to know if the inside host, right? Even though there's no trusted environment anymore. You probably heard that many times today or over the last 2 days. And anything that comes from inside out to log4j. So that group of IP addresses. But I may want to be a little bit more granular in this too. I could even say, you know what? I want to know exactly what ports are being accessed, right? So you can be a little bit, you can say time of day. If you have user identity, you can look for user ID as part of that as well. But I can do a flow search here. And I've got that policy one that's going to be automatic in a second. And I'm just going to show you, I'm going to do a search here over the last 30 days, specifically for log4j, that watch list. And nothing shows up here, right? Nothing at all, okay? And I'll just show you the power. Again, this is detection, no remediation here whatsoever. So, okay, so that shows nothing. Then we go back to the box. I'm going to go ahead and use one of those IPs in my log4j watch list. I'm going to put it in here. And again, this is, just so you know, this is an isolated asset because who knows, this system could actually be running this and I'm connecting to it, right? Because it is a malicious asset. So I go ahead and make the connection. Now, nothing's going to happen. I don't have any netcat listener. I don't own that IP. And if I come in here and start a search again, and I go maybe last 10 minutes, and I select the inside, and then I'm going to select the outside host group, but I'm going to select those log4j watch lists. And let's go ahead and start that search. And bam. So now I can have this alert me, right? So again, these are things that we can do as defenders. You don't wait for the big noise to hit, and usually that's when we get involved a lot of times. But there's tremendous opportunity in flow data that we can use to defend and understand what might be happening in the organization. So this just breaks down, you go in the host and everything else, and if you want to see that, you can certainly see that online on my channel. That's not a plug, but kind of is, I guess. But anyway, so that's the opportunity. So those are 3 areas, right? Risk-based vulnerability management, so I can prioritize the management of vulnerabilities within my environment. Then I got endpoint scanning. Where's my software bill of materials? Where's log4j, right? Have I been popped? And then I've got, these eyes and ears. I turn my network into an almost like an intrusion detection system, right? My network now is watching east, west, north, south. It's watching everything that's happening. Every single transaction that happens on that network is tracked. And I can enhance that data with additional data like URL, user identity. If you're doing software-defined access, there's a tremendous amount of data I can actually augment to make that a little bit more than the 5-tuple, right? IP, source, destination, protocol, and port, right? I can actually make it a lot more detailed. I can even know if this happened at a coffee shop that Thomas, for example, opened up his asset and went and used Firefox and went out. I can see that it was Thomas, asset, Firefox, went to this malicious IP address versus Thomas's asset, PowerShell, NT Authority subsystem went to that nefarious IP address. Which one are you going to look at first, right? The second one, because you're going to assume that Thomas is not using PowerShell under NT Authority subsystem to surf the internet, right? So anyways, that's the opportunity. So web application firewall, and I'm going to show this one pretty quick here. For example, you can come in and you can do this automatically through security intelligence, depending on the platforms that you use. But this is one of the things CISA recommended, right? So the other 3 were kind of more of insight for you as a defender to understand where you sit in regards to risk. This is now where we get into prevention. So we're going to create a secure web application called Log4j. Once we do that, we come in, save this rule out, and then there's specific parameters that the adversary is using in order to compromise or pop the box, right? Remember that $, JNDI, and then the IP address, right, that I'm using. That's some of the parameters. So we can come in here and create those parameters for the web application firewall to look for. So that way, if an adversary comes in and triggers any of those, we can mitigate and stop that from actually being realized. So previous to this, though, I did the attack, and it's successful. Now I'm introducing the web application firewall, and I'm going to try the attack again in hopes, the adversary fails at their attempt. So go ahead and apply this out. I'm going to fast forward this just a bit here to, let me just see here, to the parameters themselves. So a couple settings. I include all the details here just to show how fast it is to get this up and running. So here's all of the queries that we're going to look for. Again, if you had security intelligence package, most likely for web application firewall, this could automatically be updated. But these are some of the things that we're looking for. Not that. And so we'll go ahead and enter these. You got to enter these one by one, right? But I'll go through, enter them all in. And once I got that in place, I'll save it out. And then I'm going to go back and let's test it again. So I'm just fast forwarding a little bit in the interest of time. And so now I'll go ahead and put in the same thing I've done before. Now this page here is actually created from, the web application firewall. So this is something we pass back to say, look, unauthorized activity has been detected. So it saw that $JNDI, it matches one of the signatures that we've created, and now it's reporting back saying unauthorized. And it gives a case number. The case number is just something handy for you as a defender or somebody in the support realm that could look up that specific case number and identify the exact reason why that traffic was blocked outside of what we're showing here or the user seeing here. In this case, that user, you know who that user is, right? Who got that web page that said unauthorized activity? Anybody? The adversary. Right, so they're not calling for help desk support, I don't think. Maybe, but they might. Hey, look, this web application is not working anymore. It was working 10 minutes ago. But again, now I get some policy violation, detection, and the opportunity to mitigate that risk. So that is one that CISA recommend, okay? All right. Now we have intrusion prevention. Detection if you want to, but prevention ultimately. And so we have a couple of things that we can do. We can use intrusion prevention to look for certain things as well. We could leverage malware, so any known hashes that might be associated to Log4j, we can look and block. We could also block outbound LDAP. Like, should that connection ever leave your network, I think is the first question. So if anybody has a policy that says, untrusted to trust, there's rules, right? Very specific granular controls that allow that from outside to inside. And then on the inside policy, you have inside to untrusted or outside, and it's any, then you're asking for it, right? Because guess what? This would work. 1389 going outbound would work. So what you probably want to do is make sure that you're restricting outbound traffic for DNS to only come from your DNS servers, not your user community, right? You want to restrict that. The other thing too, if you have a web proxy, the only one making web requests outside of exception should be the proxy, not the users. 1389 outbound, that should be an exception, not the normal, right? We should be making an exception for that if that was ever required, which I would say probably not, right? In most cases. Not from the user community itself, for sure. But never mind users, you've got systems which should even be more restricted. Okay, so what could that look like, right? Again, use the tools that you have in your toolbox. And so I've already done the test, like I said, because I had to cut that piece out, and it was successful. And this is in detect mode. So this isn't actually, and it's a little small for some in the back, I'm sure, but it shows me that LDAP was being used. It shows me the port, the destination, and it tells me that it would have been dropped, but it also includes the 9001, which is the netcat listener, and 8000. So I've got a couple little data points here. And then what I can do is come in and look for log4j signatures. Most next-gen firewall platforms would have that capability. You come in very quickly, make sure that it is enabled. It probably should have been done right out of the hop. I'm going to move this into prevention versus detection, because if I did prevention up front, we'd never see the logs, right? It would just automatically be blocked. So remember, this was not something specifically called out within some of the recommendations. This is something we can do as defenders on top of some of the recommendations. Now, what I'm doing here is I'm making sure that IPS policy is actually enforced. It is. I'm saving it out. And then what we can do is we push policy. And let me just fast forward a little bit. And we come back and let's go ahead and do the test. So we got the netcat listener, malicious LDAP server. We'd go ahead and do the test. And we don't see any return on the netcat listener. Now, what's interesting here is we're not blocking outbound 9001 or 8000, right? You could, but we're not blocking that outbound. In fact, we're not even blocking 1389 outbound. What we are using is the intrusion prevention capability within the platform to look for specific signatures to identify something malicious. And you can see here, it doesn't say would have blocked, it says blocked. And again, all the details around it. Now, that's one step, but what if we go ahead, and let me just fast forward a little bit here. You see the payload. What if we come in here and we create a rule, a firewall rule? Very simple, and it could be based on application, so we don't have to worry about 1389. We can just look at LDAP and LDAP-S. Most next-gen firewalls have application capabilities, right, to identify them. And we just say anything going outbound using LDAP or LDAP-S, block. Now, you might say, why not the 9001 and 8000? Well, LDAP has to be successful for those other two to even apply. So I could add them, but again, that it could be used for other purposes. Maybe I don't know, but I do know that I don't have LDAP outbound. And again, firewall could tell you that if you do or you don't as well. So now I come in here and try this. I've turned off the IPS, just so you know. The IPS is turned off. Now I'm just using the firewall, blocking outbound LDAP based on the application. Bam, right? Nothing, because it can't connect back to that system. And it doesn't care if it's 1389, 9001, whatever you use for LDAP as the adversary, it doesn't care, right? It's looking for the application of LDAP, and you can see it's dropped. Now think about this as we go along. If I had the web application firewall configured to mitigate risk, and I've enabled my IPS to look for specific signatures for log4j, and I blocked outbound LDAP. Now think about how challenging it is for the adversary. And you might say, well, I have the web application firewall. Why add the additional layers? And we all know layers matter, right? So you certainly want to do that. Plus, the adversary may land in your environment and try to take advantage of that. So that's from a next-gen firewall perspective with IPS and malware inspection and firewall outbound. But then we can do DNS and web proxy-based controls on top of that. Again, not called out. And what can we do here? Well, we can look for very specific intelligence based on the feed data that you get based on who you might read, right? And you can pull that data in, and then you could create groups that say, you know, a block list with those domains in, and apply that at the DNS layer. Now, why would you want to block at the DNS layer? Does anybody know the value of blocking at DNS? How many people are using DNS as a control mechanism? Yeah? Well, I'll tell you this. Listen, next-gen firewalls, web proxies, all provide a capability, right? But they're usually built to perform at a certain throughput. And the more you add TLS-based decryption, the more filtering, the more blocking, the more capabilities on that platform, they all take a performance degradation to one degree or another. DNS is actually very earlier in the attack cycle. It's actually one of the first things that are going to happen. In fact, you're not even going to connect to the adversary until you resolve that domain. So to me, you're pushing your control as far away from the asset you're protecting and very earlier on in the attack cycle, because they do a lookup, they make a connection, they haven't talked to the adversary at all, and you block it. And now you've freed up capacity on what? The proxy, the next-gen firewall, your endpoint products, because they don't have to worry about what comes next, because nothing comes next. You blocked it. So that's the opportunity. DNS could be done on-prem, off-prem, IoT devices, doesn't matter, but you're freeing up capacity. And then you can do things like cloud-delivered firewall, you can use intrusion prevention from the cloud, you can follow users with some of this stuff. And so this is a little bit of an example of that here, where, very simply, we take the domains, we can come in here, we can do some investigation if we needed to know more about it. Why is this domain selected? Well, it's got DNS VPN tunneling, it's got malware associated with it. We can see the ASN numbers, the recent IP addresses. We can see the number of queries over time. This stuff you may not think matters, but it does. I can tell you, I work with many organizations, and a lot of times when an incident happens, I can tell you DNS layer coverage is one of the first things people implement if they don't have it, because it's a quick win. It gives you visibility in what the adversary is doing, and you can shut the door down very, very easily. There's also samples that could be assigned to it. Again, it depends on the technology stack that you might leverage, but the bottom line here is that we have an ability to mitigate that threat, and if you try to go to any one of those domains, you're blocked. Workload. Anybody doing microsegmentation in the data center? No? Okay. So microsegmentation, whether you have traditional data center, you have cloud-based technologies, doesn't really matter, but the goal of microsegmentation within the data center is understanding applications and how they operate, and only allowing access to the relevant flows that are required to provide the service that the service is providing. That's it. No more, no less, complete control. Now, if I had this in the environment, there's a couple things that I could do. I can build a watch list, I can build a block list with those IP addresses like I did earlier on, and I can feed that into every one of my host-based controls. So if any of the hosts try to make a connection outbound, even though I have other layers of control within my environment, there's two things that I get to know. One is they made the request, so why, how did that even happen that they made the request? Something's inside. And second, I block it off right as soon as it tries to exit the host itself. So it never reaches the internet, it never leaves the network, right? At the host itself, it cuts that communication off. And then I can go in here and look at the forensic details around it. Is anybody doing privilege escalation? All kinds of stuff like that. But again, the application, if you're doing micro-based segmentation, you can build in these controls to only communicate to IPs that you've approved within the organization based on the needs of the services. The tricky part is understanding the applications and what access they need. And then I can have this top-level rule, and that's kind of what I'm doing here, this top-level rule that says deny anything that ever goes to those IP addresses, right? And block it from the host level. So again, what it does for me is ensure if anybody makes a mistake in any one of those other controls, doesn't matter, right? Or if the adversary's got a way in and started removing some of the controls I have in the organization, very difficult to remove them all. So think about the layers now, right? I got my web application firewall. Well, I prioritize my risks. I know where my assets are at risk. I've got some network scanning. I'm scouring the network to see what's happening. I've got my web application firewall now mitigating the risk. I got my intrusion prevention and my firewall and looking for hashes outbound, mitigating risk. I've now moved into DNS, looking for domains, mitigating risk. And now I'm at the workload level and also mitigating additional risk here. So this just walks through building out that policy in detail. I did it again. I can't hit escape. That's what I did wrong. Okay. Yeah, so now I'm at the workload level and I have that control there. We're not done though. What about endpoint protection, right? It's not even being called out. And so again, we can block known hashes, malware that's associated to this particular campaign, as well as any other campaign that you might be mitigating against. We can also do things like leverage email security, right? Again, if the adversary's having a crafted message because they think you might have access to some system and they don't, and they're trying to feed that system, maybe they use email. And they use email to kind of invoke that connection to that system. And when they do that, guess where that IP is going to? That IP is going back to the adversary, right? But I'm using the individual's ability to access a system I can't in hopes that that system will make an outbound call using LDAP. So again, it's all about those layers. So, and understanding, yesterday we talked about TTPs. Again, very much the same thing here. If we elevate our defensive capabilities as defenders at the TTP levels, it makes it very difficult for the adversary to be successful. So this calls out a cloud-based IOC specifically around a particular piece of malware that talks about remote code execution. And so this could be called out on your endpoint product, right? Your endpoint detection response platform will give you an indication that if they haven't mitigated it, hopefully they've shut the door, but if they haven't mitigated against it, at least you have a detective capability to identify some level of risk in the organization. And that's pretty much it. So you think about it, right? It's much more than taking just that recommendations and running with it. You probably want to reevaluate to see if there's opportunity to either add more layers or use different layers that drive very similar outcomes. But you can see if you're an adversary, now I can't get in through the front door. So from the external side, I can't get into that asset that's vulnerable. I just can't. Even though you haven't patched it, I can't get to it. So now what do I have to do? I have to now find another way into the network. Maybe another vulnerability, maybe crafting an email and sending it to someone to get access. Once I get in the network, then I now have to stand up a system if I want to use Log4j as a vector. Every time you're doing this, remember I said yesterday about it gives you time-based defense? This is what this does, because everything that the adversary has to do to go around you is making noise. It's giving you an opportunity not only to buy time, but also detect the adversary in your environment. And then you want to wrap this all up, obviously, into something around extended detection and response, the ability to be able to scour all technologies, not vendors, all vendors, right? Not a specific vendor, but all technologies in your organization. Pull that data back and get a good sense of what might be happening. How did the adversary come in? Was there an email associated to it? What is the hash files? Who else has that hash? What IPS signatures were triggered? I want to have a full picture of what's happening in the organization. And obviously threat intel is key in all of that. So, and I am a big believer defense in depth is still, required. I don't think you can get away with it. I think you do have to make it easy for users and seamless and transparent. I think that's a given. But I do think defense in depth is still a mandate that we certainly want to follow. And that's it. That's the short version. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Jason. We do have time for any questions. We'll do a little countdown. Okay, good. Yeah, all right. All right, thanks to our resident expert, Rajiv. Thank you very much. We're able to get going with the next presentation. So we kind of clued something together where we're doing some screen sharing between laptops and what have you. And so we're ready to proceed with Chris Cummings' presentation. So Chris is owner and software consultant at Saturday Morning Productions, which helps small to medium-sized businesses ship high-quality software faster. Chris also hosts the weekly Dev Chat virtual meetup every Tuesday at 12 p.m. Mountain, and the Legacy Code Rocks virtual meetup every Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I went to your website to grab some more bio information. So from Chris's website, he wrote, ever since Chris was a little boy, he loved computers and his dream was to program computer games. He even spent some time with the Doom level editor, DEU, BSB, yeah, represent, I hear ya. Sometime later, Chris met another university student named Ada, and discussions of their future together included Chris possibly playing computer games as a career. This was quickly replaced with the more acceptable possibility of Chris creating computer games and selling them for much needed money. Chris's idea of computer games matured to be a functional computer applications, which wasn't a bad thing. And in February 2009, Chris and Ada toasted to a new lease on life and thus began their adventure in basement-based software development. So Chris has a presentation today about rate limiting using Nginx and fail to ban workshop. So please welcome to the BSides stage, Chris Cumming.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate your patience. Apparently, the display here just hates Macs, and I missed the 1 or 2 Macs yesterday that didn't work. So thank you for Rajiv. Rajiv, can you wave your hand? He's got Docker and everything, and we got everything set up on his laptop, so thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So, all right, so you have to bear with me. This is a computer I'm not used to using. Can everyone hear me okay, too, with the mic? Okay. If anyone wants to follow along, there is a repository. I have a GitHub repo if you want to follow along with this demo. So basically, I'm just going to give a quick overview of rate limiting Nginx and fail to ban, and then we'll just walk through a quick demo of it. And this demo is all set up using Docker. So if you have Docker installed on your machine, you can follow along with the demo, or you can try it later at home as you see fit. So, all right. So quick thanks for the introduction, Thomas. Anything else I can add there? Yeah, I guess I keep turning my head. The weekly chat, if anyone wants to join it, it's just a casual chat between mostly software developers, but we love some security experts to come. And like Thomas said, it's every Tuesday at 11. And the other one that people might be interested in is Legacy Code Rocks. So I don't know if anyone else deals with old legacy code, but you're welcome to join that one. They're open to anyone, and they're just casual virtual chats. So you can check those out. The other thing is I'm actually a software developer. Are there other software developers here? Or is this mostly just IT security professionals? Okay, I guess I'm I don't know, the minority here, I guess. So yeah, I'm a software developer, and I've mostly been just dealing with clients with legacy code. And one of the things that I often find with them, especially for small to medium-sized businesses, is that like you look at their code, and we're helping them with their code, but all the times their servers and other infrastructure is just not as secure. So I've been kind of dabbling in how to increase security on their servers, like their Nginx setup, their Apache web server, mostly a lot of web server setups, but also their AWS and stuff. And so I started making it a mission to increase my security knowledge and started coming to conferences like this. So, and I also joined the YAGSec community Slack a couple weeks ago. So if you're on there, feel free to hit me up there. Yeah, so I'm hoping to impart a little bit of knowledge to, people out there, but I'm hoping to learn a lot more from you. And I think I already have, even I met Donald a couple weeks ago, and he showed me about Hack the Box. So that was like really fun and really interesting. I spent a lot of yesterday working in the Hack the Box room. So I've learned quite a bit from Donald and from Andrew and stuff like that. So. All right. All right. Sorry for the slow. The slow scrolling. Okay, so what is rate limiting? I think most people probably know what rate limiting is, but basically we just want to prevent the amount of connections coming into our server. So this was actually inspired. So I do subcontract for a company called Corgi Bytes in the States. I've been doing that for about 4 years. They're the kind of company that deals with a lot of legacy code. And we just had a client just recently just get absolutely hammered by a bot one day. So then I had to figure out a way to, basically prevent that from happening again. And because I deal with small to medium-sized businesses, I can't afford, or they can't afford, a lot of the solutions, which I'm noticing. I come to these conferences, and there's like these big companies that are like, we'll protect your enterprise architecture. Just subscribe to our real expensive service and we'll protect your 1,000 users. And it's like, they don't have 1,000 users. These are small businesses. They have like maybe a couple web servers or a small AWS setup or something like that. So we don't need a huge solution. So I kind of was searching for a way, how can I do rate limiting within a reasonable budget and a reasonable time frame, and stumbled across this. So if anyone has any more suggestions when I walk through this demo, please let me know ways I can improve the security of my clients. That would be great. It's rate limit. And just in case anyone's not familiar with Nginx or fail to ban, Nginx is like a web server. It's similar to like Apache or IIS. I think it's actually overtaken Apache now in popularity, but don't quote me on that. It's become an extremely popular web server. And fail to ban is just a process that runs on pretty much all Linux systems. So if you have it, it's probably already set up on your default Debian, Red Hat, or whatever, and it's already probably protecting your system against SSH. So usually that's a default when you install a new version of Linux. Fail to ban is already set up, and it will protect your SSH connections is usually on by default. And the way fail to ban works is it just parses log files. So if you have a log file, it's looking in that like your Apache access log, or well, usually your error log. It's like looking in, say, your Apache error log file, and it's looking for certain strings. And if it sees those strings, if it sees like X number of these types of strings within a certain amount of time, usually what it does is it writes your IP tables and just basically bans that IP address. So it's basically monitoring that log file, looking for IP addresses, how many times has this particular message occurred, and if it's occurred within this configured time frame, ban that person for 10 minutes, ban that IP for 10 minutes, for an hour, whatever you've configured it for. So that's really the magic behind fail to ban. A lot of it is just configured regex expressions to help to parse the log file, and just some settings about how frequently you should ban someone and for how long. So if anyone's got any questions too at any time, just feel free to throw up your hand, and I'm sure we can yell out the question. All right. So let's get to the demo again. If anyone wants to follow along, you can go to the GitHub repo there, and you can download everything. Assuming you have Docker installed, you should be able to get that Docker image spun up, and it's just a simple Nginx Docker image. But the idea is that what I'm doing here will apply to like a real server as well. I just use Docker just because I love Docker, except we had so much trouble setting up on this laptop. But aside from that, I love Docker because it lets you just have different environments spun up really easy, and you can just play around with them and destroy them. It doesn't mess with your host machine. So, all right, let's see how this goes. Okay, so I'm already inside the Docker container here. You can see it. I keep turning my head. It says root, blah, blah, blah. That means I'm inside the actual Docker container. I'm not on this host machine. Just so you can, for those of you that aren't familiar with Docker, just think about like I've SSH'd into like the actual production server or something like that. So we're on there. I have Nginx started. And you can see here, if I hold shift, we can just keep refreshing it. Can everyone see the screen okay too? Is that big enough? Way in the back? Okay. Right, sorry, this is really sensitive. All right, so, everything hunky-dory though. Okay, see if I can move this over. All right. So, the first thing we're going to want to do is, if you look inside you got to turn on rate limiting inside of Nginx here. So, if you go, nope. No. So this is our Nginx config. It's just a default Nginx config, of course. When you have a real server, it's going to be all sorts of other stuff in here. All right, so the other thing we're going to do. Oops. I'm just, so we don't have to watch me type forever, I'm just going to bring up my files and so I don't screw up a bunch. All right, so we want the Nginx config file here. So just bring that guy up for now. All right, so to turn it on, you basically Control C. All right. So you basically need this line inside of your Nginx config file. So what this tells it is that you're turning on rate limiting for IP addresses. The zone is just anything you want to call it. So you can have multiple zones if you want to do rate limiting for like maybe have multiple servers or something like that. But this just limits your rate limiting to this particular zone. The 10M is for 10 megabytes. So that's how many IP addresses we're going to store. I can't remember. If you go to the Nginx site, it'll tell you approximately how many IP addresses that is. But basically when that file gets full, it starts dropping the old IP addresses off the end. And then the rate is 1 request per second. So obviously for this demo, we just put 1 request. But for your case, you're probably going to want to set it to something a little bit higher. Because most web pages, when you hit a website, you're getting like 5 or 10 requests as you're loading images, you're loading JavaScript, you're loading CSS. And these are only requests to your server. Like if you're hitting Google or to get fonts or something like that, you don't care. You don't care about it as much. So, all right, so I'll just save that. And then we'll just reload it. All right. So now if we go back to this website, all right, let's see, demo time. Oh, something's not. Oh, I screwed something up already. Oh, right, I do have to put it in one other place. Sorry, you have to put that at the top, and then for your actual, inside your actual web server. All right, this is what I need. Okay. Sorry. All right, so we'll skip that burst and no delay for now. All right, there we go. Now let's make sure that works. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we're getting an error occurred. So what that error occurred is basically the Nginx server now that you've got more, when you start getting more than 1 request per second, it's going to start returning 503 errors by default. But you can configure it to return whatever HTTP status code you want. And then, of course, like I said, you're going to want to configure that. So right now, all we've done is we've just told Nginx, if you get so many requests per second, stop accepting them and just start returning error code. So this will help with some of the rate limiting, or if you're getting swamped by a bot or something that's just trying to keep logging in repeatedly, that'll help in that regard. All right, so if you, oh, sorry, I didn't really talk about this, but so we set this, we turned at the, yeah, you can see that there. Yeah, so at the top, that's where we turn rate limiting on, and then we have to turn it on for every location that we want. So if you had like an admin section of your website, you could rate limit that a lot harder than your public section, right? Just to prevent spammy bots or login bots or something like that. So this line here turns it on for this location, which of course is just the root. So, all right. So then the other thing we want to do. So one thing a lot of websites have is when you first connect to them, you get a bunch of requests all at once, right? Like you get the images, you get the CSS, you get the JavaScript, all that stuff I said before. But then after that, a lot of that's cached on the user's browser, right? And you're not hitting that as much. So when you go to the second page, it's not going to pull down the JavaScript. It's not going to pull down the CSS. Like even some of the images are going to be cached and stuff like that. So a lot of times what you want is you need a quick burst of activity from someone, and then you're not expecting a continuous burst from them. You're going to just get smaller requests from them after a while. And that's where that burst setting here comes into play. So what this does, oh, sorry about that. There we go. So what this says is allow a short burst of up to 5 requests. And the no delay just says, okay, so the way Nginx handles the requests that come in is actually if you do 10 requests per second, it actually breaks it down to the 100 milliseconds. So that's actually 1 request per millisecond. Or sorry, 100 milliseconds. So it's 1 request per 100 milliseconds is the way it works. So if you just, even if you put 10 requests per second and you try to send 10 requests like really fast, it's going to start rejecting them. It's going to start queuing them up and start dropping them. What burst allows you to do is just says, if I'll allow 1 request in our case, and then I'm going to allow an extra 5. So just a quick burst of 5, and then I'm going to wait a little bit, and then allow another burst of 5 once that initial 1 request per second or whatever you have it set at has reset. So again, that allows for the little bursts of traffic that a lot of websites get, right? When you first go there, you get an initial burst of traffic from the user, and then they're like reading, they're browsing, and maybe they're clicking something, and then you get another burst as they go to another page, and maybe you have to load a bunch of images. So that's what that does. And the no delay just says allow all 5 bursts at once. If you don't have the no delay, it'll actually queue up those 5 bursts. So if you're really hitting it, it's just it's gonna be a slower experience. So most of the time, recommend using the no delay. And then you'll have to tweak these settings for whatever your website, the demands on your website. If it doesn't have a lot, keep this small. If it has a lot of images or a lot of requests that you're pulling down, then you'll set this to higher. So to kind of show this in action, I have a little script here. Can I open up another terminal window? Let's see. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, thanks again, Rajiv. You can see Rajiv's laptop. So this is amazing. Downloads. All right, so I have a little script here that just sends a bunch of curl requests. Yeah, so everyone can see it. Does anyone have any questions, or is this all clear as mud? All right, okay. All right, so if we do this. All right, so that sent 10 requests, just kind of real curl requests, and all we got back, because we're only kind of curious about the headers. Oh, I forgot to reload it. So you can see, because I didn't reload Nginx, you can see the first request got in, and all the rest are 503 errors. But if I actually reload Nginx, so now it has that burst ability applied to it. So now if I go here, we should get about 6 requests it should let us through with. So, so the first couple there, 4 failed, and then now we're getting to 200, it's 3, 4, 5, yeah, about 6. So now you can see that burst in action, right? So you can see we let a bunch of requests in, and then we started say, nope, 503. And again, you can change that to 4. What's the too many requests? 4, 4, 4. So anyway, you can change it to the actual too many requests if you want, or however you want. All right, so that's the Nginx part. So we haven't talked about the fail to ban part. This is just the Nginx, configure that. So this would be something great to set up if you have a website or you're configuring one. Even, I'm sure this exists for Apache and for IIS. You should probably turn on rate limiting for those websites as well. And it just prevents people from running a bot or a script or anything on your site. It'll start rejecting them. So, okay. So, first thing I'll show is if you look in the error log. All right, and we go down here. There's a bunch of them in here. So, right, so you can see some of these errors here, right? So this is what fail to ban is going to look for. It's going to look for, I can't remember the regex, but it's going to look for something like limiting requests. It's going to need the IP address, which is over here. It's a weird IP address because it's coming from Docker. And then it needs the time. So as long as you can actually write for fail to ban, you can write your own rules as long as your log file has the IP address, has a time in there, and then like a particular message that you're looking for. So if you have an application, like a specific, you can actually create your own log files and tell fail to ban to monitor that. So fail to ban is going to start looking in this log file. And the nice thing about fail to ban is it comes with tons of good defaults. So, oops. You never realize how many mistakes you make when you're typing until you're demoing. Like, it's just like, man, I thought my typing was great. So here's fail to ban. And it has, like I said, it has tons of good defaults already enabled. So there's lots of different files in here, but the interesting one for, at least that I'll show for this example, jail.config, is this jail.config file. So jail in fail to ban is basically you set up jails for different things that you want to look for. So like every log file that you want to look for something, like if you want to look for too many SSH connections, too many Apache connections, or some custom thing, it creates a separate jail, and you can have different settings for each one of those jails. Like maybe you want to be really strict on your SSH one, so you'll limit those to like 3 failed connections, and you're banned for an hour or something. But your website, you're like, oh, we'll let them do like 10 connections, and then they're banned for just 10 minutes or something. So this has a bunch of defaults in here, and it also has a bunch of rules so that you don't have to write them yourself. So in our case, we're going to look for, this guy here. Oh, excuse me. So it already has this rule set up for us. So this is Nginx rate limiting. It even tells us what we have to set up, which is nice. So what ports we're looking for, the log files are defined in a separate file. I think they're like the default paths file. But again, this is where you could set up your own rule. You could tell it what to look for. So we're just going to leave all these defaults here, but you typically don't want to edit this file, because if you do install a new version of fail2ban, it'll come with updated rules and all that stuff. So what you'll usually do is you'll put your file in the jail.d folder, which is right now is empty, but we will put All right, so this one's pretty simple. We're basically just going to turn it on. But if you wanted to change some of those settings, so like in that jail.d file, there was also like default settings for how many fails you're allowed, like how many times do I see this thing in the log file before I trigger a ban, how long do I ban, like all those defaults are set up in that jail.d. If you wanted to change those defaults globally, you do that in a separate file, or you can do it like if you wanted to configure Nginx to ban for like an hour or something, you would do that in there. But we're just, for our example here, we're just going to enable it. So, Nginx limit. These files can be called anything they want as long as they have .conf at the end of them. So, all right. So now we need to turn on fail2ban. If you have a normal Linux server, by default, it'll probably turn on fail2ban when it starts up. But in our case, we need to turn it on. All right, there we go. And then fail2ban client status. All right, so we can see the number of jails. So most of the time, like I said, if you go onto your default Linux one, you're going to see an SSH jail, and that's the only one that's enabled. So in our case, that's the jail that's enabled right now. It's just that one. And then you can see, if you want to see specifics about the jail, oh, look, we've already, it's already banned my IP address, so we might have to unban that before this example will go any further. So you can see the status of it. Did it ban it already? So it's already looked at those errors. Oh yeah, see, page isn't working. It's already banned me. So just to kind of show it in action, I'm just going to unban myself, which I can't remember. There we go. So just gonna same. Oh, I got a different IP address here. 18. All right. Make sure I'm not banned. Okay. All right. So now if we go back here, great. I can connect to the server again, right? I could do this a couple times. I'm going to start. Oh, error occurred. Well, let's see if I can actually trigger it here. Oh, yeah, see, now it's taking a really long time, so it's going to time out here. Yeah, and there you go. And now fail2ban is kicked in. And so you can see that if you go look at the log files for fail2ban. Fail2ban. And let me just go down to the... let me make this a little bigger. All right, so... all right, so you can see where I unbanned it, and then it found it, and then I got banned again, right there. And it's going to ban for, I think, for 10 minutes or something is the default. So, yeah, that's basically the gist of it. And then again, if you wanted to do more robust testing, you can use that curl script to just send a bunch of requests, or you can use there's an Apache benchmark tool that I use sometimes. And that sends, you can send a ton of requests. It's more like a a performance tool, but that way you can set up multiple processes to send a bunch of requests at once and watch it get banned if you want to use the Apache benchmark tool. All right, is there anything else I want to talk about? Any questions or anything so far? Do people... and I might as well show the IP tables too. So if you just want to see it in IP tables, there you go. So it basically writes this. It's going to write this rule in there. And this is configured, again, in fail to ban. You can configure what happens when fail to ban should ban something when it reaches those threshold limits. And a lot of times it's write a rule to the IP tables. Other times you can also set up to send emails, to do basically kind of a lot of different things depending on your needs there. But in about 10 minutes, it'll write a rule that'll unreject this, unban this IP address. So, right, I think, sorry. It looks like we got some questions. So I think I'm just going to go back to the slides here. So again, thanks to Rajiv for getting my laptop set up. I super appreciate your laptop set up to work. Really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone's patience for all those technical difficulties. And I believe it was Jason was the fellow that spoke before me for covering. Man, he has an awesome beard too. My wife would kill me if I came home with an awesome beard like that. But yeah, if you want, there's some that you can find the GitHub repo. You can find some tutorials. And if you have any questions after this, there's some connections you can email me, or I'm on all three of these Slacks. So the Dev Edmonton, for those of you that are software developers or just want to kind of be in the software tech community, I would highly recommend the Dev Edmonton community. And they have a Slack channel that's free to join. You don't even have to live in Edmonton. And all these slides are in that GitHub repo too, if anyone wants any of this information. Yeah, I'd highly recommend joining Dev Edmonton. It's a great community. That's where a lot of software development meetup groups hang out. So the Python meetup group, the Ruby meetup group. I think there used to be some security people that would hang out there, but they mostly hang out in YAGSec now. So, yeah, and then the Legacy Code Rocks. If you want to talk about old legacy code, that's a fun group. But also, I don't know if any of you have to deal with old legacy servers. I'm sure some of you must support mainframes. It sounds like a bunch of you work for government, cities, big organizations. They must have an old mainframe sticking around that you have to support or talk about or whatever. So yeah, the Legacy Code Rocks is kind of a place if you want to talk about that. Sometimes we discuss solutions. Other times it's just therapy, complaining about some old clients' problems. Therapy for legacy developers. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, again, thank you very much, everyone. I'm very honored to be presenting here. And if anyone has any questions, I'll be around for the rest of the day. I might be in that back room doing more Hack the Box stuff because that's actually really, really fun. Or you can just hit me up online or just shoot me an email or something like that. Thanks, everyone. Does anyone have any questions too, I guess I should ask? Oh, you spilled your coffee there.
Got some spillage over here. Yeah, no questions. So yeah, we do have. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. All right, thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks again, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back for our afternoon sessions. We're going to get started with our Women in Cybersecurity panel discussion with a moderator and 5 panelists who are all involved with the WISIS Western Canadian organization. Haima is our moderator today. So Haima has been providing identity and access management solutions for more than 15 years to clients in Canada and the United States. She is currently working as a senior manager at Tech Democracy here in Canada. Haima is a board member of ISC Squared Alberta and vice president of WISIS Western Canadian affiliate. Haima was recognized by ISC Squared in 2020 with their Global Achievement Award for her passion and efforts in promoting cyber safety awareness in Alberta, and she is an engineer and a CISSP. I'll pass the microphone over to Haima, and the panelists will be introducing themselves. So please join me in welcoming to the BSides stage the Women in Cybersecurity panel.
Thank you, Thomas, for the introduction. Good afternoon, and thank you all for choosing to be here with us to witness this amazing panel of women in cybersecurity. I will let the panelists introduce themselves.
Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you all today here. I'm Samhita Keshreddy and I work for Secure Ops as a network security analyst, and it's not been an year for me into this field. By January 2023, I'll be finishing my 1 year. So I graduated from Concordia University from Edmonton as a master's student in information systems and security management. While at work in Secure Ops, I usually monitor the SIEM alerts, and I also tackle with the fraudulent activities coming through emails. And I also train the new analysts who are joining the company. And I also give the content for the SIEM to develop in all the ways possible. And during my coursework in the Concordia University, I have been worked under the guidance of Sean Agili, professor, for the research work in blockchain technologies, and I contributed my work for one of the chapters in his book. And yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thanks so much for that introduction. So my name is Kelty. I'm currently a sales engineer for Proofpoint. I think it's very interesting that we're all here for a group of women, especially in this beautiful NATE. So my background is that I got an information technology computer systems diploma. I grew up actually here in Edmonton and then moved down to Calgary. And it was a very interesting experience, especially being a woman, wanting to be in cybersecurity, wanting to be into computers. And so I have a very interesting background and different from all of our other panelists.
Thank you, Kelty.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie. I am the Computer Network Administrator Chair here at NATE. Basically, what I do for my job is I sort of teach cybersecurity wannabes in IT and how to get into their career and stuff. My background is different as well. Besides an IT background, I also am a former paramedic, so not only do I have the IT background, but also health as well.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taranjeet Kaur, and thank you so much for this opportunity. It's nice to see you all here. I've been working at Wipro past 8 years, and I started working on the requirement gathering phase as a request management analyst. And eventually I kept finding the opportunities, and I about a couple of years I spent for identity access management. So I've been managing the requests and doing IT audit. And then my last assignment was as a cybersecurity associate consultant for working on the ADCO projects, ADCO Energy, for writing the security assurance plans. And yeah, that's what I'm doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I call this my opportunity to be by the beach side with the... It's a great getaway for me to connect with like minds. My name is Gloria Ake Johnson, and thanks, Haima, for inviting me to the panel. I know it was sort of last minute, but it's a great opportunity to be here. I have worn multiple hats across different industries, different sectors, from services, banking, academia. Currently now in marketing a midstream energy company. I have been in the downstream, upstream as well. I see myself as a big security advocate. I'm a huge fan and advocate for security by design. And so my career has spanned across wearing multiple hats: systems analyst, business analyst, project manager, program management, risk manager, and currently I manage a great team of resources that help to ensure that all of the applications, or at least I like to think of it that way, because to me that's really all. I do manage a huge bunch of applications now in my portfolio to ensure that all of the assets that we use in the pipeline industry, in the industry that I work with right now, are up and running, ensuring their confidentiality, integrity, availability, and I call it really putting my blood on making sure everybody around me do not end up in orange jumpsuits, and just making sure that it is designed to be secure, to feel safe, and to operate uptime with expected uptimes that we've agreed to.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you all for those wonderful introductions. So as you can see, we have a very diverse panel here. And I am very much interested, and I think you are also interested in knowing how these women got into cybersecurity. So let's ask this question. Can you tell us what led you to choose a career in cybersecurity? I'll start with Kelly. Kelty.
That's okay. It's all right. I get called Kelly all the time. It's pretty normal these days. So the reason why I personally got into cybersecurity, I was a young little girl. I was so excited for computers, excited to learn more and to do more things. I actually, like I said, I grew up here in Edmonton. I went to St. Joseph's High School just down 109th. And so for me, it was getting my hands on all the technology, all the computer classes, all the coding classes that I could get my hands on, pretty much everything and anything that I was allowed to do, I did it. I loved my math. I loved to do that. So then when I got my diploma, I really enjoyed my cybersecurity courses within that area. And so when I went into the industry, I said, okay, like, how do I get into actual cybersecurity? And I just enjoyed the ride and enjoyed whatever opportunity had towards me, and I went for it.
Awesome. Thank you. Sam.
So before coming to Canada, I came to Canada before 3 years. Okay, it's been 3 years for me now. So before coming to Canada, I worked as a software associate for 1 year there. And because my bachelor's is from computer science, and I also joined this tradition called, you have to join to the software engineering since your background is from computer science. And then I realized that, I was not really into that area where I can't see a constant learning. And though I'm interested in developing the stuff, I was not really into that thing, and I was looking for something where I can grow and learn every day and tackle more issues and solving the real-time problems. And then I started some time off, and then started to look for other opportunities where I can grow and see. And then I got to know about the cybersecurity field where I can, learn more stuff and evolve. And while I was researching and all of the stuff, then I got to know that there are a lot of opportunities in the cybersecurity field, and we have very less professional skilled professors or professionals in this field, and we have a lot of opportunities. And when and if you see the present situations, and if there is a decision, you will have very low to no job opportunities in this field, and you will always be finding more opportunities in this field. And that's how I found out, and then I grabbed a few of the universities which are providing courses regarding the cybersecurity, and luckily I got into the Concordia University, and that's how I started my career in cybersecurity.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, so similar to Kelty, when I was a kid, I used to like breaking things. Not always guaranteeing I'd put it back together, but I always like to find out, how did things work? And I like to push the boundaries. And I think these traits sort of led me into technology. I liked, trying out new technologies, seeing how things work, why they work, things like that. Now, when I first started, so I'm actually formerly from Manitoba. I went to Red River College. I took computer engineering technology. I'm going to date myself a bit. I'm not going to say when I graduated Red River. But back then, there wasn't really any cybersecurity programs or anything like that. It was very sort of general, broad. It wasn't until I started actually into the IT industry that I learned more about cybersecurity. Learning more by going to, say, events like this, talking to colleagues and stuff like that, but there wasn't, say, any courses per se. And so I learned more and more from that.
I understand what you're saying. And I'm not going to share the year of my graduation either.
So I found that the IT is very, very exciting field, and that's how I get into it. And I completed my graduation. Then there was internship with Government of Alberta, and I was pretty new to Canada then. So I got opted as a tester trainer because of my background, because I'm also bilingual, and I can speak English and French. So they picked me, and I completed there. And then after the completion of my internship, I got opportunity to work with ADCO iTech, and that's where I started working as a requirement gathering analyst. So doing that couple years, I realized that I need to grow more. I wanna sharpen my skills, and cybersecurity is one of the fields I would like to go into. I want to learn more. I believe in continuous learning and improvements. And that's how I got into it. And I did an enterprise risk management course. And I kept connecting, at work, asking for the mentorship. I didn't shy away. I went ahead and I'm like, okay, this is what I have done. I want to get into. And when opportunity landed, they interviewed me. They got into it. And that's how I started my career in cybersecurity. I'm very happy, and there is very potential, and it has a bright future, lots of opportunities. That's what we need, so that's how I started. Thank you so much.
Great to hear. Thank you.
Interesting. For me, I wouldn't say I started out thinking I was going to get into the technology field. I always wanted to be a medical doctor. And to start with, as time went on, I found out, I can't be a medical doctor if I don't even like the sight of blood. But I struggled with that for some time, and at some point, my dad actually helped me, and he made the decision easy, and he was like, you know what? My cousin at the time had just graduated from computer science. Anyway, long story short, I got into computer science, and I wasn't going to give up on my dream of becoming or getting into medicine. And so I went into bioinformatics, which was the application of computer technology to solve biomedical problems. And from then, of course, I ended up working in the bank. And I came from a country where the banking industry at that time was quite advanced. And I'm sure some of you have heard some of this in terms of where some of the big issues we get, cybersecurity threats and extortions come from. I come from Nigeria, proudly. And so you can tell that a lot of people, when it comes to security, it will be top of mind, and you can imagine that in banking industry. So I stay vulnerable here to say that. That was one of my drivers to get into the security field. Because to me, it was really ensuring that I was in the forefront of helping people secure their most important assets, starting with people and technology assets and so on. So for me, that was a big driver because I could see the problem firsthand. And so picking the next step, my husband he is still my husband. He had gotten an opportunity at the time to come do a postgraduate, a PhD here in Canada. This was about 16, 17 years ago. And I was looking at the universities that offered programs, a master's program at the time in security, and there was Carleton, there was Royal Holloway in UK back then, and then of course there was Concordia. And so I was lucky enough to get the admission then into Concordia back then. Of course, it was pretty new at the time. Anyway, long story short, I got into cybersecurity again, like I said, because I did see the strong need. And I see security really, and it has evolved over time. I see security as a societal staple. It has applications in every sector, like everywhere you can think of. There are multiple opportunities. And for me as a woman, a lot of us can attest to the fact. Just look around the room and you can count how many women are here, right? And it is a high need, it is a place, it is an area where we need so many hands. Like I said, every single asset we've got, whether digital or non-digital, require security. We need to secure them. Again, security is broad and deep. And for me, jumping in to help and just making sure I'm a hand that can help solve that societal staple problem was a huge opportunity for me. And like I said, I've worn multiple hats over the years. It is still an evolving one. I have my sweet spots, but I'll get into that later on. But that's how I got into the cybersecurity space.
Thank you, Gloria. That's true. We need more hands in cybersecurity, and that's a nice segue to our next question. What advice would you give young women or girls to get into cybersecurity? Kelty. I said your name right this time.
That's okay. You can still say Kelly. It's all right. It's all good. I still love you. For younger ladies or people that identify as women, I would definitely give the advice, like I said, mentioned it before, taking every opportunity, using it, learning from it, and then applying those lessons that you've learned into the next type of experiences that you're able to get. I found that was something that I still to this day tell people. I also really, this is something that I didn't do, and I actually wish I did, was to take internships, co-ops, and actually get into there and have some more hands-on learning while you're in school. That was something I didn't do, and so I tell now people to do it and learn from my mistakes. And so that's something I would tell individuals.
Thank you.
So I would give only one suggestion who wants to get into this field for the younger ones. So if you take any industry or any organization, everyone or every organization needs a security department for sure, what type of industry it might be or what type of organization it might be. So that explains that, how important the security is for every organization. And if you know that importance and how every organization is providing the opportunity in the cybersecurity field, then that explains it and, the importance of cybersecurity, and just grab the opportunity and be in this place.
For Stephanie, I will add a bit more to that question. Do you see more women applicants in your courses?
Right now in our IT programs, not really right now. Actually, there's some of my students sitting over there. In the last couple of years, it's been about the same. Like nothing has really increased or decreased. It's about the same.
So what do you think needs to be done to bring more girls?
I think to start encouraging women at a young age, like elementary, junior high. I know we've started a bit here at NATE going into high schools, junior high, and promoting our programs and stuff like that. Now, COVID did put a little bit of a damper of that, obviously, but we're trying to get back into, schools and stuff like that. Another thing I mention to my students all the time is find a really good mentor, listen to them and learn from them. Good mentors will share their experiences, but they'll share not only the positives, but the negatives as well.
So getting into the cybersecurity or any other field, it's very, very important to have a good network, start connecting with people, ask for help and guidance. They can definitely make a big difference. If you even get a volunteer work, go for it and learn on that assignment. You can use that, moving forward. I mean, little baby steps and, the opportunities can make a huge difference. So I would say that while graduating, start connecting to the sites, websites, or the seminars where you feel that you can get into some kind of the certifications and educate yourself well and get ready for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
For me, I think I would just add to, because you all mentioned, you've brought up really good reasons and suggestions and advice for the younger ladies out there that could be considering a career in security. What I would add to that would be believe in yourself. And I know sometimes you look around and it just looks like technology generally is male dominated. However, like I said, right, there's tons of opportunities, and we all win as a society when more hands are in here. And you know, as a woman, yeah, we've got so many things for us. It's easy, and I sit here as a woman as well, and I can see it's easy to look at those limitations, look at those reasons why maybe it's not the career for you. But I would say don't try to be a master of all. I'm sound in every area. Like I said, security is deep and broad. Don't try to know it all. Find it's great to understand all the domains and the breadth of it. However, find your sweet spot. Find those areas in security. For me, I know GRC is a big one for me. Identity and access management are huge ones for me. And there are other areas as well. Disaster recovery, business continuity. You know, just find that sweet spot and build a niche around that. But we need you. The society needs you. And find, again, be confident. Find advocates. I'll just piggyback on what you said there. Looking for mentors and look for cheerleaders, look for advocates. But you've got to advocate for yourself. You've got to have that confidence and just go for it. The society needs us.
Yeah, I will change the pattern a little bit now. I'll pick and choose the panelists to answer the questions following. So you said we need mentors, right, Gloria? Let's start with you. So how do we build allies in our career? Not just getting into cybersecurity, but once you get into the cybersecurity, how do you build allies? Can men be our allies?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a good one. So yeah, building allies, like you did bring up networking, and like I said, you've got to put yourself out there. Really. So again, I'm just going to throw this back out again. I'm looking at all the men in the room. Same thing with the women as well. There's a concept that I've learned over the years, and I'm a first beneficiary of that. And it is men advocating for women, men advocating for real change. I call myself, or I see myself as a beneficiary of that because I'm sitting here. I've got 3 lovely children at home, but I'll tell you, and I live in Calgary. I came for BSides Edmonton. And one of what makes that easy is the fact that I've got an advocate in my husband as well. And over the years, another thing that I've enjoyed in my career, like you said, in building allies, right, is having and finding other men as well that have supported me, encouraged me, mentored, and believed in me and what I could add bring to the table. I don't see myself. I say this with all humility. I don't see myself as they need to. I see myself as one of the best things that happened to the world, and I think as women, when you say building allies, we need to start with that and find those people as well that believe in us, including men. So like I said, men, we need to advocate for women as well. And make it easy, I would say. Like I said, I'm a beneficiary. I'm here. My husband made it easy for me. He's a strong ally. And I just want to put that challenge out there. It's a call for action, I guess, call to action for all of us to play our part in that.
Great answer. Thank you. Taryn.
Okay.
Not so random, eh?
So yeah, allies are very, very important. We do need to connect at work, talk to the different people in other departments and keep in touch and up to date yourself what's happening in the organization. All the guidance and the knowledge coming can help you flourish further. Sharing knowledge is such a good thing. It's very important. We can share knowledge. Like let's say if somebody is working on some assignments and they have worked and learned some technologies. If they hand over to the juniors and train them well, the juniors can take over and themselves can, improve and move further. Apart from that, it's also very, very important that whenever you have Ali, whatever information or the feedback you want to give, it should be constructive, it should be confidential, so that you also gain the trust of the other person. And yeah, that's all about it.
Great, thank you. I'll break the chain here. Is that okay? Thank you. So, Kelty, what changes would you like to see to make future better for women in cybersecurity?
Yeah, absolutely. What type of changes I would love to see, and it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, is that everybody just respects everybody, that we're listening to each other and we're taking in the opinions of others. You might disagree with them, but listen, understand where they're coming from, and have a really good discussion about it, versus sometimes you'll see, well, my way is better way because of this type of experience. And I don't think that's the right way to approach it. I think it's that we need to understand where, just basically a better understanding of everybody, and to really push forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess. Actually, repeat the question again. Just make sure I'm on the same train here.
Sure. So what changes would you like to see to make the future better for women in cybersecurity?
I would like to see more mentors for women, and it doesn't always have to be female as mentors, even male totally can help us out. Not only that, it would be nice to see more women community groups, things like that. WISIS is great to help with that, but I think there needs to be more of that, and more basically interjected into, say, NATE here, high schools, things like that. I think that would be great.
Like student organization?
Yeah, totally. Student run, industry run. I know we have a lot of industry members come to our classrooms to do, guest speaker presentations, things like that. That'd be great.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. So I was volunteering for the ISC Squared Alberta booth, and I met quite a few students who said they have good experience with cybersecurity. They have CISSP, SSCP, and CCSP, and all the gold standard certifications. AWS as well. I don't want to be partial towards ISC Squared, right? Yeah. So, but they said it's very difficult for them as newcomers to find jobs here unless they have Canadian experience or a Canadian degree. And that drove them, along with the drive to improve their skill set to get into a master's program or a diploma in cybersecurity. So I would like to ask Sam and Taran and Gloria, I assume you are an immigrant as well. So what are some of the challenges that you faced in a new country? And how did you overcome them and finally get into a field that you like?
Well, that's a good question, though, to share the experience. So I already came here as a master's student, right? So I already chose my course in the university. But then it became very hard for me to find more people who are into this field and build connections and networks, because as soon as I came here, the pandemic hit and we don't have many events like this organized back then, and it became tough for me to find connections and the people who are in this field. And it took me a while to, see what are the opportunities that the Canada is giving for the young people who came here as an immigrants. And luckily, I found few of the connections through the LinkedIn, and I started applying for a lot of companies. And a lot of them were asking about the previous experience, what I have in this field, and no one is ready to take the people who are new to this field. Then I realized that, yes, there should be some certifications that have to support my knowledge and as well as my course in the college. So then I started looking for specific certifications. I spoke to specific people who are already in this field. And then I got to know that, doing some certifications like CompTIA or CISSP or any other stuff which will help us to start in the career. And then I learned and I did the CompTIA Security Plus, and that's how I gave the interviews, and that's how I ended up doing the job. But yeah, it became really tough because of the pandemic, and I really look forward to have such kind of events again in the future to help network and build easy relationships and help to build a career in cybersecurity.
Thank you. That's a +1 for BSides organizers, right? Tarun, go ahead.
So coming to Canada was obviously it's a new journey of the life for me. So I felt that I need to upgrade myself, and I came here to NATE. Initially, for the few months, I did some odd jobs to put bread on my table. And while I was learning about Canada, experiencing here, learning the culture and things like that. So, and then I completed my bachelor's at NATE. I was very fortunate that I started my internship while I was at the campus. There was few companies came over every year, they do. So they selected me for enterprise, the tester with government of Alberta as a tester trainer. So I did my internship, and after finishing my internship, I needed to find a permanent position, and I kept myself, increasing my knowledge, and I tried to find my connections at best possible way. And that's how I started working with ADCO iTech. And it's obviously it's challenging, it's tough when everything is new to you. But I'm very thankful. People have been very supportive, welcoming. As they see that you want to learn, you want to grow, they do help you. So I had quite a few mentors in my organization who helped me to get where I am today. Thank you.
For me, I think I was blessed, and I've been blessed. I still am blessed. I actually did not experience the weight or the whole, like, I didn't experience that. I don't want to say unfortunately, but it was a good thing. However, my suggestion would be, again, network, put yourself out there, make your thinking visible, and keep learning. Again, network with like minds in events like this, volunteer where the opportunity comes up, or look for the volunteer opportunities. Sometimes they don't just jump at us. So again, because it's that chance to meet someone else that may know about an opportunity in an organization. And then the other thing I would say is don't look for stereotypical roles when you're searching, because that's the other thing. Sometimes we're looking for a security analyst. Again, go through the description. Like I said, security is a staple need everywhere out there now. There are some jobs that would not necessarily carry the name security in them. However, a lot of what is expected, what it demands, requires knowledge of security. So again, if you're a woman in cybersecurity now, even anyone generally, and trying to get into that field, don't be bogged down by certain names when you're trying to get opportunities. And then again, put yourself out there, network. Those would be some of what I would add to that.
Thank you. So there are a lot of studies that say that women are hesitant to apply to leadership positions. So only 60%, women will not apply for a job until 100% of the job responsibilities match their skill set. But on the other hand, men will go ahead and apply even if they have a 60% match. So why this barrier? What's stopping women from going and getting those leadership positions?
I can start off with that. experienced this as well. A number of years ago, I did get the opportunity again. I've been blessed in my career. At some point, one of my bosses then said, "Oh, Gloria, I think you'd be great for this role, and I think you should take it." It was a leadership role. And to me at the time, I said, well, I don't think I can. And some of what was running through my mind at the time was, gosh, at that time, there were more men. I'm going to say that. And then the other thing, too, was family for me, family demands. And I thought, okay, how am I going to juggle all of the demands that comes with leadership role and all that? And then the other thing for me at the time also was, I just felt, gee, I needed more. So to your point, with that, again, without understanding a lot of what I know now, part of it also, which I would say I have grown in learning also, is the fact that either male or female, really, leadership roles, really, especially when you see something that you think, oh, maybe I'm not capable of doing, I think that's when you should look at it. Because a lot of times, that next role that seemingly looks like you're not able to, someone puts it this way, and I may not be quoting it rightly, but it says, management, or when you get an offer for a management role that you do not think you're able to, it's your next level of incompetence, which means it's an opportunity to grow, it's an opportunity to expand yourself, it's an opportunity to stretch yourself, it's an opportunity to get to expand your knowledge base. It doesn't mean you're truly capable of doing everything there. But so for me, I would say part of what really women, again, I just listed some of them, is family. Sometimes we look around us and we don't see other women there as well sometimes. And so you're thinking, oh, okay, maybe you just shy away from it. And then the other part too, like I said, is believing in yourself. I think that's a huge part. And find other people that would advocate for you as well. For me, like I said, I'm here also because my husband definitely has been a huge advocate, and he strongly believes in me and of course what I've got to share with the world. So again, strongly believe in yourself, find other people that believe in you as well and would advocate for you.
Steph.
Yeah, I was totally in the same boat as Gloria, actually. I call it imposter syndrome. I thought I could do it, but I was self-doubting myself, self-doubting my abilities and stuff. It wasn't until a lot of my male coworkers actually strongly suggested, pushed me to apply for a chair position here at NAIT, where I actually had a lot of leadership responsibilities. And again, like Gloria said, a lot of females, or women I should say, are concerned with the work-life balance in a leadership role. It can be challenging. But now, especially since COVID, it has taught us that there are ways we can work from home and things like that, which has opened up some possibilities as well.
Thank you.
So yeah, it is challenging. Sometimes people think, but it's more, I think, believing. Like if you trust yourself and constantly gaining knowledge and well connected with people and see what's going around the industry, that can give you a confidence. You just need to show your courage and work towards it. I mean, it's just a challenging thing when you started with a company, you know, so any position. So it's just going to be another addition to your career. So have the courage, you know, grab that opportunity, aim at it, and make it working for you. Yeah.
Thank you. So Kelty, I have something to add. So you mentioned that you are one of the first few, say, graduates, right? So
Yeah, I didn't mention this in my intro, but I was 2 out of 60 women that graduated. Woo! exciting. I had the great opportunity to actually talk to the acting chair of the information technology diploma last week. And luckily enough, the intake of individuals that are women is actually risen. It's about 25% now, 20 to 25 down at SAIT. And so it shows me what they're doing and what we're doing, what we're talking about, making the knowledge known and identifying kind of what we can do further is working. And that's the really important part of all of this.
Okay, I will start with Sam. So our final question. Describe a moment that you really liked in your career so far. I know you are a newcomer, but is there any moment that made you feel like, yes, this is why I joined this career, or this is what keeps me going?
Yeah, well, so I feel that every day morning when I start my job and every day when I finish and during the logger time. Yeah, because every day we see different issues, and the way that we solve them and the way that we see how people around me are also thinking, because no two thoughts match while we are solving the issues. Like, for example, like if you take any phishing attack that happens in the organization, so no two people will think the same. So it's always the learning every day. And there is another moment where I felt like really thankful for. It's not even 6 months for me when I joined the organization, and my company and my manager, they encouraged me to, guide the new people who are joining new to the industry, and they put me in the training team, and now I'm training like more than 5 people at one time, like regarding the technical stuff, and how they can even change their thinking regarding the alerts or the issues which are happening outside. So I think, yeah, I'm happy that I'm here. Yeah.
Great answer, thank you. So, Stephanie, a gratifying moment you had in your cybersecurity career so far?
I'm going to sort of answer this with a little bit of an educational twist. So I like seeing students being successful, obviously, in our classrooms, graduating, going out in industry, working for numerous years, and you see them going up in the ladder. And then after so many years, they actually come back to us. They come back to our classrooms and stuff like that. We actually had Michael Spalding yesterday come into our classrooms. Yeah, you were there yesterday. And we had some other industry members come into our classrooms as well. So it's nice to see grads or alumni coming back and giving back. That's great to see. And sort of helping out and giving advice to our students.
That's great, thank you.
So I was pretty new to the team since I had a previous experience in requirement gathering, and I feel that helped me a lot to build my network in my organization. So I had all the connections. I knew how the internal departments are working. Those really helped me in cybersecurity. So when it came into cybersecurity, within few months, the appraisal was done, and I recognized that I didn't miss a single SLA. And my mentor, my manager, he put me on a project work. And along with that, I got an IT audit assignment, and I got the great opportunity to mentor a few people under me who helped me and I assisted them, and we together make it working. Yeah.
Thank you.
For me, okay, yeah, so some of the gratifying moments for me have been, would include, I think I'll build on the mentoring one, especially mentoring other women as well. And really just putting the word forward there, encouraging them, and just helping them see the opportunities out there. Like I said, I'm an evangelist for security by design, and just really getting more people into this field, especially women. So it's for me, and seeing women that have progressed in their career in security is a gratifying moment for me. Another one, day to day, is bridging knowledge gaps. So again, there are sometimes, like I said, security by design I'm a huge advocate for that. And a lot of what I do has to do with looking at how products are designed and operated. So for me, just seeing that come to fruition, averting attacks, and just making sure that we meet our SLAs, I think is a gratifying one for me daily.
Thank you, Gloria.
I think to round this all off, and everyone can do it, is to nominate people for any type of awards or recognitions. So for me, in 2020, I was recognized as one of the top cybersecurity professional women in Canada. And then in 2021, I was nominated and put forward for a program that helps identify people as future CISOs. And I think that's really important that we put those nominations out there. It doesn't matter who you are, but to recognize the good work that everyone is doing and to celebrate those wins.
Fantastic. Thank you all for sharing your wonderful experiences in coming into the cybersecurity and also the challenges that you faced, as well as the advice that you have for newcomers. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you, BSides organizers, attendees, and sponsors.
Can we answer any questions? I'll start. I have a good question. I don't know if people heard the question, but the question was, and let me repeat it back to you, is that of how do we get more women to start applying to public and non-sector based off of the resume. Am I understanding that correctly? Yeah, absolutely. So one thing that I actually did was unbiased training, and especially for job positions, to make sure that it's not geared towards men. If you start looking at postings, you can really tell which are more geared towards men that were written by men. That's just my personal experience. And so the job postings that don't have those types of implementations, well, it's not the right correct word I'm looking for, but those implied of a male type of way instead of being just a gender neutral. And that's something that I could found that, like, when I look at job postings, that I definitely can tell the difference.
Any other questions?
I was going to add something to that.
John, you need a skirt. That's it. No, I'm just sorry.
I'll take this question. So, like Stephanie was mentioning, you have to look at the high school girls and also even elementary school girls. If you want to bring more women into cybersecurity, you have to prepare a whole new generation to be ready to take this career. One thing that we see is that when they're little girls, they're all the same, right? So once they get into junior high, that's when the bias starts. That's when they start to doubt themselves, whether they're good for technology or they have to opt for some other field. So my advice would be to go to high schools, junior highs, and talk about cybersecurity. Take some women like Stephanie, who inspirational figures, and let them understand that cybersecurity could also be a good career choice for women.
I do have to add, a lot of the times the news, of course, makes us seem that like cybersecurity is a male in a basement sitting there with his hood on. And so that's that stereotypical needs to change. It is changing, but it's definitely something that we need to work on. And, you know, if you have younger, little, tiny humans, to really show them exactly what they can do. They can do anything they want. There's no issue being interested in computers. There's also, you know, other industries have issues with the amount of women. If we look at construction has like no women in it. And I only know this because my cousin is a woman in construction. And so we have to also look at other industries and say, how can we collectively as a whole say to other individuals, just because it's mostly male dominated doesn't mean that you can't do it.
So yeah, I agree. We need to spread awareness at the family level, community level, and I 100% agree with her that, as she mentioned, we need to, you know, go to the colleges, universities, I mean, the schools where we can make them aware, you know, this is one more field you can, you know, get into and grow, you know, your opportunities. So that's awareness, I think, is lacking. You know, people are not aware. Like even I myself, when I was getting into IT, when I get into it and I got to know people, I studied, that's how I knew that, you know, oh, cybersecurity is one of the thing. Even one of the guy is my colleague. He joined like 10 years back, and he was an engineer, and he said one of the manager at work guided him to get into cybersecurity, and he's like, I'm very grateful to him that he said, this is the bright side, you know, this is where you're gonna have lots of opportunities and it's the future. And he said, I'm glad that I, you know, agreed on that and I started my career. Yeah.
Exactly. So creating awareness is one of the main thing, and you know we just have to let all the girls or the women have to know that if you choose this field, you know, not being into a traditional IT, then if you want to stand out, you definitely this field is going to make them a super woman or a super girl to stand out of the crowd. And for me, no one said and about this field. It's just about my awareness and my research work on, you know, where I can go towards a different path. And I have a lot of cousins who are already in IT, and now they are seeing me, and now they want to change their career or field. So it's just about the awareness and where they want to stand differently.
Any further questions? Silence, it means no. Awesome. Thanks, guys. It's great.
All right, we're just going to get rolling with Darren Gwynen's speech. Darren is an IT security specialist who works with clients across Western Canada, educating and advising on various security solutions, with over 25 years in the IT industry, managing networks, architecting solutions, and advising clients. Darren believes in a collaborative, customer-oriented approach to educating and helping clients solve security-related situations/challenges. Darren has worked at some of the most trusted security companies in the world, such as Palo Alto Networks and CrowdStrike, where he advises clients on a daily basis on both security incidents and proactive security solutions. Darren started his career right here at NAIT in the telecommunications engineering program and has continued his education through SANS, ISC Squared, ISACA training, and other various certifications. So with his talk entitled, "If you want to roar about your security posture, first you need to soar," please welcome to the BSides stage, Darren Gwinen.
How How many years have we known each other? You're still getting my last name wrong?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just teasing. It's Darren Guinan. Yeah, everybody's kind of taking a break, but we'll roll with this, and let's just start off with what a bad pun of a title, isn't it? I tried to make it as bad as I could to talk about SOAR, so I think I did pretty well. First off, as Thomas, everybody can hear me? This is better, because I know it's a little bit tough. Okay, awesome. Good job, Kieran. So, first off, my name is Darren Guinan, as Thomas mentioned. 25 years in IT, 17 in security. I've been with manufacturers now for about 9 years, working across Western Canada. So I've worked with small, large, I've seen all kinds of different scenarios. And this is why I'm kind of doing this as a rant, if you will, of what I've seen good really look like nowadays, what the technologies people are using, specifically SOAR, using automation to help defend us. So this is where I'm coming at things today. And I'm curious right off the bat here, how many people have SOAR or some type of automation in their organization today? Thomas, 2, 3. Kieran, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. 4, Joel, of course, Joel. So we got about 4. It's pretty common for me to, when I'm talking to people, I find that it's always a budget, or it's always a project that everybody's doing next year. It's always been put off, and I think part of that is being intimidated, not knowing how to start. So just level setting today, what we're going to talk about is a little bit about SOAR, why I believe you need to have SOAR, some of the advantages of SOAR. I feel like I'm saying that word a lot already. Just started. XDR, we can't talk about anything to do with automation without the marketing buzzword of XDR coming into play, so we have to discuss that. And then where to start, because as I mentioned, it can be intimidating. So why did I choose to do a presentation on SOAR? Very simply put, I believe this is the one technology, the most important technology you're not using today. I really believe that is the case. I know you guys are all going to be like, no, whatever, I don't believe you. There's a lot of other stuff I can be investing in. I can be investing in that new firewall. I can be investing in something else. But I really, truly believe this is the right way to do it, or how you should be, or the technology you should be investing in now. I'm not going to talk too much stats. We all know how bad things are getting out there, but I just wanted to make sure that we level set on what's been happening in the last 2 years here, 2 to 3 years. You know, obviously we've been through a pandemic, and cybercrime, successful attacks, is only rising, 78 to 85. It's only rising in Canada, and these are the reported attacks. Last half of 2021, we saw 18 major attacks, and even one local Edmonton. These are just the reported. They're large enough to be reported. This is all on the federal government site. It's all for public consumption nowadays. This is the one that I find really disturbing. How long it takes to identify that you have been breached. 168 days to just identify that you've breached, 58 to actually contain it. Just let that sink in for a while. That's 6 months that somebody could potentially be in your network and you have no clue. It is a very scary stat. So talking about SOAR and how this is related, what is SOAR? It's security orchestration, automation, and response. And it's funny, I was talking to NATE students yesterday, and one of my colleagues said you can't answer a definition of what something is with a definition, or exactly what it is. So let's actually go into more depth here of what it is. We can look at some of the standard definitions out there. I try to look at the key words. So integration, integrating complementary technologies. Orchestration, the connection between these technologies. Automating workflows, cybersecurity workflows. So when something bad happens, what do you actually, I guess not necessarily when something bad happens, a lot of different security processes, but one would be when something bad happens, what are you going to do? And timely response. This is all stuff you've already heard. You know this, you've heard the acronyms before. So How do I think of SOAR? I like to think of SOAR as your nervous system. You know, we have hands, we have feet, we have, you know, eyes, everything works, but if you didn't have the connection of the nervous system, nothing's working together. You couldn't walk, you couldn't do anything. And that's what really SOAR is. We can have the best firewall, we can have the best EDR out there, we can have great, you know, mail gateway, all kinds of different solutions, but if they're not actually talking together, communicating, working together, your defense is very siloed, it's not efficient. We need to make things far more efficient. One thing I can tell you is the bad guys are 100% already using automation. We see this every day. We're not, you know, Kelty from the last presentation said, you know, the hacker or guy working for security isn't just sitting in their basement with a hoodie on anymore. The bad guys aren't sitting in their basement trying to say, I'm attacking this organization today and I'm going to sit there for 4 hours writing, trying this or that. It's all scripted. They're scripted. They can't get in. They move on to an easier target. It's all scripted. It's fast. They're using automation against us. Great example of this is CrowdStrike has an annual threat report. And they have what's called breakout time. Breakout time is when somebody gets into your environment and has and then is able to move laterally. So they're moving laterally in your network, they're getting access and stuff. 1 hour and 38 minutes this year. 1 hour and 38 minutes to get in. Last year was 1 hour and 32. So it's basically around the same, but this is e-crime, guys that are going after money. There's a reason they're in there. It's targeted. Why this is actually happening. So if we go back to that slide of how long it's taken to defend, we're at 226 days to understand we're breached and to try to contain that breach. Can you see where the problem is? The bad guys are in our environment for 226 days, a lot of times before we even realize what's happening. One of us is using automation, the other one is not using automation. We need to automate and make our defenses far, far better. So what's a good sign of this? I do this all the time, beat my head against the desk. It's overload, sheer volume. The bad guys are pushing such volume at us defenders because we are not automated and they are. They're pushing alerts, and you think of all your different types of technology in your network. You have firewalls, you have EDR, you have mail, DLP. It can go on. You can have lots of different layers, and all of them are generating alerts, and those alerts are taking time for you to analyze if you're not using automation. So we talk about alert fatigue. I don't care about the rest. Sheer number of alerts. You just can't keep up with it. I tried to find a lot of stats on this because I thought it was such an interesting topic. I found this one from IDC, and I thought it was really interesting. We're just going to look at that 500 to 14 or 1,500 employees, which is pretty good demographic for Edmonton, for a lot of businesses around here anyway. Actionable alert, 27 minutes to actually look at, analyze an actionable alert. 25 minutes for a false positive. That's just one, right? This is where it gets scary. Another, I thought, really interesting, scary stat is what percentage are just 100% overlooked. 30% of alerts are simply just ignored right off the bat. I was dealing with a client about 2 years ago who called me up or sent an email saying, hey, this product is so glitchy, this thing has got so many false positives, we need to have a meeting. It's 98% false positives. So I got onto a call or a Zoom with this individual, and we're looking at it. And one of the alerts was somebody from the accounting division was running queries against Active Directory. And I'm like, why is that a false positive? Well, that's Bob. I know Bob. He used to work in IT. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it's a false positive. I'm like, why? It's Bob. There was no need to investigate because he knew the guy from 5 years ago. But it's not that Bob might be doing something bad. Maybe Bob's account is compromised, right? this is the thing, is that so many people overlook things right off the bat. I was a little shocked by the fact that running 25 different commands, some of the commands I'd never even seen before, against Active Directory didn't flag. Maybe I should look at something. But again, 30% on average of alerts are simply ignored. So let's look at this a little bit, what this would add up to. I'm going to just pick 100 alerts a day. Man, this is really low, right? We got firewalls, IPSs, if they're different device. DLP, EDR can generate a lot of traffic. I picked 100 just to try to level set here. And one thing I did find is there was no good stats on what is actionable, like what's positive and what's actually false negative. So many different papers. Every single stat I found contradicted the other. So it was very much impossible. Now, I thought I'd give an example here just to be a little facetious, and I did 50-50. My experience is that false positives are along, I shouldn't say necessarily just false positives, but informational alerts, things of that nature, are a lot higher than 50%. But if you use those numbers, and you remember that 30% of alerts are simply overlooked, we're really talking about 70 alerts equals 35 false positives, or 875 minutes on false positives. 35 alerts are actionable, that's 840 minutes. Means 1,715 minutes or 28.5 hours dealing with just 100 alerts in a day. Standard 8-hour workday, that's 3.5 employees. And again, I'm talking about 100 alerts. I think everybody will probably agree that 100 alerts is pretty low. I know a lot of you have, some automation here and there. You got your ways to deal with some of this to bring the numbers down. But this is definitely one of the larger problems. The bad guys are overwhelming us with these alerts. How do we deal with it? I also think this comes down to how we're retaining and attracting new staff. I always think this is interesting, especially the last 2 years. There's so many problems with keeping staff, retaining and finding new people. Well, if all your new staff and you grabbed a brand new senior security individual and you're telling him that he's spending 8 hours a day looking at alerts over and over and over, no wonder that people are leaving. It's very hard. Chicken and the egg. We got to break that cycle here. And I'm finding this, I see this all the time. Good people are going to companies, they very quickly, this isn't what is advertised. IT, security, we're supposed to have fun, aren't we? We're supposed to be able to look at this stuff and be like a second level tier once everybody's through the alerts, not us investigating these minor, well, potentially could be minor alerts. We want to get that next stage, that next escalation. So let's talk about how this relates to your security posture. I've loved this kind of slide for years. I remember 2015, I did a presentation at ISAC in Winnipeg about defense in depth is dead. Really talking about all these different silos. And I love the cast representation because, we got firewalls at the gates, we have email, we have IPS being in towers, we have vulnerability management, we got EDR in different spots where maybe there's lookouts. It's a great way to look at security, represent it. Different silos, different layers that you're using. Here's the problem. None of these layers are talking, right? If you use this analogy and you got somebody at the front gate who gets beaten up, that guy isn't radioing or telling somebody at the headquarters that he got beat up or something went through, or if a lookout sees something in the middle, he's not able to communicate that back to any other systems. They're all working independent. They're not talking. They're not flowing. It's not smart. It doesn't work. So if you like Letterkenny, I love Letterkenny. Riley and Jonesy. So what I'm saying is you got to take your security and move it up a level. What it was good 2 years ago, point product silos, isn't really working today. You got to elevate that game. There's another thing to discuss when we're talking about this is the whole ecosystem. You can invest in certain technologies out there, Palo Alto Networks and Cisco and Fortinet, all these guys, they got their own ecosystem. You can buy into all these, and I'm not saying anything good or bad about these manufacturers. They all have their own ecosystem of what they can provide, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you always have an ability, if you get in those ecosystems, to buy the best product. You could be potentially buying something that's good here, good there, and combining them all in those ecosystems, and they're all automated. The good might equal a lot more, but again, it's still you being locked into an ecosystem that isn't the best. SOAR allows you to buy that best in breed. Don't be locked into that ecosystem. And remember, the manufacturers want you to buy in more and buy more and more products, services from them, or their technology partners, services, products, because then you get sticky. It's very hard if you got 5 integrations with 5 other companies to say you're pulling one out and then all your integrations fall apart. That's how you get stickier. And notice I didn't say buy anywhere. I think it's always interesting to see some of these quotes or businesses I got this for free. Why did you get it for free? Nothing's for free in this world, right? So why did you get it for free? Again, it makes you more sticky. It's harder for you to get pulled out when you have all these technologies working together, a full ecosystem. Now, it can be easier to purchase, but I would say that we're in the security business of protection, not worrying about necessarily the admin side. If you're having a hard time with the purchasing, then I think you got a different problem, but security should be top of mind. So just wanted to kind of run a couple examples of what this would look like. Again, this is high level, right? Is you got a bad guy at your firewall. He's coming in. Your firewall, has a lot of intelligence. Now, most people, especially firewalls, they get a lot of traffic. You can learn all intelligence. But what if that intelligence was also integrating with your endpoint solution, has a different type of telemetry? What about mail telemetry? Now something comes in your firewall can say, hey, I think this is good. Have you guys seen any of this? Anything bad with this traffic, these hashes, these URLs, these domains? Now you got all of them working together and combining this intelligence together. Same thing comes from an endpoint, potentially compromised. An endpoint sees something, talks to its, whatever platform it's running in EDR. It again will pull the intelligence from the firewall. It will pull the intelligence from the email gateway. Lots of different ways to look at this. Even DLP. DLP. I've seen a lot more people trying to get into the DLP game, if you will, and getting into these products to try to see, especially DLP, maybe more insider, insider theft, is stuff getting outside from the inside. It's a whole new space that seems to be evolving with this. But again, as long as there's one integration with one of these guys, then the intelligence kicks in, and you're now having everything come together. So we see a threat leaving the organization from this endpoint to this domain. Why don't we tell the EDR to isolate the host? Why don't we tell the firewall to block the ports? Why don't we tell the email security that we never want to see an email come in with that attachment, that hash and that attachment? We can do a lot with that. Following it through, once something is known and it's bad, then all the different pieces act together to block IPs, URLs, hashes, the originator, and trigger other integration. I'm just going with some basic integrations here, the most obvious ones. There's so many automations, integrations that have been created out there that you can do, it's imagination, use your imagination here. You can do all kinds of things integrating the products. So now you have all these 4 different layers all blocking stuff, and on the endpoint you can isolate the host automatically. So I see something happening on the firewall. Maybe it's traffic coming from the inside out. I know it's malicious. It's going to a bad domain, meaning that machine's compromised. Why don't I just turn off the machine, isolate it on the network, and let somebody know? Bring it all together. Can even, for example, if the EDR picked something up, it could, and there was an exploit used against a vulnerability, let the vulnerability system know, the management system. All these systems that I'm talking about all have APIs. If you're purchasing anything today that doesn't have an API, then there's a problem. It's all there for you nowadays. Let's take it a step further. Once we know there's a problem, why don't we send stuff to the CMDB, ServiceNow, something like that, and attach a severity, create a ticket, assign it to somebody. We can automate all this together. I constantly walk around here, so I make sure I'm not talking too fast and blowing through this in minutes. I like it. I had a friend I reviewed this with yesterday, and he thought this would be good to put in. I don't know if I was the biggest fan of it, but think of this as the eye. It's watching everything, right? We want to have the most visibility, but we want to take this visibility another step now. We just don't want the visibility. We want to be able to say we see what's happening. We want to do something about it across everywhere. So this also led to the birth of the MDR space, right? You see a lot of companies now, or I see a lot of clients looking at MDR. But let's make sure you realize that all the MDRs are different, right? They could all be great. CrowdStrike has a great MDR, but they're only focused on the endpoint. Same with SentinelOne, same with CyberReason, same with Blackpoint. I'm not even familiar with them. And this is just from Google, by the way. But I mean, if you're going to look at an MDR to manage a whole environment, you probably want to focus on more than just one piece, just the EDR. How about the firewall? How about all the pieces? You want them all working together, not just one piece. My money is on the Signet team because, damn, this picture is intimidating. If you look at it, these guys scare me. Just look at it. Nothing. Thomas, I got a snicker out of. I thought it was a great picture. The intimidating-looking SOC team from Signet. XDR is not SOAR. Oh, Michael's laughing finally. Maybe he's laughing at me. XDR is not SOAR, and this is where it is getting confusing. And man, it's confusing if you're in the industry. It's confusing if you're a client. I love this blog post from Forrester. You know, there's no reliable, unbiased explanation for what XDR is and how it actually differs from other analytics platforms. XDR is confusion. It's very, everybody's got a different definition. Every company takes XDR and runs with it a different way that suits their product. So it's very confusing. I look at it as that XDR is that start of that automation for your security platform. Now, I'm not trying to say it won't evolve past your security platform, and they will do more, but right now they're having a hard time with this part. There's also a couple of key things that Open XDR and native XDR. Boy, that's really clear as mud, right? Which one's which? Very easy to understand that. So Forrester, I do like Forrester for stuff. Forrester actually defined it, and hybrid XDR is what I call the open XDR, meaning all the product, it will work with anything. So if you bought product X and it's a hybrid, it will work with any product, both in that ecosystem and outside of that ecosystem, which is important. And then you got the native XDR that is closed, meaning it only works or integrates within the ecosystem, the portfolio, or with potentially technology partners. This space still needs to be really flushed out. Marketing is a giant mess with this. And as I mentioned, every company seems to be using the term XDR differently, and how they want to apply it to their security stack. I've also seen the confusion of people saying, hey, you need to have open XDR, and then you read more, open XDR is with our alliance partners of 5 people. So it's not really open XDR, right, if it only works with 5 people. But again, everybody from the marketing point of view is playing with these terms and marketing the heck out of it. It also, we got to be careful with that whole vendor lock-in thing I already mentioned once. That really comes into play here. So what really works today? So I know quite a few people in the industry, at quite a few different companies, and I got some little demos of what they're actually doing with the XDR. And I'm going to be honest, not a lot works today. So you talk about one company has about 23 technology partners, but they're sharing some threat intel. Hey, that's great. But when it comes to the automation part of actually doing something with it, they have one integration that works. So I really highly recommend, if you're looking at XDR today, make sure the devil's in the details. Make sure you're really understanding what you're getting from that product today, because I guarantee you're buying for the future. Now, it's okay to buy from the future, or buy for the future, I should say, if you are investing in a technology or a manufacturer that has a really good track record of delivering. But I would suggest be really careful with buying for that future. Then really be careful with this whole open XDR versus or hybrid versus native, because I keep seeing I've seen right on websites where people say you need to have open, but right after that they show that they only work within their ecosystem. So it's very contradictory and it's confusing. There's a whole bunch of XDR players out there, right? I'm not endorsing one or anything. I just Googled this. There's probably 20 or 30 more. I'm sure there's a lot of network players that have their own individuals, but there's a lot of XDR, or pardon me, I should say SOAR out there today. And, my biggest thing here is I think people find that getting into SOAR is intimidating. How do I get into SOAR? How do I do all these integration? Everything is so complicated. Well, this is just XOR. This is Palo Alto Networks XOR. When I did work at Palo Alto Networks about 4 or 5 years ago, so one of the things right after I left, they bought the Misto, which eventually came XOR, and I love the fact that 950 content packs, 898 integrations already pre-built. This is all pre-built, playbooks that are already done for you. You just take these playbooks, bring them back, you integrate the products, they have instructions, it's really step-by-step, and all of a sudden you have a playbook. I'll give you an example, like a CrowdStrike Falcon detonate. I mean, we can all say we're going to detonate files in a sandbox, but what if we can just go to your XOR, I keep on calling it the Misto, and just dump in 5,000 hashes at once and get the result. I had a group in Western Canada. So I've been ranting about this probably for 4 years, and I had a group in Western Canada I've been talking to about this, and I went and saw them one day, and they're like, we took your advice, we did this. I'm like, what did you do? And they showed me this, and they had their proof point integrated with their Palo Alto Network firewalls, integrated with their CrowdStrike EDR, integrated with 4 other things, and you know what? They didn't even use the UIs for any of those products anymore. They used this interface, and they just did it for everything. Now, all the different pieces were coming together, working together, and they decreased their alerts by 90% just doing this. Having all their, as I call it, best-in-breed technologies, automating these alerts down to a manageable level. So I look at this as automate, have fun with it. And I asked these guys, I'm like, how difficult was this? And he's like, I never used XOR before. It took me about a week. Done. So I think a lot of times we think these projects are like, we're going to kick off this massive integration project. It's going to take months and months. It doesn't take months. It doesn't take that long at all, because again, these playbooks are all created for you. Now I keep talking about defending your environment, like blue team defense, but it's far more than that, right? I picked on an easy example, but it's even like threat hunting every day. How about automating the crappy job or crappy tasks we have to do every day? I grabbed another one right from XOR here, XOR, and it's basically, can I use my button here? No. The whole hunt for indicators. They just dump indicators in there, and they can integrate, say, the intelligence from somebody else, let it filter through domains, MD5, SH1, SH, 256, let them all flow through this process and give you the answer. Do we have any of these malicious hashes in our environment? If we do, this is simple, is notify an analyst and have an analyst review. But what if you, instead of having an analyst review, you actually said, hey, isolate the endpoint, block those ports, block that hash on the firewall from ever going through? Anybody, that one endpoint that was talking, who was it talking to? Maybe block the more indicators. This can all be automated. I'm using a threat hunting example here, but this can be done for very generic tasks as well, right? Push things through, dump them in, let this automation work for you. Don't work the other way around. So I saw this just recently. I saw this yesterday or 2 days ago, and I had somebody bring it to my attention. I thought it was really cool. So I joined Veeam two months ago. So more into data protection, learning, and etc. And one thing I didn't realize about the whole, data protection and backups is that you can actually mount a backup to look at it. So I want to look at a backup, I can mount it on a server, I can see all the contents of the server, and now I can actually hook up my API through an integration and say, I have these 10,000, 5,000, doesn't matter, indicators. I'm going to search that backup for all those indicators. Offline, it's not affecting anybody. Taking another step further, ransomware. You get hit with a ransomware. I'm going to share a pet peeve with me. I love this one competitor, not a competitor anymore, but it used to be a competitor. Hey, we got ransomware reversal technology. And he said, love saying, so it reverses. Yep, no problem. When are you reversing to? Are you going to reverse to tomorrow, yesterday, 5 days ago, a month ago? How do you even know when the ransomware came in? To me, it's the worst, stupidest thing I've ever heard of. It's great for a lab, great for a demo. Does it actually work in a real world environment? Well, why don't you take it to the next step? Ransomware comes in, we start cleaning it, we learn who the bad guy is, we learn who the attacker is. Once we know that, we have indicators, we have all kinds of information. Why don't we fire up a backup, mount a backup, and why don't we search the backup for all those indicators and clean it? And then do a restore. We don't want to restore, a sample of ransomware and start all over, right? And you know how many times that happens when people restore something and it has ransomware in it again? It's a pretty high percentage that happens over and over. So this is just this isn't, what a lot of people will say that mainstream security, I'm blocking something on the firewall or EDR, but it's another great example of how you can automate different manufacturers together. So we kind of started with this whole automation. We needed automation. The bad guys are automating. They're ahead of us. They're in our environment up to 226 days on average that we're seeing. And it overwhelmed us. They're just overwhelming us with alerts, things of that nature. The automation is the key to stopping that and having our defenses far more improved. So if you get anything out of today, this is a little bit of a rant, I get it. But my goal today was simple. I wanted people to think about SOAR differently, think about automation differently, think about how they can implement it, and it's not hard to implement in your organization. So I hope that you and SOAR can now start to be best friends, and you guys will actually start leveraging this type of technology. That's it. That's what I got. Any questions? No.
Perfect. We've got the screen up, so we're ready for our next talk. We've got Martin Donnell here, the CISO of the GOA. Martin is a trusted and experienced information technology and cybersecurity professional with over 33 years of leadership experience. As CISO for the GOA since August of 2015, Martin is defining the Government of Alberta's vision and strategy to counter the cyber threat and ensure that the information of Albertans is well protected. During his tenure as CISO, Martin has been a member of various cybersecurity-related committees, including the National CISO Subcommittee on Information Protection, acting as chair for four of the past 7 years. Martin is also the chair of the recently created Cyber Alberta Community of Interest, formed with the cybersecurity leads of Alberta public and private sector organizations, with the goal of strengthening Alberta's overall cybersecurity posture. So with his talk today entitled Establishing Cyber Alberta to Strengthen Alberta's Cybersecurity Posture, please welcome to the BSides stage, Martin Donnell.
So, thank you very much. Yeah, that starts well. I'm getting a phone call. I bet you it's the deputy minister telling me something happened. Hopefully not. Not on a Friday afternoon, please.
Okay, so I'm Martin Donnell, Assistant Deputy Minister, indeed. This is a new title compared to the presentation I did last year, and it's actually good news for me, obviously, but also good news for the province, I think, and for the government of Alberta itself. In December, it was recognized by Minister Glubish and by the entire team at the government of Alberta, including Deputy Minister Council, that cybersecurity needed to have a higher profile within the organization, but also within the province of Alberta. And as a result, my branch became a division, and I became an assistant deputy minister. So it's good testament to what my team has been doing over the past few years. I've been there for about 7 years. I've already extended the life of a chief information security officer, which probably explained my dark wardrobe. Some people think I'm a vampire CISO or something like that. But definitely, I'm not planning to go anywhere either. There's lots of work to be done, and this is what I'm about to talk to you about today. So in a nutshell, I'm going to go fast here. I don't want to bore you with some of the details. A lot of it you've already heard about the cyber threat and so on and so forth. And it's Friday afternoon. A lot of you probably are looking forward to your first drink of this weekend. So I'm going to try to go quickly. But I'll start by explaining a little bit of the threat around the province of Alberta. I'll get into Cyber Alberta itself, give a little bit of an overview of what it is. But I've been doing this presentation for a few months now, so some of you might have heard some of it. So I'll kind of shorten it up and then get more into the activities we're planning to do with Cyber Alberta moving forward. So regarding the threat to the province of Alberta, so one of the things that's been happening over the past few years, as you all know, as you've all noticed, many of your organizations have been moving to the cloud, digitizing themselves. Our own cabinet has agreed at the onset of the pandemic, as a result of some of the positive results we were actually getting by putting in programs for Albertans where they could communicate with us online, whether it was to get assistance, COVID assistance if they were not working full-time anymore, or some of the organizations that were about to let go of people, we were providing them with assistance as well, so they would not let go of their staff during the time of the pandemic. And as a result, Cabinet decided that it was time for us to really fast forward the move to digital services. So we literally have a default, a policy of government services by default at this point in time. So over-the-counter services might still be set up, but the primary focus is going to be moving forward to develop digital services for Albertans. So one of the things that's been happening is indeed, as all organizations are moving towards digital services, they're increasing their threat surface, essentially, from a threat actor perspective. The more services you have online, the more you move to the cloud. Outside of the network periphery, the more of a chance threat actors have to actually access your environment. So we need to pay particular attention to that. Staff are also increasingly leveraging mobile solutions. As a matter of fact, many organizations are using that right now as a way to retain staff. There's been so much growth in the technology industry over the past few years. People are accepting jobs where they can work, say, for a company in Silicon Valley or somewhere in the United States remotely from their office here in Canada and make really good money as a result. So we have to approach it in the same way. Give the ability for people to work remotely from anywhere, from their homes, wherever they might be. Vulnerabilities in now unsupported technologies are surfacing as well. So as we're digitizing our services and migrating them to the cloud, one of the things that we've been seeing is technologies that were never meant to be on the internet are showing up all of a sudden. Some of them unsupported indeed. Sometimes it's hardware, sometimes it's software, sometimes it's platform as a whole. Mainframe environments that maybe are not as well protected on the internet as they would be, for instance, within an environment. That's becoming a threat also to most organizations. Supply chain, third-party products, vulnerabilities, I mean, everybody has pretty much been impacted over the past year by things like SolarWinds and Log4j, the vulnerabilities that have resulted essentially from those products. We don't have a choice. We can't possibly write all the software completely, the libraries and everything else that we're using. We can't write the firmware or the operating system either, so we're dependent on third-party services. If the third-party service doesn't do a good job at protecting their systems, it becomes a threat to our organization. Now, while all those things are happening, the larger surface of attack, we're seeing an increase in attack, which is not surprising. Of course, the top one is probably attacks coming from nation-state-sponsored actors. So we're talking about probably the big four mainly, but really I'm seeing attacks coming from Turkey on a daily basis in many different countries as well. But Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea are definitely the top threat actors that we're seeing at this point in time. Of course, we've seen an increase in the threat coming from Russia over the past little while because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict that happened, of course, starting in February, and that was almost immediate. And it didn't only come from nation-state-sponsored attackers, it also comes from people who are supporting those different governments. When something bad happens, they kind of work under the umbrella and protection of those governments, even if they're not making any money out of it. We also see the emergence of non-organized and non-sponsored threat actors. Script kiddies, people who can find tools now online to actually attack organizations and actually proceed to make really good money at it. I don't know if any of you watched the Fifth Estates. I think it was not last Sunday, but the one before. It was about this threat actor actually from Ottawa. And he actually had a full-time job with the government of Canada, but on the side he was doing ransomware attacks. He was responsible for probably over 400 attacks in the past year or so, and made a ton of money, in the millions, obviously. It was actually a really good show, and it's available online if you want to take a look at it. For most of you cybersecurity specialists, probably not a big deal to watch that. It's going to be meh. But somebody that might get interested in cybersecurity, I suggest you actually get them to watch that. They'll realize how big the threat is and how much money is being made right now as a result of that. Now, another thing that's been happening a lot, and we're seeing these attacks across the public sector right now, but also across some of the organizations that are critical infrastructure operators, pipeline operators, power grid operators, and things like that. It's attacks that are coming usually through phishing first. They try to phish for credentials and such, but also even trying to challenge our multi-factor authentication type setup. Now, and I'm definitely not talking against MFA at this point in time. I was talking to people at Microsoft. They were telling me 22% of organizations across the country right now make use of multi-factor authentication. 22%. That's not enough. Multi-factor authentication is definitely something that should be in place to protect your organizations, but the threat actors are becoming wiser. And what's going on right now is they don't just phish for credentials, they actually phish for session information. So a couple of the things that we're seeing is they will actually find a way into a session, capture the information, put it up with the credentials of the users on the web, in the dark web essentially, and they'll put it up for sale for depending, maybe $60 if the information is pretty recent, $30 if it's a few months old. And the threat actors can actually use this information effectively to even counter MFA measures and such. Now, how do they do that? I'm going to bet that most organizations who implement MFA, they don't do it so that you do MFA validation every single time you log in. The way people do it is usually they'll come in and they'll say, new device, new browser, you have to authenticate to MFA. Once you've done it, you're good for a month, you're good for a year, you're good for longer even. So the problem is with that, obviously, when you capture the information, I bet you the screen just went away, didn't it? Sorry. There we go. I'm getting a message about an update, I think. Sorry. But, so yeah, the problem with that is that indeed, those threat actors buy the session information, create a virtual machine. They will actually fake your iMac address, and they will fake your session and manage to actually get into the system because the server at the company's end thinks that you're the validated machine. So they're fine with it as long as you have the login name and the password. So that's one way they get in. The other one, actually, that is even more scary is that many people do business, of course, using their browser, whatever browser, within their organization. Like, for instance, I'll access my Amazon account sometimes, or maybe my banking account. If they don't have multi-factor authentication in place, obviously, you can actually use the authentication tokens that are basically saved by your browser, your cookies and such, and gain access to the banking account of that person and such. So this is something that we're seeing also happening, the attacks that we're seeing in this world. So pretty scary stuff. In the meantime, you have a ton of organizations that are trying to work on their own to protect themselves against the cyber threat, and that's not the right way to do things. I think one of the things that I've learned certainly over the past 7 years is the more you collaborate, the more you affiliate yourself with vendors, service providers, but also with other organizations like yours, you have a better chance of fighting the cyber threat more successfully, essentially. So as it was mentioned earlier, I'm the chairperson for the National CISO Subcommittee on Information Protection. It's essentially all the CISOs from all the provinces, territories, and federal government, as well as municipalities representative, meet on a monthly basis to discuss the common cyber threat, to discuss how to prevent attacks from happening. To give an example of what happened, for instance, back November last year, I believe, if I remember well, is when the healthcare sector in Newfoundland was compromised. Major ransomware attack, their servers were actually encrypted. They were in big trouble. The same day, I received a phone call from the CISO for a government of Newfoundland to provide me with some information that would prevent Alberta to fall victim to the same sort of attack. Provided me with the IOCs and such, so we were able to go back in our logs to see, because one of the things they had identified is they had been penetrated weeks before the ransomware was actually activated. So that's the kind of stuff that helps. When you have the connections to those various organizations that maybe become unsuccessful in protecting themselves, they might at least provide you with some information that will help you be successful in countering the attacks. So that's definitely key, super important. So, as I said, I've talked a lot about Cyber Alberta lately, so some of you might have heard about it. This information is online also on our alberta.ca website. If you look for cybersecurity, it's under cybersecurity in Alberta now. But we're definitely promoting this new community of interest. Ooh, the font changed, sorry. Looks funny. But essentially what Cyber Alberta is about is it's a new community of interest led by the government of Alberta and formed with all the cyber leads from various organizations, both public and private sector organizations across the province. We have people, for instance, from Enbridge Pipeline. We have some people from EPCOR, ATCO, Alberta Health Services. Certainly most of the public agencies are represented as well, Legal Aid and so on and so forth, WCB Alberta. And we meet on a monthly basis now. It used to be bi-monthly, but now it's a monthly basis to actually discuss the common threat. And we've started also to use these meetings to start to discuss solutions, essentially, to the problems that we're all facing day to day. So overall, the goal is to strengthen Alberta's cybersecurity posture as a whole. We also want to increase the confidence in Alberta's critical infrastructure. If you think about it, most critical infrastructure services, whether it's the power grid of the province or pipelines and so on and so forth, they are secured by digital systems and controlled by digital systems, and those are becoming targets of threat actors. I can actually tell you of an example. The RCMP contacted me, the K Division, which is located here in Alberta, by the way, contacted me with some information recently where an Iranian threat actor was sending pictures to various organizations showing that he had penetrated their control systems. So without naming any names, because I don't want to put anybody in trouble here, but for instance, there might be drainage system, dams controlling floods and things like that, and power grids that have been penetrated by those threat actors. And they were sending pictures of kind of the SCADA systems. This is what we could see and this is what we could have done, essentially threatening those organizations. So pretty scary stuff. And then the role of my team at this point in time is to make sure that the RCMP can actually reach into those various organizations. I put them in touch with them so that they can help resolve the issues. And in some cases, the government of Alberta gets involved as well. We have a small team still, but we're definitely looking at growing it over the next little while. The other two goals of Cyber Alberta at this point in time has to do with not so much helping the organization protect themselves, I guess to an extent it's the case, but it's about supporting job diversification and creating more employment opportunities. There are not enough cybersecurity professionals around the world right now. And I think that with the organizations we have, including NATE as an example, but all the post-secondary institutions in Alberta, we have the brain power and the ability to become a center of excellence for the whole world as far as I'm concerned, not only Canada. But definitely we have the skills and the ability. We can actually develop enough talent to fulfill some of those positions. Certainly our own, no doubt in my mind. Another thing we want to do is create new revenues for the province, new revenue streams. I think some of you might have heard of quantum computing. So not a lot of quantum computers out there. Certainly they're not connected directly to the internet yet. But I'm guessing that in a few years, it might be faster than when Kevin Mandia told me, But I had a chat with Kevin Mandy at one point, who's the CEO was Mandiant Technology and FireEye at the time. Of course, they've separated since, but I remember having a chat with him about 2 years ago, if I remember well, where he told me, he said, Martin, don't worry about quantum computer. You're going to be retired by the time that quantum computers are connected to the internet. Things are happening way faster than everybody thought, I think, from that perspective right now. We're seeing some quantum computers being created. In China, in particular, they're even selling cycles on their computers right now to do complex calculations. But imagine quantum computers coming to the internet near you. And all of a sudden, the ability of those computers to actually decipher encryption keys. We would move from 1,000 years to decrypt a key to 20 minutes in all likelihood. So this is something that we don't want to see. So one of the things I would like to see is creating more cybersecurity expertise within this province, as well as AI expertise, and get those people together to come up with, proactively come up with solutions to counter quantum computing, for instance. So it would be nice to be able, the government, use its role as a leader in this province to actually help implement programs like this, where we do advanced research and maybe even produce some solutions that we could sell to the rest of the world. That would be kind of nice. Even the expertise we would create as a result of that would be quite amazing. Definitely one of our key focuses. So there's a bunch of challenges that we're working on right now. And, you know, I have my little joke there. Do you know how to eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Well, when it comes to the cyber threat, we're talking about a huge elephant. There's no way you can take it in one bite, right? So we got to kind of be careful and go one bite at a time indeed. So the first thing that we did as a service, as a Cyber Alberta, is discuss with the community of interest what should be our first 3 priorities, the first 3 bites that we're going to take. And we're going to take these bites over the next year. And the first one is trying to deal with the worldwide cybersecurity talent shortage. It's been crazy. I have a staff contingent in cybersecurity at the Government of Alberta of 56 staff. I have 13 vacant positions right now. We've been trying to hire for 6 of those for over 6 months. And what happens is I hire, we train for a couple of years, and the person moves on. I had a staff who was fantastic, 3 years out of school. He was on my incident response team. He was making about $74,000 on my team, which is good money. It's decent money. Next thing you know is he got an offer from Microsoft where he was making more money than I was as an executive director, still as an intermediate resource. They even moved him to Redmond, all expenses paid. That's what we have to fight against right now. So I'm saying it in 2 ways right now. Organizations in the room know exactly what I'm talking about. They're all facing the same problem. So it would be nice to come up with a way to actually resolve this problem. And for the students, you can wet your lips right now and roll your eyes a little bit because opportunities are there. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes over the next few years. Lack of direction and advice regarding what constitutes a secure environment. This is something that's been an ongoing problem. Small organizations with low expertise and low level of resources and funding, they don't even know what constitutes a solid environment, right? They use login names and passwords, so they think they're secure. Maybe they don't have a big internet presence or something like this. They also think they're secure. We need to provide more direction and advice to those organizations, but we also need to continually evolve our environment because the threat is evolving year after year. So the best way to do that is to have some kind of a compliance system, and I'm going to get into that in a few minutes, but something you can compare yourself to and basically see where your weaknesses are because everybody's dealing with that big elephant, right? One bite at a time. You take the most important bite first and you move on to the next one. So that's one thing that we're going to be focused on. The other one is the inability to quickly onboard critical cybersecurity services in the most dire of circumstances. So what I'm talking about here, I got a call about a year and a half ago from a small school board in Alberta that had just been hit by ransomware. Their entire server environment was basically encrypted. And the ransom the threat actors were asking for was $3 million. That's another big difference that's happened, right? Like 6 years ago, I remember City of Calgary, University of Calgary reaching out to my team and saying, we've been hit, ransomware, they want $20,000. Well, $20,000 was a good deal at the time. We're now in the millions, definitely. So this is definitely something that we want to work on right now, having some kind of agreements in place that any company in Alberta would have access to actually bring in the right set of expertise when needed, if needed. I'm going to dive into those now. So the first one is worldwide cybersecurity talent shortage. I've seen so many numbers right now, but all the numbers always vary between the number of 2.8 million to 4.2 million. So the number I put on my slide right now is we're short 3.5 million cybersecurity professionals right now in this world. That's according to Cybersecurity Ventures. As far as I'm concerned, we have a way to actually fulfill a big part of that gap here in Alberta. We have the talent, we have teachers, we have experience, expertise, we have technology companies that can help us, and lots of students that I think are smart enough to get into cybersecurity and make a good career at it. So some of the things we want to do more particularly on this one, I'm talking to a large number of organizations, including the military and law enforcement right now. Now, imagine those people who were in Afghanistan just a few months ago. They were handling millions of dollars worth of equipment and probably leading special ops mission and things like that. And they come back to Canada, and in a lot of cases, those skills don't match any of the jobs that are available here in this world, in Canada, in Alberta and such. Those people were trained to protect other people or protect organization, installations, and so on and so forth. So they already have kind of the ethical mentality and the idea of protecting people. What if we were to train those people with the technical tools to make them cybersecurity specialists? So that's one thing we're doing right now. We're talking to some of those organizations where you have people maybe that work in division like the signals division or telecom division of the Army, for instance, or ex-police officers as well that might be interested in moving into the cybersecurity world. A friend of mine in Quebec, as a matter of fact, was a policeman in the provincial police, and he got injured and could no longer do his job. He had a hard time working. And he ended up moving to BC, where he's now working for the police force there in cybersecurity. So good fit as far as I'm concerned. The next one, boot camp. So I'm talking about training the ex-military and law enforcement. We can also do boot camp to train people who have some of the basic requirements coming out of school, maybe IT programs or even law enforcement program, criminology and things like that. People who actually understand risk management and such. Let's train them with the technical tools so they can do the job as well. So I had a Cyber Alberta meeting yesterday. The attendance was a little bit lower than usual because I think a lot of people were here, unfortunately. But still, we had a good, I think, 65 people in the room. And a lot of people were getting excited talking about these boot camp that we want to put in place. And the idea behind it would be to have something between a 4 or 12 weeks boot camp. We'll have to decide what it's going to look like. We bring in people with special requirements. You need to have meet some requirements. And at that point in time, you train those people intensively in a SOC type environment, an actual lab, leveraging something like a virtual range. Cyber range, where you can actually attack system, defense system, let you actually train people both from a blue and a red team perspective, and get people up to par within a month or two to actually hire them in organization. And let's go one step further. Because of the community of interest that we have right now, bring in the Enbridges and the ATCO and all those companies right now, get them to participate in the program, both from a monetary funding perspective, but give them access to the staff coming out of the boot camp. It would be nice if all those people had jobs guaranteed coming out of there. So if we can make something like this happen quickly, imagine in a span of 2 months, we could create 60, maybe even more new cybersecurity professionals in this province and have them employed at the end and useful. And I'm not expecting that those people will be able to hack the NSA or anything like that, right? We're talking about giving the foundational skills to actually participate in, for instance, an incident response center or something like that, right? Potentially even doing forensic investigations, maybe even some threat hunting for the most advanced people. So this is what we're looking at right now. We also want to work with post-secondary institutions to develop a provincial cybersecurity curriculum, something that will kind of level the cybersecurity skills across the province, no matter what program you're into. We're actually working with John Zabiuk here, actually. We have a couple of people from my team working with him on the cybersecurity program here at NAIT. We're also working with the University of Calgary and a few other organizations that have reached out to us because they want our expertise right now to help develop this curriculum. We worked with Grant McEwen last year when we implemented the work experience program at the Government of Alberta. And by the way, we brought in 4 students or finishing students that had never done cybersecurity before and rolled them through our curriculum within my team, work experience. And we're not quite 2 years later right now, and pretty much all 4 of them have jobs on my team. So full-time jobs at this point in time. So very successful program. So I want to encourage other organizations to do the same thing. The other one is developing a K-12 program, a cyber safe program that will help kids be safer on their devices. We're talking about people right now, 12 years old, and they have a phone, right? So it would be nice if we could actually help them be safer. But I have another reason for it. I want to encourage people to join the cybersecurity profession, because that's what it is. Historically, cybersecurity has been seen as a specialty of IT. It's not. It's way bigger than that. When you think about it, cybersecurity is about risk management. It's about understanding network, application, coding, servers, desktop. You need a hell of a lot of information to be able to be a cybersecurity professional. And that anybody who's passed a CISSP exam or something like that knows what I'm talking about. So yes, the other thing I want to do with the K-12 program and even advancing forward, one of the things I'm trying to change right now, and this is actually a good example right in this room right now. I'm looking around and I see too many men's faces. I want to see more women joining the cybersecurity profession. At one point, I was very proud to say that my team had more than 50% of our staff were actually ladies. I had a bit of a smaller team at the time, but still. Unfortunately, because of the demand, a lot of those ladies actually moved on and went to other organizations, whether it's the private sector or even Government of Canada, for instance. I have one of my staff is always wanted to go and work for CSIS, and she's now with the federal government in Ottawa, and I'm sure that's going to be her next step. So she was one of my top threat intel people. So next thing, cybersecurity compliance baseline. So as I mentioned, the advice is lacking when it comes to cybersecurity right now in the world. One of the things I want to do with the community of interest is set up some kind of a compliance model, kind of a list of controls, things that should be in place in every organization, with advice on how to make it happen. And then next thing I want to do is be able to actually assess this control framework against all organizations here in Alberta, all team members and such. So to do that, though, there's one thing that's going to be important for us to recognize, and it's that not all organizations require necessarily the same level of security. So what I'm talking about here, there might be a ma and pa shop that maybe they run a garage and they have a database of their clients and it's exposed to the internet. So they need to put in security in their systems, no doubt. But it's not the same as, say, WCB Alberta or the Government of Alberta or, you know, some of the retail outlets out there that maybe have a more significant presence, even some web-based application systems and things like that. And then, of course, you have the big critical infrastructure providers that I talked about earlier. So having a compliance, for instance, compliance level A for the smaller organization, B and C, that's something that might be useful to the province. So we're going to be looking at implementing something like that moving forward. I don't want to do it in isolation. Last thing I want also is for the Government of Alberta to come in with their big shoes and saying, thou shall. It's not going to be the case. I want the community of interest to develop this compliance model. And then we'll have to decide how we're going to basically assess that model moving forward. All sorts of ideas might be brought in at that point in time, from creating an agency especially for it, or maybe even having an organization, a third-party organization helping us with that. There are such organizations that exist today, so that's something we're going to be looking at. System is likely going to be a maturity-based system, so it gives you a chance to grow. Sometimes people might be okay with having a control that is well-defined, assigned, roles are assigned, and all that stuff, and it's running fine, but it doesn't need to be fully managed or fully optimized. You'll have to pick where you focus again. Eat your elephant one bite at a time, as I mentioned many times already. The other thing that's going to be useful with this model is to be able to compare your result to another organization, because why reinvent the wheel all the time? It's actually nice to be able to go to an organization that does very well with maybe their forensic investigation program or the way they protect their servers or their data center, and actually go to them to get their advice, their expertise. What did you do to become successful so that you can actually implement the same solutions in your organization? The other one is accessing essentially critical cybersecurity services. Again, I apologize. I think the fonts just got bigger on my slides somehow. But so for this one, I mentioned the ransomware event with that small school board system. They were really lost. They did not know what to do. So even the simplest things, like for instance, like, are you still connected to the internet? You know, disconnect yourself. Let's start with that. They had no clue what to do. So to have playbooks, things like that available for people so that they know how to act, at least at the onset, is something that my team is also creating right now. We're creating ransomware playbooks and things like that and putting the advice online. We're also going to be doing threat reports and so on and so forth, but also giving access to services so that organization can actually say, I'm stuck right now. I'm the victim of ransomware. Who do I call? What do I do? We need to be back online within the next whatever number of hours, depending on the organization. Wouldn't it be nice if they can contact one place and not have to go through a procurement medium and then set up an agreement, which might take weeks to set up, of course, when you involve the lawyers. So the idea right now would be that we're going to start working with the community of interest to create a list of all those services, a prioritized list of services. And once we have that list, we're going to start working on creating agreements with organizations that can provide those services so we can call them at a moment's notice. The agreement will already be negotiated from a pricing perspective, from an expectation perspective in terms of who owns what data, NDAs, all that stuff will be part of it. And the idea would be that when this school board calls me the next time, I can actually say, I have exactly the person you want to talk to. Here's a number, call them, they'll be there within 24 hours and they'll be helping you essentially fix your problem. That's definitely something that can be set up. We actually have a lot of agreements already at the government of Alberta right now that can be leveraged by the rest of the province. Unfortunately, people don't realize this. They don't know that they can get a better deal sometimes for the software that they're buying day to day. So that's definitely one thing we want to do. I mentioned, cybersecurity awareness. If your organization doesn't have a cybersecurity awareness problem, you will become victim of phishing, no doubt, and ransomware, very likely. Ransomware and such is something that is so common in this world, but for some reason, it seems that anybody working for a company, for an organization, makes an assumption that nothing bad can ever reach them. What we found is technology, technical controls, fail sometimes, more often than you would like, as a matter of fact. And one key thing to make sure that you actually don't fall victim to a ransomware attack or phishing attack or any of the above is awareness. If users can actually recognize a suspicious activity or something funky that's not quite right, that makes them suspect, like, this isn't right, I probably shouldn't be clicking on that. That's a good thing. That's going to save you more than once. If they go further and they even know how to respond to it, for instance, how to report it to the service desk or to the cybersecurity team or something like that, even better, because then you can even prevent other accidents, other incidents. What we've seen over the past few years, as a matter of fact, in the government of Alberta, is 4 years ago, we had about 40% of the government of Alberta people who were taking our user awareness training. We figured, okay, it's probably not exciting enough, not good enough, we need to improve it. When we did our email phishing test that year, the result was that about 28% of our people were clicking on the links. We actually improved the program the following year. At that point in time, we went from 40 to 60% of people taking the training. Well, the rate of bad clicks, of clicks on the malicious link on our test went down to 17%. Then all of a sudden, last year, we were at about 80%, well, 78 point something. So I'll say 80 because it sounds better, but 80% of the people took the training. All of a sudden, 4% click. We did a test just a few weeks ago, and this time we're at about just over 80% of people taking the training, and we're at 3.9%. It's a 0.1% improvement, but when you're talking 30,000 people, it's actually pretty good. So this is definitely a proof, I think, of the success of a cybersecurity awareness program. If you don't have one, you will fail. And it's been proven. If you talk to Gartner, IANS, Forrester, any of the above, they'll tell you that an organization without a cyber awareness program, if you do an email phishing test, you can pretty much count on about 30% of the organization clicking on the bad links. So, very important. We want to give access to the province to our program. It exists already. We keep improving it year after year. And we've made it, it's actually online. You can access it right now at the again, go to alberta.ca, look for cybersecurity. That's the simplest way of doing it. It's faster than telling you the full URL right now, but in there is our training. All the slides are available. Of course, it doesn't track you. Internally, we track people who actually take the program because we like to match the data. If somebody gets phished at one point, we want to see, did they take their training? And if they didn't, well, then bad things happen. But that's one thing we want to make available to the province. It's online right now. We're going to keep on improving it as we move forward. The other thing is threat intelligence. So we have lots of organizations claim to provide threat intelligence. We get a lot at the government of Alberta. We get it from the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. We get it from various agencies. We get it from the police, from US CERT, from CISA, and so on and so forth. One of the things that we do for ourselves is kind of take a look at all these threat reports, vulnerability reports that we get, and we try to consolidate them to actually figure out which ones actually apply to us. So that's one thing we want to do for the province right now. Take a look at the threat reports that we're getting from all those entities and make sure that members from the Cyber Alberta community of interest get those reports, that they know the threats that are imminent, that might actually touch them. And we provide advice also on how to deal with them. So this is something definitely we want to provide. That's going to be by spring. And yes, by fall of 2024 is when I'm hoping we have essentially a full set of agreements with vendors that can actually provide services to the province of Alberta at a moment's notice when bad things happen. That's basically my presentation. I have my contact information here, so some of the key messages that you've heard today. So number one, Cyber Alberta, if you want to be part of that community of interest, you can actually reach out and connect with me. You can send me an email directly. I'll make sure that you're included into the community of interest. The only requirements we have is we want the organization that you represent to have a footprint here in Alberta. If you are an individual and you're still interested, let me know. We might still include you. We want expertise at the table, people who are willing to actually discuss issues and so on and so forth with us and come up with solutions. Again, working together is what is going to help the province. Number two, our top priority, we want to develop talent. If you know people who are interested in cybersecurity, get them to connect to our alberta.ca site once again, because we're going to have programs that will become available and we're going to fast track the training of cybersecurity professionals in this province. And if it's not even through the boot camp program, which I'm hoping will happen in the spring time frame, it might even be through some of the institutions, the post-secondary institutions right now that are providing program that we're talking to and might have programs that are interesting for people. The next one is the compliance model. This is something we're going to be working on for a little while, but definitely something that we want to become a standard across the province of Alberta, something we can all aim towards. Then we'll all have the same target, and as a result, we should be making the entire province more secure from a security perspective. And the last one is those contracts we're going to set up for everybody. If you need access to a service and you're lost and you don't know where to go, contact me, let me know. I might have a way in for one of the services already. So we might have an agreement already. So let me know. That's it. Any questions? Ooh, hands are going up. Yes.
Good afternoon. So as a retired signals officer, I can say it's nice to hear that you're looking at us for talent. What I'd offer, though, is you're going to have the exact same issue that you've already run into, that we're being poached by Amazon Web Services, Microsoft. Yes. Do you have any plans for how to combat that? Pay raises, tax-free, chain them to the desk?
Oh, that's a good idea. No, actually, we're looking at a number of things. I think over the past few years, one of the things I've mentioned, we have some people, they come in, they get trained over a period of 2 years, they get really good. Well, they get really good because they get very interesting projects. So that's one of the things I can do at the government of Alberta, is give you really good and interesting project, give you some training. We also pay for things like your certifications, courses, things like that. We have affiliation with some of the schools, of course, in town. We can actually send you to courses at a discounted price as well. So those are all things that help attract people into our organization. The problem we have is to keep them right now. I'm going to be brutally honest. We're public sector. We're working with your taxes right now, all of your taxes and my taxes. And as a result, we try to keep our costs down. So our salaries are not necessarily the best out there, but we're working on that. Funny enough, I've been fighting that fight internally for 4 years and explaining that people are not leaving because they don't like my team or they don't like me. Actually, they love me. And now Billy joined us. They love Billy as well. You know, great family. The problem is money. We're losing people because of money. I mentioned the example of that intermediate staff who was making like $74,000 is not money to spit at. It's decent, right? But he's making 169 Canadian right now at Microsoft, still being an intermediate person. I'm not going to be able to fight with that, no matter what I do. But one of the things that I'm doing is working with my public service commission right now to implement like market supplements and things like that to help deal with the pressures so that I might be able to pay at least as much as the rest of the public sector. If I can pay the same as, say, the City of Edmonton and Legal Aid and Alberta Health Services and so on and so forth, then at least I can compete with them. Because right now I can't compete with Microsoft or Amazon. I was responsible for the Alberta Digital Services Program actually 2 years ago. And I had interns who were paying them like $55,000 a year. And at the end, of course, we made them an offer, $55,000 a year and you can become a Government of Alberta employee. Amazon came in and offered them $110,000 each. What am I going to do, right? So, but it's what we can do, as I said, if I can compete with the rest of the public sector, give training, and if I can hang on to somebody for a good 2 to 3 years, it gives them a chance to actually get the experience and the training, but it gets me a chance to actually get their brains for a while to help us make the environment better. And if I can build a pipeline that keeps bringing in new talent, then maybe I'm okay. The one thing I got to make sure of, though, is that I have a few of those senior people that stay around and actually keep supporting the environment for the longer term. And that's the tough part that I'm working on right now. I think there was another question.
Hello. Recognizing that a compliance model may be the first bite of the elephant, do you see a pathway to a more formal regulatory framework, somewhat like C26 at the federal level for certain?
Yes. The framework that we're going to propose to start with is completely based on NIST at this point in time. So we definitely want to employ international standards. We don't want to move away from that. It's more a matter of doing things that make sense for Albertan companies, for Alberta-based companies. The energy industry is big here, oil and gas and so on and so forth. And again, I don't want to deal with a situation where we force them to do certain things that don't make sense. I want to focus on the controls that make sense, at least to start with, and then evolve that compliance model over the years to make it what it should be moving forward. Again, the bite of the elephant, right? And the other thing I use all the time internally is 80-20 rule. Usually you can get about 80% of the work done in about 20% of the time. The rest, the 80% of the work that's left, the 20% of the time of the work that's left takes 80% of the time to do it. It's kind of that same idea with this model. Start smaller, something that makes sense for all cybersecurity specialists in this province, and then expand it as we move forward.
Thank you, Martin. Our apologies. We do have to move on to the next speaker. So please, if you could stick around, there's lots of people that want to talk to you. So. So as we already introduced, time for the women in cybersecurity panel. We'll just get rolling with the last talk. So this is a talk called "Getting Your IAM Right." And so please re-welcome back to the BSides Edmonton stage, Haima Pandiram.
Thank you, Thomas. Hello again, and this time, thank you again for sticking with me. This is the last talk, and I wasn't sure if anybody would be there for the last talk on the second day of BSides, so thank you. So in case you are wondering why there is a Leaning Tower of Pisa on the screen, this magnificent structure has 2 lessons to teach us that we can take into today's presentation. So to understand what they are, the first question, so why is the tower leaning in the first leaning? We all know it's leaning because of the unstable ground and the unstable foundation. So then why did they go ahead and build such a big structure on such unstable ground? Probably they didn't have enough information that shows that the ground will not be able to hold a structure of that size, right? So inadequate assessment, that's the lesson number 1. Inadequate assessment made while building the foundation of the structure. Then were any fixes made in the history of what many attempts made to fix the lien. There were quite a number of attempts, or maybe 4 or 5 attempts to fix the lien. However, until 1990, each attempt made to fix the lien contributed for the tower to lean further. So again, why? Then why did they go ahead with those fixes? Same, partial information or incomplete information or lacking to see the full picture about how the fix is going to affect the whole structure. So let's take these 2 points to our presentation about getting your IAM right. And as Thomas has introduced, my name is Haima Pandyaram, and these are my credentials, more than 15 years of experience delivering identity and access management solutions in US and Canada. Right now I'm working as a senior manager at a cyber boutique firm that specializes in cyber risk and identity and access called Tech Democracy. And I also enjoy volunteering at ISC Squared Alberta Chapter, as well as at VSides Western Canada affiliate. Short disclaimer, all the views expressed here are mine and they need not necessarily reflect the opinions of my employer. Right. Here's a statement, getting IAM right is imperative to any organization. Well, why? Let's see a recent series of events. So we all know year 2020, pandemic hit, and we all went into lockdown. Businesses were forced to go digital in order to survive and continue. So while this, and they had to grant remote access to their employees, right? So while this digital transformation helped the businesses with their survivability and also continuation, it also brought with it a rise in, an unfortunate rise in identity-related breaches. So that was in year 2020, and this trend continued in year 2021. So what is an identity-related breach and how difficult is it to compromise an organization's security with identity-related breach? So here is an example of the infamous Twitter hack that happened in 2020. So let's see the steps taken by hackers and how difficult they were to compromise Twitter, right? So first step, social engineering, specifically phone phishing. They try to reach out to employees who are non-admins, not any data owners, process owners, but regular employees. Their accounts, they use phone phishing tactics, posing as IT help desk employees, and then got their credentials. And from using those credentials, again, with social engineering, they were able to get the credentials of admin level users. So once they had the escalated privileges, or maybe the once they logged into the system as admin users, they could browse through the Slack channels, various Slack channels that these users had access to, and they found documentation with remote access to their admin tool and also the credentials to access the admin tool. Wow. So what does this remote admin tool gives the hackers? It gave privilege escalation, and they could pretty much access any account, any Twitter account within the organization. And they went after the verified accounts, changed the email, and reset the password on these accounts. That resulted in a complete account takeover. And we all know what happened next. The Bitcoin scam followed, and within a few hours, $115,000 were contributed by users of Twitter, thinking that Twitter is going to match the amounts donated to a Bitcoin wallet of the attackers, and then they're going to get double the amount back. So what does this tell us? Is it really complex? Did they use difficult or any hi-fi techniques to hack the organization? No, just a simple social engineering. And that shows that they had poor IAM practices with respect to storing their passwords, weak password storage mechanisms, and then having no adaptive authentication to their admin tool. Okay, passwords were stolen, but when there is the admin tool is being accessed, probably there is an anomalous activity, the anomaly in the activity with the admin tool. They did not have a step-up authentication or an adaptive authentication that prompted for additional credentials to prove who they are. And also, looks like they did not have triggers based on the events that were logged in their log files to see again that high number of verified accounts are being reset, the emails and passwords are being reset. So all in all led to the compromise of Twitter. Well, this happened in 2020. Then how about 2022? We saw that the trends are rising in 2021, and according to a research published by Identity Defined Security Alliance, you can hear me well, right? Okay, thank you. There is a rise in the number of companies that had the identity-related breaches. So it was 79% combined research done in 2020 to 2021, and the number of identity-related breaches increased to 84% in 2022. So how can we avoid this? What is the need of the hour? It's getting your IAM right. So identity-related breaches can be prevented if the organization has the right IAM infrastructure and the right IAM program. All right, so is it easy to get an IAM right? Are all IAM projects successful? I have an IAM tool in my organization. We have purchased all the necessary, the suite that can perform identity and access. So will my project be successful? Unfortunately, no. So in our experience, when I say our, the company that I'm working for that has done more than 200 large-scale successful IAM implementations and many more that were not successful, we can say that 30 to 40% of the IAM programs are successful, that we undertook were successful. And 60 to 70% failed to deliver in one way or other. And out of them, 20% of the projects or programs were canceled due to lack of funds or lack of the executive buy-ins. So how does the project failure look like? Typically, like any other project, if IAM program fails to deliver within the given time frame or fails to deliver the required success criteria or the return on investment or quality. So any of these things are considered as a failure of IAM project. Okay, then why IAM projects fail? What makes IAM so complex that 60 to 70% of the projects fail? So to understand that, we have to look at the architecture of IAM. Here's a simple sample architecture diagram. So you can see IAM is not by itself, it's not a technology that works alone. It has to have interactions with any system that deals with the identities in the organization. So as you can see in the diagram, it can be a simple .csv file from a legacy data source, or it can be your HR database, audit, or the LDAPs that you have. So anything that deals with identity has to be connected with the IAM infrastructure. So with this interconnectivity, like each of the system, they have a process, they have their own technology, and they have a business driver that drives this this particular system, right? So when you are integrating a system with IAM, you have to take into consideration whether the IAM program or this IAM solution is in alignment with the process, the people, and the technology of the system it's getting connected to. Any one of the misalignments with these systems can make your IAM not deliver its full potential, or in the case of systems like HR, it can lead to a complete derailment of your IAM program. Again, a few more reasons why IAM projects fail. Poor vision, not enough buy-in from the executives, so on and so forth. So, okay, enough about the failure. Then how can we fix this and make sure that our IAM project is going to be right, it's going to be successful? The first step is to see IAM as not a technology alone, as I mentioned previously, but it's an integration of people responsible for the technology as well as other connected systems, and also the processes involved, and finally, the technology. So when all of these work together, when the program considers that IAM needs all of these pieces to work together, that's when it starts taking steps towards success. Okay, so let's see how we can bring these things together, the three process, people, technology together in various implementation phases of IAM project. Start with assessment. So when you start an IAM project, you try to assess the current scenario, what's working with the current process, what's not working, what improvements need to be done. And then you come up with how the current process or the negatives are impacting the business as of today. And from impact analysis, try to assess the risk and then assign a maturity score for each process or component involved. And based on this, you calculate the remediations, and then comes the vital step. Get a buy-in or agreement from the process owner for the remediation. So involve the stakeholders right from the initial phases of the project implementation, rather than bringing them at the phase of project plan or or at the roadmap level. So this is if an agreement is if the process owners or the stakeholders, be it business owners or technology owners of other systems, if they have an agreement with the IAM implementation, then your project will start with a solid foundation, unlike the Leaning Tower of Pisa. By the way, fortunately for Pisa, the lean worked well to its advantage, right? That's what made it unique and made it famous. But can we say that it will be the same for our IAM programs? No. Okay. The second step, requirement gathering. And based on the requirements, come up with use cases. Again, in these two steps, involve your stakeholders. Go back to the stakeholders, have meetings with them, and see if you're in agreement with the requirements, and then the use cases. Understand the criticality of the use cases listed based on the business priorities, based on how ready the systems are to adopt that use case, and then identify the technologies and the tools that are needed to perform identity and access management. Okay, then comes the roadmap. The roadmap involves the current state and also the future state where you want your processes to be at. So roadmap, divide the roadmap into timelines. Again, line up the projects according to the business needs. So which process should be integrated first, whether it's provisioning and user onboarding that's critical to the organization, or it's having single sign-on or a federation with a third-party organization. So talk to the business owners and come up with the priorities, and according to the priorities, create the roadmap. And again, go back to your stakeholders, show them the roadmap, get a buy-in. So and also it'll help the process owners to understand where, at what point in the roadmap their project falls in, so that they can line up their enhancements in their projects accordingly. And your roadmap should also take into consideration the business roles, the dependencies, so which system comes first and what is it dependent upon. fill in the gaps that you have identified during the assessment phase, and then get a buy-in from the executive. So once you have the business owner, the process owner buy-in, then getting buy-in from executive gets smoother. Then timelines and priorities, and go for the easy wins first so that the team gains confidence in the IAM program, and your other phases of the project will have a better chance of being successful. Okay. Now comes the vendor selection. So don't select vendors based on the product delivers an easy solution. It's plug and play. You just have to put it in your system. It works magically. No customization needed. One solution for all. It can do everything, even make a cup of coffee for you. Don't buy for that. Don't fall for that. So then what should you what should you consider for the vendor selection? So go back to your requirements phase. What are the criteria? What are the use cases, the critical use cases that you have identified, and the goals that you need to achieve? So based on that, start your vendor selection. Then also check if this new technology is going to be compatible with your existing IAM system. If you already have one and it's getting outdated, it's not going to deliver your future needs, then you have to make sure, but you need that IAM solution until you make a complete switch over to the new solution, right? So check if that solution is compatible with the new one, and do POC with a critical use case. I've seen projects where POC is done with some random use case, but they hire contractors, they start a big team, project planning is done, and then the contracting team comes in only to find out that the new version of the product does not deliver this use case. So avoid that scenario. Find at least one critical use case that you want to do your POC with. And then, of course, the licensing model and the costs involved. Okay, the last phase, which is the implementation phase. So you have your solid assessment, you have your stakeholder buy-in for assessment, and you have your requirements, you have your use cases, and you have a roadmap. Everybody, all the teams in the organization are aware that they have to be a part of the IAM implementation. Now comes the actual implementation phase, and the first one is to build a team. Check if you have the critical skill sets required in your organization, and if you don't, go for a contracting company and do the interviews. I have an experience to share here. So I was interviewed for this. This happened long ago, maybe 12 years ago. I was interviewed for a project, and all the questions they asked were related to access management. And I was hired. I packed my bag. I went to the client location, got the access and the requirement document, met with BA, and to my surprise, they didn't have an access management product. What they wanted was an identity management implementation. So they wanted a self-service solution that can help their employees and customers to log in and reset their profile and passwords. And also, eventually, they wanted to have automated user onboarding and offboarding system. And access management cannot deliver that, but they already bought in the product. So avoid that confusion. Find the people with the right skill set. Make sure the resources that are conducting interviews, the contractor interviews, have enough information about what they need to look for. Next is the project management phase. So come up with a project plan, identify the tools that are project management tools that are needed to make the tracking of the project easy, and then identify the subject matter experts whom, if you're hiring a contracting team, whom the contractors can go and get information from. This is often overlooked, the full-time employees at the client's place are already overburdened with their duties and they don't have time for the contractors. But the contractor doesn't know how to make a firewall request, where to go to get a password for the system. So these things matter. Make sure that you have identified resources who can help the newly coming contracting team to help with their onboarding and also gaining the system access so that you can avoid delays in the implementation of the project. And again, engage stakeholders, run the project plan with them. They are involved in roadmaps, so there should not be many surprises for them, and it should not be difficult to get their buy-in. And then the third step is to go ahead and build the environment. Again, make sure the implementation team has access to all the environments they are building and testing. So sometimes the compliance or the access policies in the organization might prevent contractors, especially offshore contractors, from accessing certain environments. So one example I can give that happened is we went in for an IAM implementation, did the POC. POC was successful. Then deployed the solution in development, and development went fine. Then came the test environment, and to everybody's surprise, even to the managers and executive surprise, offshore contractors do not have or are not given access to the test and further environments. So they didn't know that. And there was a lot of panic, a lot of confusion. 2 to 3 weeks went by before they could come up with exceptions to grant access to offshore employees. So these delays add up and they can derail your project, or they can stop your project from being delivered on time. And yes, document. I cannot stress more on the importance of documentation. Many projects, maybe 90% of the projects that I have seen, do not want documentation. Either the documentation made is too old, like you get some ad hoc scopes added or fixes done, and there is no central place for storing the documentation, nor there is someone who is assigned to verify whether the documentation being done is current or not. So make sure that you have good documentation. And then comes the easy phase, right? Go live. Oh yeah, we have a successful pre-prod environment build, and prod environment can be built in a week, right? Is that correct? I have never seen a project or worked on a project where things worked in pre-prod and production was a breeze. Every environment has its own challenges, be it in terms of firewalls, not only between the IAM components, but between the firewalls between IAM and different systems it interacts with, especially for the access, be it the APIs or the applications that need to be protected by the access management system. So give enough time for production. It cannot be built in a week. So have the proper assessment, and again, document the lessons learned. Make sure in advance, identify the resources who can build the production environment. Often contractors might not be allowed in the production environment, so you have to have a plan to dedicate some of the resources to build the production. And okay, production is done, go live went fine, and the system has passed the stability test. So now what? Contractors packed their bags and left. The system was working all well until the contractors left, and then Murphy's Law happened. Lot of issues. Already overworked operations team is now burdened with the new environment, bugs to fix, and they don't have the support of the contracting team who actually built the environment in production or maybe in the pre-prods and have a lot of information about how to fix the bugs. So make sure that you have a support contract in place to avoid this situation. Make sure you have a support contract in place that goes beyond the stability period, and you have a proper knowledge transfer done from the contracting team to the existing full-time team, and finally get a sign-off. And yep. So with these steps, hopefully with the strong foundation that you have into the program and the early buy-in and involving the stakeholders in every step and making sure that you have the access and you have your resources aligned, your identity program will have bigger chances of becoming successful. Credits, and then questions, if you have any.
Do we have any questions for Haima? No questions? Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, that brings us to the end of our day 2. Well, brings us to the end of our conference, I should say. We've got a couple of just closing remarks, so please stick with us. And we've got some final announcements. I've been Thomas Wong Matthews. Thank you for allowing me to be your MC for the last 2 days. And see you next year, hopefully. Thanks a lot.
So thank you. Finally, D-Day end. So thank you, Thomas. You were great as MC. So, and thank you to all the attendees and all the speakers and all the sponsors. Kind of make this conference live again. So it's not possible without any of you. So thank you very much. Now I'll give mic to Donald. So.
Awesome. Thank you, Harvinder. I finally emerged from the dimly lit room in the back there where I've been sitting for the last few days, and teams have been coming together to participate in kind of a hackathon, which was hosted by Hack the Box. And I just want to give a huge shout out to the 62 people who participated. It was really awesome. I don't think we've seen numbers like that before. And I also want to give a shout out to our teams who won. They're going to be getting some great prizes. So those teams who placed top 3, just come talk to me or message me on Slack if you haven't already. But the first team was YegSec 2. Big congratulations to them. I just want to point out that one of their members who also had the most points scored and demonstrated the high degree of skill and proficiency was actually only 14 years old and was just a force to be reckoned with. And then the second team is YegSec 1. They were second place. And the third team was TC. Great job to them. It was just 2 individuals here who managed to tackle through a lot of content, just the 2 of them by themselves. So yeah, congratulations to those teams, and we hope you come back next year again and bring your A game.